old and collecting dust. Always online and causing a fuss. Hating on chemo, keeping him shut. Saying he's someone that you just can't trust. But he's not the one trying to get you sussed. You're obsessed, you're in love or lust. You believe anything if you come from dust. Like rockets work better in space with thrust. Globalists pretend that they can't see, then talk about intellectual honesty. Every time they talk, it's a vanity. The black swan is causing travesty. Gas can't hold down no gravity. Can't see no curve over the sea. Your claim, your globe, prove your fantasy. Flat earth, think very critically. Represent your case clear and rationally. Spinning around the whole galaxy. All happening by itself or naturally. Logically it makes no sense to me. That's what's wrong with your mentality. Then I wonder what's wrong with humanity. What's legal is where they get the morality. Nihilistic minds, that's insanity. They wanna be better than God vanity. Can't learn it in a university. Can't find it in a lab like spirituality. Think about it, not emotionally. What's after this life is a reality. I might come back, grow into a tree or a shark because of my personality. That's quite a fitting analogy. Respect everyone, every nationality. Don't think that you're better based on salaries. Life has a funny way of bringing to your knees. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that.
I love that song.
Yeah, I thought you might dig it. I've been playing songs for like a couple of hours now. Especially for Elijah.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry. Looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for
if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. It is, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies get paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell. The beginning of hell, yo, yeah. Any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order.
Seen
Presidential
it.
decrees cascading
Running
from
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means
Oh
for
yeah,
them.
oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange. And getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't wanna give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged. The whole world gone strange, yeah. Some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets
And if
as
you believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
But I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with the microphone, beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What I sound? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China? Can't go and get any toilet paper? The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Once again, we'd like to thank you for attending this event. Please have a seat and settle in. We're about to begin. In debates over this topic, we're seeing an influx. So instead of wasting time, let's get right down to the crux. Now, traditionally, we've all been taught for many years that this planet Earth that we're living on is just a sphere. The panelists to my right will attempt to prove that, while the panelists to my left will try to prove that it's flat. Okay, you first. Well, anyone with common sense would know that in actuality, the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction. We propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. That's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They've covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the U.S., what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, cause you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir, the edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know, all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. Alright, back to the globe guy, present your next claim. Yes sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top. There's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the Sun. Cause the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important things in life to worry about.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the
and what you would do is lose air.
for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I see this global deception. Had to level out my perception. Listening for you. Thinking of these mysteries. I've been waiting patiently. Now I'm looking for the edge. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. It takes up all my time. I can feel the sun. I can feel the breeze. Oh, my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Apollo computer had 32K of fixed memory and 2K of erasable. That was it. No screen, no sound, no icons, no nothing. Just and the keyboard just had it had 0 through 10, read, clear, and enter. No graphics, no screen, no. On its best days, it couldn't get to 1 megahertz. So it was slow and weak, but it got its there.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Right, we've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
NASA admitted that it had lost the original footage of man's first steps on the moon.
The most heralded, most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
Twilight Zone. It's gone. The data is gone. Has been destroyed. According to Don Petit. And this is just telling it in your face that was a crime. Criminal will destroy any incriminating evidence. Mic check.
Oh yeah, I was just laughing. Get beget. do 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 do.
Yeah. Like in that old movie, Twilight Zone TV show.
Oh yeah.
That song in my mind and the speech of Don Petit, like, oh, I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond, but unfortunately we destroyed the technology. Pain in the ass to build it back. Yeah, because now every ordinary, like even the most handicapped man in the world, like Stephen Hawking, can actually use technology to debunk their fakery.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've heard some speculation that they might want to bring down the old ISS so they can put up some new shit that might confuse people better.
Yeah, like taking it out from the pool and expose it into a museum. Yeah. Yeah, they have to close that program because they are going out of business. Like People now with cameras like P1000
Yeah. Yeah.
can film them from very far away, you know, and they can't fake it anymore. I mean, yeah.
Right. They're still operating on that old and busted technology.
Yeah, yeah. But I still do wonder what the hell is that thing in the sky? I mean, we see like the ISS, you know, that thing with some sort of like 8 wings or whatever. Can it be some sort of HARP technology, resonance, hollow imaging, or because when I watched a documentary about HARP, they say that they can send a signal and it's going across the world and it reaches them back, like, you know, like the sun's circular path. And that means something like this radio waves and stuff like that, they propagate in some sort like around the North Pole, you know?
That's interesting.
Yeah. So they could work. I mean, if they work like that, then yeah, it explains even on flat Earth like very well. Because all they do, they are spinning around the North Pole. And they say it reaches them back, and they also can make that radio signal to resonate like anywhere they choose in space, in the air. If they manage to make it resonate and stuff like that, then I think you can have certain gas molecules being compressed or trapped into some sort of resonance, maybe even luminous effect. Like creating an image in thin air, a hologram.
Does this have anything to do with the frequency that they will send through sand that makes patterns? I forget what that's called.
Cymatics.
Cymatics, yeah.
Cymatics, yeah. Yeah, it can be something like that. I mean, radio waves should have such a behavior.
Well, isn't there like different types of frequency? Like that's got to do with sound frequency. Isn't there like light frequency and I don't know, I'm guessing all sorts of frequencies, magnetic frequencies and electrical frequencies. But yeah, I want to do that sound one with the sand, where you get a plate and then you pump a frequency through it, and then the higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern. But I guess it seems like we are in some kind of torus field magnetic frequency. I don't know, something like that, to that effect.
I'd say some sort of fountain, like the helium liquid perpetual fountain.
Helium liquid, right?
Yeah, liquid helium fountain. Check that out. It's perpetual. The only thing.
Hey, fellas, I'm going to head over to Nathan Oakley's and catch the startup of the show at the top of the hour.
Oh, post the link?
Sure. Yeah, I'll drop the server and the YouTube.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm in that server, but I don't know which one is it by the picture.
Oh, it's the black logo, science versus pseudoscience.
Oh, then I maybe not have it. Yeah, I'll check the link.
Yeah, that's the server link.
We are at the bottom of the hour, and you're listening to Gay GTL Radio 24/7 Flat Earth, the best place on Earth to talk about the shape or lack of shape of the Earth. Come on, Jim, bro, you're in here. You used to talk in the mornings, and I would never have a chance to talk. But then again, I wasn't a silverback then. But now you just... Well, there it is. Anybody? Jimsy? Effie Batman? The Mach? Question everything? Iggs? Fine. Oh, you sleeping sleepers. I will say, there seems to be less people in the live stream in the mornings than there used to be. Sometimes there seems to be less people in the live stream in general. Why do you think I'm in here? When there's only like 10 people in here, I can get a word in edgewise. I don't like cutting people off, you know. I like to be polite. So do you know why the farmer lost his tractor? Or what, I mean, sorry, do you know what the farmer said when he lost his tractor? He said, "Where's my tractor?" And do you know what the farmer's wife said when he lost his tractor? Oh, not again. You know what the farmer did when he lost his wife? He tracked her. Anyways. This is what you get. No one responds to me. I tell terrible jokes. They're the worst. They make you cringe. Like, let me see if I can get another one. I did dog joke yesterday, the farmer joke today. Oh, how do trees communicate? They bark. I mean, they were trying to, turn over a new leaf. They were trying to branch out, but they were rooted. They just couldn't. And you know how flowers ride bicycles? They pedal. I actually heard the flower got arrested in New York for pedaling. Hots, nonetheless. With an S, I know how the legal state of all that goes in some places these days. And New York is just hell in and of itself. Alright, guys. It's been real. It's been fun. You've gotten 5 minutes of the great and powerful Flat Albert. So how is everybody this morning? Flatman can.
Better than yesterday, and tomorrow's looking promising.
Just Kim? No, buddy. You're gonna make me go to tell more terrible jokes. Be careful, guys. Alright, everyone feels pretty good about the word round around here, right? We all know the earth is round, but then round and flat are not synonymous. But, so, the good Lord said that he was going to put good and obedient wives in all four corners of the world. And then he made the world round, and he laughed, and he laughed, and he laughed. Nobody? Not even a chuckle? Come on, guys. It'll be okay. What's up, dude?
Morning.
That it is. It is a morning. So far, it's good on my end. How about yours?
When I wake up enough to see any of it, I'll let you know.
Ha 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 ha. Womp, 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 womp.
Well, when I look outside, it ain't raining, so delivering food today ain't gonna be that bad.
Oh, we gotta drive too, so thankfully it's not raining here either. What's up, Chad? 2000.
Hello there, how you doing? Who's that? Hello, hello?
Hello.
Hello. Is that Flat Abbott?
Not much.
Hey, it's Flat Abbott.
I had a phone call.
Did you call me a flat hole? It's true.
Got a funny one for that. Well, I know I do. Is it in this current batch? I think I know it.
I heard flat hole. That's hilarious. But since we know black holes can't exist, we just call black holes flat holes.
That could work. This is one of my ones that I like to share a lot. It shows you how the behind-the-scenes program works. They just sit there and paint globe balls in the images of the planets and then darken a room, throw a few dots behind them. This is Saturn, this is Mars, this is Jupiter. Like, that's proof somebody's sitting there making perfect detailed image of whatever. Is that supposed to be fucking Mercury, I think?
That's Jupiter. Got the big red dot.
Yeah, Jupiter. Like, he's making, you know what I mean? Like, how much more precise can you get? Like, I need my number 2 fine brush for this line over here. And people are like, it's real. There's a satellite outside of that planet. It's real. Just in a fucking soundstage with a fucking camera floating around it. Durf. Oh, we'll take another 60 million today. 60 million plus.
Come on, we know they're real. We saw Voyager 1 and 2 go there. And they took pictures of themselves while they were doing it.
Come on, man. I love it when somebody's on the soundboard and they do that shit. The knucklehead that thinks he's running shit. Come on, man. Imagine he was the actual leader of the free world right now. Oh, my Lord.
But isn't he?
Oh, well, oh, yes, Lord. Tell me what to do next, brother. Do I have to wear 4 masks today or 5? What an idiot.
And one on your bum so you don't fart it out.
I have like a comedic type of mind. So like a long time ago, I did like this fake commercial. Call now the Buffler. Never have any of your farts stink ever again. It was like a muffler you could put on your butt and the fart would go in stinky but come out smelling like vanilla or, you know, pick your flavor. You could whatever Buffler you want. Have it coming out smelling like cotton candy. I know, I'm a little nutty.
Last I checked, they actually have a product that does that.
Oh my God. Well, I've seen the I think it's called Poo Be Gone or something. It's like a little spray bottle carried around in your pocket or purse or whatever. Like if you're a lady in your purse, and if you use a public bathroom or you're at a friend's house, you pinch a loaf, you just take out the little bottle and give a couple squirts in the toilet. It's supposed to keep the stink in there.
It's called
you might
Poopery.
even you might even squirt before you start pooping too. I don't know. How hilarious.
You're supposed to squirt the water before you go. That way, as you go, it traps the scent under the water.
Unbelievable. And people buy this up like by the boatload.
Because it's science, man. It's science.
I can't poop at my friend's place and leave the fan on in the bathroom. Or even carry cologne or perfume with you. Like, I don't know. If you're that worried. I mean, I could see if you were on a date, you're at a lady's house or something, you wouldn't want to, especially first, second, third date or something. You're like, you're not there yet. Or it might be the 8th date, but first time at her place or something. You don't want to leave her bathroom smelling like a sewer. And then you got those people, they're the type that just come out and don't go in there.
Shoot. I guess I'm a noob to this Discord thing. I thought I put a link to the GIF of Jim Carrey saying "Don't go in there," but it just came up with the text.
Yeah, sometimes it does that. Now I can click on that and go to the link, I'm sure. Yeah, confirm, cancel. Sometimes it's funky. Sometimes I'll see the letters and numbers, but when I check on the YouTube channel, the GIF is no problem. And then other times I look on the YouTube channel to check and I see the numbers, so I just delete it and then try to resend it. I have dyslexia, so I don't do a lot of the typing, but since I've had, like, I started with a BlackBerry, I don't know how many years ago, I'm getting better at my spelling. It's just one of those things, you know. I haven't written many letters in my life. I'm learning how to write with my left hand. I'm about to write a letter to somebody that's in prison right now and let them know if they make it to their release date, they need whatever help, I'd be here. They're down in the States. I'm up here in Canada. They have family up here too, but when they get released, who knows? They might just stick around the States, or who knows what they'll do. One of those persons, I can kind of relate to what they're going through, been there. So, and I don't, like, I don't know if it's easy to explain. I can understand what they did, why they did what they did. You know, I don't condemn them for any of what they've done. The government that teamed up against the person, you know, they're going to paint them in whatever light. And I'm not saying they're no churchgoer by any means, but I don't know. It's mind your own business. Shit doesn't go crazy, man. Start sticking your nose in people's business and doing dumb shit. Either you end up dead or all kinds of things can end up happening. Like, it's a different world these days.
Dude, you definitely got to be careful sticking your nose in everyone's shit, because one of these days you'll find someone who's a plumber.
I like that. I do t-shirts. That'd be good on a t-shirt. I was thinking of doing this on a t-shirt because my buddy and I were talking on the phone the other day. I'm like, fucking evolution. It's like, as if, wouldn't the fucking maternity ward at the hospital be like super crazy? Like, this woman gave birth to a fucking cow. This woman gave birth to an ape. This woman gave birth to, like, why are always humans being born? If evolution was real, wouldn't we be birthing other things? Like, why would we keep reproducing ourselves? Right?
Well, isn't that what the vaccines are supposed to do, is weed out the weirdities?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's supposed to cull the herd, sterilize, kill, all kinds of crazy shit. We're not really supposed to talk about that, but anyways, the shirt I had in my mind was, if evolution was real, the maternity ward should be a zoo, and then just have like these like the bassinets they put the babies in, like have a window with a whole bunch of bassinets in it, and one's got a gorilla in it, one's got a hippopotamus in it, one's got a...
You know, they got a new movie that literally does that.
No way. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a post-apocalyptic movie. There's some big natural disaster, and then all of the bassinets, the babies are like part other animals and stuff.
Oh my lord. If you think of the name of the movie, let me know. I'll check it out. Anyways, I was thinking of a t-shirt like that. If evolution was real, the fucking maternity ward would be a zoo, and then that like on the front of the t-shirt. Funky tees. Kind of wake up the evolutionists. You don't come from a rock, moron. Whereabouts on the earth are you this morning? I'm in Canada, like I said. Ottawa.
On the outer crust.
The outer crust of the known exosphere. You're near where it's well done.
Just in Missouri, in the U.S.
Oh yeah, oh cool. Yeah. Well, things are pretty crazy up here, like as far as what's happening with all that Mexican beer thingamajiggy, and like we got pastors being locked up for no reason, and 16-year-olds getting tackled and beaten by the pigs because they don't represent real law enforcement, if you ask me, when they're overstepping their boundaries like that. That's, you shouldn't even signed up. It's pretty silly. I went to the week or two ago to pick up a script for my mom, and I walk in and there's a greeter standing there. There always was near the cosmetics. Like as soon as you go in, it's cosmetics. There was always a greeter there to say hello, but now they're wearing a mask. So I walk in, they're like, "Are you exempt?" I'm like, "Yep." Just walk by them, go to the back for the prescription. The person behind the counter is wearing 2 masks and a frickin' face shield, man. And they look at me and they're like, "Would you like a mask?" I'm like, "No, thanks. Would you like to put a third one on?" And then they're like, "Just the one script?" I'm like, "Yep." I get the script and I come home to Mom's and give it to her, and she's like, "This isn't the right thing. I don't need any of these. I got lots of these. Da 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 da. I needed my thyroid med. Blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Oh boy." Well, call them up, tell them I'll go back. An hour later, I go back. I walk in, same thing. "Are you exempt?" "Yep." Go to the counter. It's a different person, 2 masks and a face shield. First question, "Would you like a mask?" I'm like, "No, thanks. Would you like to put a third one on again?" Got the right script and left. And I'm like, if you would have got it right the first time, you wouldn't be seeing my beautiful face again. Fucking retards. 2 masks and a face shield. Really? I was in the bank a couple months back and they're looking at me sideways. I'm like, you wouldn't want me in here with a mask on. Like, this is so bizarre. It's like Twilight Zone, you know? Everything's reverse world. Do you have to wear a mask in the bank where you're at? Yeller?
I'm on my phone. I was trying to look up that movie I saw the other day, the trailer for it.
Yeah, it's all good. I was just curious where you're at. You said Missouri. Do you have to wear a mask in the banks there?
No, not anymore. We used to. They just lifted almost all of that stuff, and it's now optional. So if you want to, you can. You don't want to, you don't have to.
Wild. So you feel like borrowing some money, you wear a mask. You want to do business with the bank, you don't wear a mask. Interesting. If you got my sarcasm there, borrow. You're going in masked up.
Oh no, I got it. It was funny. I got you.
Pulling the old Bonnie and Clyde routine. It's maddening. You really see the best and the worst of people, eh? You ever watch The Outer Limits?
Not regularly, but I've seen some.
Yeah, that was quite the series. Like I guess a modern day Twilight Zone or something.
Black Mirror is a modern day Twilight Zone, which I think is a phenomenal show.
I haven't watched many of it, but there's the one that I watched. I just loved it. I was like, if we could do that to Carla Homolka, that would be awesome. I don't know if you know who that bitch is, but anyways, the episode, I think it's called Bear Mountain or White Bear. Yeah, that's where the woman keeps waking up every day and she goes through all this stuff, and at the end she finds out she's just a piece of turd and in jail, and they knock her out every night and she wakes up every morning not remembering. Did you see that episode? White Bear Mountain, I think.
I've seen all of the episodes at least twice.
Yeah, cool. So you know the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh yes, I know the one you are talking about.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. I think I've only watched it the one time, but I've got a ridiculous bear trap type memory, so it's kind of.
I got a photo. Yeah, I've got a photographic memory here. It's just I don't always have film.
That's what I'm saying. It's sort of I think of it as both a blessing and a curse because there's some shit I just. Ugh. Where's the editing room?
No, you missed the joke, dude. I got a photographic memory. I just don't always have film in the camera.
Ah, I like that. Fuck. Yeah, I watch a lot of like not really anything like beautiful imagery, drone imagery in Japan or BC
or for gay porn.
A lot of new stuff instead of watching anything that's out. There's a lot of crap. I just started a new series on Netflix called The Upshaws. It's Kim Fields and Mike Epps. It's fucking hilarious. Wanda Sykes. Holy shit, that stuff's funny, man. Just started that last night. Watched a couple episodes and then crashed out.
If you ever want to get an appreciation for the job you have, watch the show Dirty Jobs.
Oh, I've watched it. Yeah, I'm my own. I'm independent. I do my own thing. If I work for, like if I'm doing something else, cash for anyone else.
Yeah, don't know about that show. It's only it only sucks if you don't do it in the U.S. They pay you good in the U.S. if you do those dirty jobs. Anywhere else they pay you, it's shit pay.
I some of those things, man. Why do they make less than a fucking surgeon or something? Eh? Like holy.
Because a surgeon is always useful. That's the difference.
I guess so. One of my better paying gigs I did for a bit, or with this lady friend's father was going into restaurants and cleaning the hoods above the grills and stuff, cleaning all the grease, and this product called Zep. And with that job, the best part, aside from the pay, was I got to know, don't eat there, don't eat there. We're going out to eat, we're going here. You could eat off the floor in this kitchen. When I went in to clean the place, it was already clean. You know what I mean? That was the upside to that job. Aside from the pay.
And I'll bet it's not industry wide. It's more like this particular store, you know?
Sort of. There was some that had multiple locations and they were all like, oh yeah, I'd eat at any one of them. But yeah, I'll tell you this, and I'm not trying to be biased or racial or none of that crap. Anyone wants to jump in and jump on me for any of that shit. There were some of the Asian places, like where you order your combination plates from. Holy shit, bud. And the one place, the guy I was working for, they'd give him some food at the end of like when we were done, they'd give him some food and we'd be in the truck and he'd be like, here, want some? No, thanks. You eat that to yourself. Thank you. Not all of them, but those were some of the words. Like, because I think they're supposed to by law, not by law. According to the bylaws, I think they're supposed to every 6 months. And some of them you show up, I swear it's been a year and a half. Oh, I gotta watch that IGZ. I'm just gonna mute or deafen for a minute.
Watch what?
So where is this curvature they talk about? I've been looking. Not driving past.
It's in the movies, dude. It's in the movies. It's all in the movies.
Yeah, I'm driving past a small lake, but that looks flat as water, right? Water is flat, not level. The movies. You mean when they are in a sci-fi movie and they go from a flat level plane to, oh look, it's a globe.
I don't know about all that. I just know that there's this really cool sci-fi channel. It's called NASA or something.
Okay. I saw curvature from an airplane.
Well, y'all have a fantastic day.
You do, sir. Yeah, so let's hear what Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say about magic.
A picture of the moon, any photograph of the moon, shape of the crater. They're perfect circles. So here you go. You ready? If you have an impactor that comes in straight into a surface, it makes a circular crater. Right. If you send it at an angle, it will make an elongated crater. Okay? This will happen. So they're saying, no, wait a minute, let's send it in faster. Turns out there is a magic speed with which you can send in an asteroid, and on collision, it will make a perfect circle no matter the angle it hits. Circle. Because lava in liquid state flattens out, right? Because lava in liquid state flattens out, right?
Magic speed. Sounds like a fun hard drugs. Magic speed. What's up, Sonny? How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. How's the mic? Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's not too loud?
No.
Awesome. Thanks. How are you, Roger?
Yeah, fine, man. Busy day.
Yeah, good to see you on here as usual. I love seeing my friends on here.
Sorry.
That's all right. Now I got my computer hardwired in all the time. I bought a 25-foot Cat 6 cable.
Oh, cool.
Seems to work really good, so I could have it anywhere I want, pretty much.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I like having it like at my kitchen table, you know, so I can sit here. It's kind of my little office. But then sometimes I go by in my living room and hook it all up to my my HDMI, my flat screen TV, you know. Pretty cool. What is it like? Already afternoon there for you, or something?
Yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock.
Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. Did you have any Globers on here during your daytime?
No, it was very quiet. I played lots of songs.
Wow. So like your daytime, it's the middle of the night for me.
Yeah, it's like the graveyard shift, right?
Yeah, it's a trip.
Shit. Cancel. Yes, cancel.
I got this PDF book. It's Alex Gleason's. Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe? Pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of thought about getting the hardback. Well, I don't know if they make a hardback. I think they make a paperback edition of it. Still available. Guess I could play some more music, eh?
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat. 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 That stuff is flat.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry.
Very lively. What are we talking about?
In myself, I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for
some serious gourmet shit.
Ah ha ha. I think it's almost time to start the bacon. Meanwhile, back on the flat earth, so a book by Alex Gleason, the maker of the Gleason map, is the Bible from heaven, is the earth a globe, scientifically and geometrically demonstrated. Does modern science and the Bible agree? Also, an accurate chronology of all past time, containing a classification of all the eclipses from creation. Copyright 1890 by Alex Gleason. To that class of citizens who are known as honest skeptics and lovers of demonstrated truth, is this revised volume dedicated by the author. We assign no man to oblivion because of a difference of opinion. Let God and his works be true, though they prove all men false. From the publishers. How many extraordinary changes have we witnessed in physical as well as political and scientifical, that's a weird word, sciences, and in opinions, as also in the individual who have borne a conspicuous and deservedly honored part in the affairs of civilized world during the memory of pioneers of the present generation. How important have been the results of the numberless voyages of discovery revolutions of society, of states, and the wars, which have excited an intense interest during that period, an interest which has been the more constantly kept up as the facility of communication between all the branches of the great human family, which seems at the same time to have gone on increasing in proportion to the multitude of events and circumstances, the manifest evidence of which truths are more strange, interesting, and of far more importance to man than fiction. Anciently, centuries would elapse ere the most important facts could pass the barriers which an imperfect knowledge of navigation of the ocean caused, or that the diversity of languages be regained, which the Lord in his wisdom confounded at the Tower of Babel in the year 2217 AM or 1782 BC. We can but call the inquiring mind to the rapid strides of art and knowledge of every branch. For instance, the characters used in arithmetic, brought into Europe by the Saracens, 991 AD, algebra introduced into Europe by the same nationality in 1412 AD. The age of Arabic learning lasted about 500 years and was coeval with the darkest period of history of Europe. Quote, but as westward the sun of science bore its sway, in the east he closes the drama of their day. In comparison with the present state of the world, how small was the theater on which the gods of Grecian fable and the heroes of Grecian history performed their parts in that interesting drama. Excuse me. During the period of Roman history, it is true, the field of civilization had become much more enlarged, but in our own times it has extended into the remotest bounds of the inhabitable earth. In view of these considerations, it becomes necessary for every well-informed man who would keep his relative place during this advanced stage of society to possess himself of all means of knowledge which might have been dispensed with in former periods. The knowledge of the different sciences and arts closely connected as they have ever been, having now more common bonds of union than in the preceding ages. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. Whether this running to and fro refers to the rapid and numerous means of transportation of people from place to place, or the increasing knowledge in the sciences, or the increase of knowledge in reference to those things spoken by the prophet Daniel, as some people think, which he was commanded to close up and seal, even to this time of the end. In either case, the fulfillment is manifest, says an eminent writer in quoting the Scientific American. Within the last 50 years, more advancement has been made in all scientific attainments and more progress in all that tends to domestic comfort, the rapid transaction of business among men, and the transmission of intelligence from one to another. That all was done for 3,000 years previous put together. In union there is strength, providing always that in that union there is harmony. The publishers of this work have not united their efforts for the purpose of promulgating the doctrinal tenets of any theological denomination or opinions of any set of men, but for the primary purpose of giving to the public such demonstrated facts as science from a critical geodetic and astronomical standpoint may reveal. Upon the religious views of denominations, we make no attack, but the author and compiler is supposed to give only facts, such as bring to light the infallible Word of God as being in harmony with the science of nature, and there leave every man to choose for himself. The writer of this work has spent much time in means in making research in the scientific archives of other countries, as well as his own practical exertions to arrive at facts concerning those things which the masses take for granted and which things are clung tenaciously to by some persons who regard a popular error of more value than an unpopular truth. A great and lasting benefit to the reader of this work will be derived in the study of chronological work as given in this book and authenticated by the British Chronological and Astronomical Associations of London, England. The work consists of a classification of all past time by cycles of eclipses and transits from creation to the present date. These are so tabulated and made so plain that the boy can read and comprehend the multiplication table, can give the date of every eclipse, lunar or solar, that has transpired since the world began. Also all future on the same principle, and all of this with the simple knowledge of the first or lower branches of common arithmetic. With these considerations, we commend this work to the lovers of truth and reform. Publishers. Preface. Why do I believe as I do is the result of truth demonstrated. No one will deny that by making practical experiments and collecting undeniable facts, arranging them logically and observing the results will give the investigator the greatest satisfaction. An hypothesis, says Webster, is a supposition or proposition or principle which is supposed or taken for granted in order to draw a conclusion or inference for proof of the point in question, something not proven, but as assumed for the purpose of argument. A system or theory imagined or assumed to account for known facts or phenomenon. This latter method often leads to truth seeker to sad results and severe disappointments. The writer speaks from experience in this case. Therefore, it is the purpose of this work to offer such facts as have been demonstrated, and to that extent that they are beyond a doubt, or cite the reader to the most simple means of demonstrating the propositions. Whilst our purpose is not for the sake of argument, but for the sake of truth, we propose not to exclude all hypotheses, but ask the candid investigator and searcher for the truth to give demonstrated and axiomatical, self-evident facts the preference. Again, it cannot be reasonably expected that within the province of this small work, that the writer will explain all the phenomena that may arise to the thinking man, or meet the fancied objections of the cavalier. Therefore, we will in some instances let one demonstrated fact on the point or prime proposition stand as settled until such time as the seemingly and known phenomenal objection can be removed or explained by some other cause. As truth is no part of a lie, we may rest assured that the latter must sooner or later die, whilst the former is immortal. Therefore, we must conclude and insist that one demonstrated fact is no less truth, though there may be 100 phenomenal existences apparently against it. What is truth? Where and what is the standard? This is to be the first and prime interrogation of this work. If there is no standard, then each and every man is left to the merciless winds of doctrine, blown by every street vendor or theological quack. There is no book or platform sufficient to contain all of God's truth. The five senses are ours to exercise and improve, and while we would not advise independence of spirit, let us open our eyes. Be men, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good. If there is a divine being who has given us our senses to act upon and to judge between right and wrong, then we are responsible to that being in proportion to what he has given us. Having been very skeptical in our early lives and our experience having found many who require demonstrated and infallible proof of whatever they believe, we propose to give that which we require proof. Reader, this is to you. It will be evident to every thoughtful mind that truth in the abstract, so far as human agencies are concerned, is of two opposing natures. In order for you to get the run of my thought, I will say without fear of refutation that there was never a counterfeit without a genuine. This is an axiomatical and needs no proof. It shall not be the object of this work to promulgate the creeds of men, but such truth shall prove to be according to that which we shall without doubt find to be the standard, regardless of whatever has been our preconceived opinions. If in the course of this work we shall so show that there is a God, a divine ruler and maker of all things, and that the book which we call the Bible is his will and word to you and to all, then do not chide me if I shall depart from the text or title of this work to show some of the mistakes of men. The truth that you and I want is that which is according to righteousness and not counterfeit. God is truth. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. Romans 1:18.
What are you reading?
I'm reading Alex Gleason's book from 1893. Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a globe? Excuse me. If it gets too boring, just let me know. I can always stop.
No, I love it. I got no problem with that. But you got to.
Okay. This is just a preface. Yeah. So in order to satisfy ourselves in reference to certain principles involved in quotations already advanced, we shall appeal to history, sacred and profane, and shall use the latter largely to prove the former. We will now ask you to follow us a few pages while we examine a few witnesses which we shall have occasion to use in case we find them unimpeachable and such as all can accept. In order to do this work successfully, let us go to the law and to the testimony, Isaiah 8:20, and call on some of the prophets that have claimed to write, not by the will of man, but as moved by the Holy Ghost. See 2 Peter 1:20 and 21. Prophecy is history in advance by Webster, and the longest line of this history in advance, which is given in summary and detail, having reference to time, is found in the book of Daniel 2, 7, 8, 9. This advanced history commenced with the first universal kingdom with Nebuchadnezzar, BC 603 years, and is to terminate with the fifth universal kingdom of God, which is to consume all other kingdoms and stand forever. This kingdom of the Most High, with his saints and all dominions in honor and obedience. Now, if we shall find no discrepancy in this history by going over it carefully and bringing other witnesses, sacred and profane, from the first date, 603 BC, to the present, what shall we conclude as to the inspiration and divine infallibility of the witnesses' testimony? We will leave you to judge. With these considerations, let us examine the history, sacred and profane, for a few moments only, and observe rise and fall of the four universal kingdoms of this earth. When we have examined these two histories, we shall find them to harmonize. Then we can no more deny their truthfulness in the prime affirmation that we can deny our own existence. We will further add and frankly confess that the writer is what some might justly term religious liberalist, believing that every man is endowed with a God-given right to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience, providing always that he will allow the Spirit and the Word, which always agree to govern and enlighten with his conscience, and without the reception of two God-given entities, the inner man has not reached the standard that would meet the pleasure of his Maker, and he is therefore amenable to the Creator only. We have heard say that all religious truth is derived from the Bible. True. We also read every scripture is inspired by God. Timothy 3:16. Without faith, it is impossible to please God. In quotes, but when fanatic zeal to man is wedded fast, to some dear falsehood he clings last. And yet reasonable men will charge the Bible with all the false doctrines the world contains. Is the Bible from Heaven, Part 1, Chapter 1. Tradition against Truth and Reform. The learned historian Archibald Bauer says, to avoid being imposed upon, we ought to treat tradition as do a notorious liar to whom we give no credit, unless what he says is confirmed to us by some person of undoubted veracity. False and lying traditions are of no recent date, and the greatest men have, out of pious credulity, suffered themselves to be imposed upon by them. History of the Popes, Volume 1, page 1. We would, with due respect to great and good men, give their opinions full value, yet not any the more so because of their sayings being ancient, let them be proven. Paul advised Titus to not give heed to the Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth, Titus 1:14. Since time immemorial until now, every advanced step in reform has been opposed by those in favor with authorized versions, traditions, fables, and opinions of men. Yet while we consider this work limited, we cannot refrain from giving a few samples of this fact. The learned and famous Dr. Eck spoke against Luther as follows. I am surprised by the humility and modesty with which the Reverend Doctor undertakes to oppose alone so many illustrious fathers and pretends to know more than the sovereign pontiff, the councils, the doctors, and the universities. It would be surprised, no doubt, if God had hidden the truth from so many saints and martyrs until the advent of the Reverend Father de Aubigné's History. Reference Volume 2, page 59. Sebastian Meyer gives the following refutation of the above. To have 1,000 years wrong will not make us right for 1 hour, or else the pagans should have kept to their creed. An error is no better for being common, nor the truth the worse for having lain neglected. And if it ever be put to vote anywhere in the world, I doubt, as things are managed, whether truth would have majority, at least while the authority of men and not the demonstration of things must be its measure. Essay on Human Understanding, Book 4, Chapter 3, Section 6, by John Locke, the great Christian philosopher. We shall hold that truth is of God, that it is righteousness and not iniquity. The opposite of truth is Antichrist, and, to say the least, to those acquainted with the history of man, it is as old as man, and we believe older by far. If then we shall produce demonstrated evidence of our position, do not question the same by saying, why then has this universally accepted theory been so long believed and taught? Great names and titles we find enrolled on each side of all controversies, and if these authenticate hypothetical tradition and satisfy weak consciences, then there is no error in the religious buffoonery of pagans, Mohammedans, or other religions that fancy may bring forth, and it may be received with sacred and profound reverence. History, its moral and philosophical relations. One moment. We can reason intelligently only from what we know, and without demonstrated facts, our fancied knowledge is worse than ignorance. With those who take no delight in true history, the proverb may apply. Where ignorance is bliss, it is folly to be wise. It has been quite often remarked that history is uncertain. Were this true to the full extent, there would be no use in attempting to show the value of that which may be known with certainty. While it is true that the detail or minute events of profane historians may disagree, it is also equally true that the more valuable part of history rests on immovable monuments which admit of no uncertainty in their prime character and results. To the student of history, sacred or profane, the decline and fall of great empires is no less important and instructive than their origins and rise. To him who wishes to know his approximate whereabouts in history of mankind, its physical duration, and that of his fellow beings, the pleasure and permanent satisfaction does not consist in highly colored pictures of crime, nor eloquence or rhetoric of the writer, but the truth of it in its simplicity. The facts of 4 universal monarchies or kingdoms have existed on earth in the time of the past: Babylon, Medo-Persia, Grecia, and Rome. No person of ordinary intelligence will deny. History and historians, pyramids and monuments, and excavated ruins, relics, etc., are too numerous for any successful controversy on the part of the skeptic. Further, that so sure as there existed the first universal kingdom, so sure there existed Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and Daniel, a Hebrew captive. To Nebuchadnezzar, in a dream, was first given and in the symbol of an image in the form of a man, the future history of the world, and the destiny of mankind. We will notice for few moments some of the facts concerning this history in advance. 712 years before Christ, while Baladan was king, it was foretold by the prophet Isaiah that all of the treasures of his house and the house of the Lord, together with Hezekiah's sons, that should issue from him, should be carried to Babylon. See Isaiah 39. 105 years later, the idolatrous monarch Nebuchadnezzar was upon the throne, ready to fulfill the word of the Lord, so long before spoken by his servant, the prophet Isaiah. Daniel 2:1. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but it is long-suffering toward us, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. When God speaks it as literally the truth before fulfillment to our eyes as it is after, for in reference to his word of promise, one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. The Lord's wisdom and power above all kings, kingdoms, prelates, or powers was manifest in bringing first his own people into bondage under the idolatrous monarch, which he had made ruler of the men of the then habitable world. In this very act, God not only made manifest his own power and wisdom throughout the then known world, but to all coming generations, until the God of heaven should set up his everlasting kingdom, possessed by the saints of the Most High. In order to show the divine history of man and its ultimate termination, and its relation to history, past, present, and future, we will necessarily have to enter somewhat into detail in noticing their parallel course and the harmony existing between the two. The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Deuteronomy 29:29, also John 5:39. Jesus commands us to search the scriptures. Surely the Lord God will do nothing but he revealeth his secrets to his servants and the prophets. Amos 3:7. While it is literally true that God will do nothing but he revealeth his secrets to his servants and the prophets, he is just as able and willing to show to the idolatrous king on his throne, for love for him and the devotees of the king's realm, and reveal through God's own chosen vessel his purpose concerning the human family. We will now give a synoptical description of Nebuchadnezzar and his kingdom, according to the well-known historical records of various writers, after which we will give the scriptures an interrogation, letting them give their own interpretation. According to the testimony of the greatly beloved prophet of God, Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar had a wonderful dream in the year 603 BC, in which he beheld the kingdoms of earth symbolized by a great image. This great image, represented by the head of gold, Babylon, breast and arms of silver, Medo-Persia, thighs and sides of brass, Gracia, legs of iron, the fourth or Roman kingdom. Daniel 2:31 through 40. The 42nd verse represents a kingdom divided into 10 parts by the feet and toes. Let us look for a moment at the most wonderful empire the earth has ever contained or known, of which the city of Babylon was the metropolis and the talented king Nebuchadnezzar at its head. This kingdom arose from old Assyrian empire founded by Nimrod, the great-grandson of Noah. Genesis 10:8 through 10. In prophecy, it dates from BC 677, because it then became connected with the people of God by the capture of the king of Judah and his people. It reached the height of its glory under Nebuchadnezzar, to whom his dream was given. The metal used to represent this kingdom is the finest of all metals and fitly represents the kingdom as it was, in riches and splendor, the grandest of all earthly kingdoms. The city of Babylon, its capital, was laid out in perfect square, 15 miles on each side. Consequently, the whole circuit of walls was 60 miles. These walls were 350 feet high and 87 feet thick, with a moat or ditch outside of the city of the same cubic capacity as the wall and filled with water. It had 50 streets, 25 running each way, 150 feet wide and 15 miles long, paved with polished stones. Over 100 towers rose above the battlements of the walls. It contained 225 miles of enclosed surface laid out in luxuriant pleasure grounds and gardens interspersed with magnificent dwellings. The river Euphrates ran through the center with a wall on either side equal to the outer walls, making 30 miles of river wall or 90 miles of wall in all. 150 gates of solid brass and hanging gardens rising terrace above terrace to the height of the walls themselves. Among the large buildings was the Temple of Belus, 3 miles in circumference at the base. Also the royal palaces, 1, 3, and 1/2, and the other 8 miles in circumference, connected with each other by a subterranean tunnel under the river and its walls. Never before nor since has the earth seen the equal of this city. See Roland or Goodrich's History of All Nations. Babylon was succeeded by Medo-Persia, represented by the breast and arms, BC 538. When Babylon was taken by Cyrus and Darius, the Median was placed upon the throne. Isaiah 44:28, Daniel 4:30 and 31. This was in turn succeeded by Gracia, represented by the brazen portion of the image, when Darius Codomanus was overthrown by Alexander the Great at the Battle of Arbela, BC 331. This Grecian kingdom, after passing through various changes, was finally all absorbed by the mighty Empire of Rome, which became connected with God's people by the famous league between the Jews and Romans, BC 161. Aha! We understand from verse 42 that this fourth kingdom was to be divided into 10 parts, and we learn from Gibbon's Rome and others that this kingdom was divided between the years AD 356 and 483 into 10 divisions. Let the reader bear in mind that we are now examining symbolical and typical scripture, and if we take the plan that God has ordained and given in His Word, we shall make no mistake. First, let us ascertain from God's Word what this rule is, and then proceed. I feel assured, kind reader, that if you are a lover of truth and desire the fruit of its inevitable glory and final triumph, you will find satisfaction to the fullest extent. Okay, I'm going to skip over some of this. This gets really long-winded. Suggest you all read this on your own. It's great reading. Okay, I'm going to briefly skip to chapter 3. I'm reading out of Alex Gleason's Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe? From 1893. Chapter 3, Geology of the Bible. We now reach the question, does geology overthrow the Mosaic record of creation? Does the Bible stand on geological science, or does science stand on the Bible? In order to illustrate these interrogations, the writer knows of no better plan than to give in substance a dialogue that he took part in while in a social conversation with a friend in Toledo, Ohio, Mr. S. We will denominate the skeptical and would be Mr. S. We will denominate the skeptical and would be geologists and scientists, says, you Christians do not read the Bible right. Of course you read it as it is and understand it as you have been taught. True, Mr. S. 'Tis education that forms the common mind, just as the twig is bent, the tree's inclined. But Mr. S., what is wrong about our understanding of the Mosaic record? This is Mr. S. You Christians understand earth and all that was in existence in Adam's time to have been created in 6 literal 24-hour days, whereas geology demonstrates this is false and further proves that these days were immense long periods. There are petrified trees found in California whose grains count more years than the Mosaic record allows with your version of the matter. Now, Mr. S., I suppose that you believed in some kind of an intelligence that created man in the entirety. Yes. Did he create them a full-size man, or was he an infant and finally grew to the stature of a man? I do not believe in the Darwin theory, therefore I believe that when man came into existence, he was as complete in all respects as at the present time. Mr. S., you would not suppose that it would be any more wonderful or any more of a miracle for the Creator to make a full-size tree with its numerous grains, diversified leaves, and fruit than it was to make a man? No, for it was on the 3rd period that God said, let the earth bring forth its grasses, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. Genesis 1, 11, and 13. And further, if these days were long periods of thousands of our years, then there was ample time for all these herbs and trees to mature and yield fruit after their kind. Then, Mr. S., I suppose you would not admit of these periods being less than 1,000 years each. No, sir, not less than 15,000 each. Then, Mr. S., let us take the Bible and read the affirmations at the close of each of these periods of creative work, substituting your version for the literal. Very well. For brevity in reaching the points, we will not only read the last verse, or a portion of it commencing at Genesis 1:5, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first 15,000 years. 8th verse. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second 15,000 years. 13th verse. And the evening and the morning were the third 15,000 years. But let us pass on to the 6th and 7th period, verse 48. Or verse 31. And God saw everything that he made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the 6th 15,000 years, or 90,000 years. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th 15,000 years, God ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the 7th 15,000 years from all his work, which he had made. And God blessed the 7th 15,000 years, and sanctified them, because in them he had rested from all his work, which God created and made. These are the generations, account or pedigree of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created in the day or time that the Lord God made earth and the heavens. Genesis 2, 1 through 4 inclusive. Now, in order to ascertain definitely what governed the length of these days, we have only to refer to the closing declamation of each period or day, the evening and the morning. What did God call the dark and the light? Genesis 1:5. Answer, day and night. What did God give to govern and rule the day and the night? And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Genesis 1:14 through 16. Now it must be manifest to every unbiased mind what kind of day or period the Lord is talking about. We go to Exodus 20:11 and find the same time brought to view. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. To hallow, set apart for a holy purpose. Webster. But what does God command man to do in regard to these days on which the Creator labored? 9th verse, 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, a long period of toil before rest, 90,000 years. And how about rest given to man, which was to commemorate the Creator's work? Let us read the 10th verse. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor the stranger that is within thy gates. So we see the rest was assigned to man. If the days be understood as geologists claim, would reach far beyond the age of man, a very long rest. Perhaps there are some people nowadays who were born tired and would be fond of such a rest. Thus we may see the object of Satan to overthrow the Mosaic record of creation and the Sabbath, the memorial of the Creator's work, but the effort is a failure. God says, I change not. Geology and astronomy, its popularity versus Bible. We think we have said sufficiently in favor of the infallibility of the Bible to be free in using it as a reference for evidence on any subject on which the word may treat. But should the skeptic be yet require more, we know of no better way to test the infallibility of the word than for him to take the prophecy of Daniel chapters 2, 7, 8, and 9 concerning the four universal kingdoms, with many details concerning them. Also the prophecy concerning the first and second advent of Jesus Christ. Compare these with history, and if you have a desire for truth, you can get it in abundance. Now we propose to give some of the popular views of geology and astronomy as quite generally believed and taught by the supposed scientific and Christian world, after which we shall let the word speak. The Bible is not given to teach the science of geology nor astronomy, neither does it make such claims. Yet when it speaks, we do well to take heed, knowing this first, that no prophecy of the Scripture is of any private interpretation. For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. 2 Peter 1, 20 and 21. Creation of the world, etc., according to popular scientists. Creation of the world, 4000 before Christ. Julius Afrinicus says 5508. Samaritan Pentateuch, 4700. Septuagint, 5872. Josephus, 4658. Talmudus, 5344. And others give different times, but the Chinese tradition and the history claim an antiquity of 100,000 years before Christ. From geological formations and from workings of rivers like the Niagara and Danube through the Iron Gate of the Alps, it can be estimated that an age of millions of years. The creation itself, or the accumulation of enormous quantities of matter in large planets, must have required millions of years. No body, however small, has been instantly created, forbidding the power of the Almighty. Creation is the work which consists of three physical elements, force, motion, and time, by which bodies grow like a tree or by gradual accumulation of matter. These three physical elements constitute the Trinity, which governs the material universe. All creation or action of whatever kind, whether mechanical, chemical, or derived from light, heat, electricity, or magnetism, all that has been and is to be done or undone is accomplished by this triune function. It is omnipotent, ubiquitous, and eternal. Nystrom's Mechanics, page 498. This is the result and conclusion that thousands are led to who follow the Newtonian system of gravitation, geology, or astronomy. You may say that the above is absolute infidelity, so says any true lover of God's holy word. But let us look at the words of a Connecticut pastor, Exi Colum, or Parish Astronomy by Burr. This popular and extremely eloquent work, published by the American Tract Society, 150 Nassau Street, New York, some 7 or 8 years since the present writing, 1893, had reached its 20th edition. On page 183 he says, all of Kepler's and Newton's laws are opposed, all of Kepler's and Newton's laws are as operative today as they ever have been since their discovery. The planets took shoot round the sun and are circled by their own moons on substantially the same elliptical orbits in the same times and with the same principles of alternate retardation and acceleration as of old. Again on page 185. Repeatedly has the earth been drowned and torn into pieces. It has been piled with snow and ice from pole to pole. It has been all ablaze and fused, and is not on an idea of such conflagration that we best account for the new stars that have sometimes flashed suddenly on the sight with all the splendor of Venus at its brightest, and after a few months of changing color and gradual decay, finally disappear. But how about the Earth's having been repeatedly drowned? How about God's covenant with Noah, Genesis 9:11 through 15? And I will remember my covenant with you, and I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And we will notice another display of Christ's sublimity, page 189. Geometry declares that no element of decay within endangers the stability of the system of the world. The year which circumscribes our seasons is only 365 days, but the earth has another year to which it is a mere point. Its pole goes nodding through space in a circle which takes 25,000 years to traverse. What think you of a planet whose winter is more than 40 of our years, of a comet whose year is more than 30 of our centuries, of a sun whose year is more than 800,000 of our millenniums or thousands? All the planetary orbits pass through cycles of change, varying in length from few centuries to 9,000 to 70,000 to even many millions of years, but the greatest of these planetary cycles are as nothing compared with those enormous periods which bound our perturbations and express the secular equations of the sun and fixed stars. Periods including more years than imagination has ever succeeded in realizing to itself. What amazing longevities, what portentous numerals. They are hieroglyphics of the everlasting. They lift us among the dizziest peaks of the sublime. Yes, and far beyond. Satan has lifted man in his own estimation of wisdom to a far greater height than he did the Savior when he set him on the pinnacle of the temple, or when he took him up to an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. When Satan lifts man, he is ready to exclaim, "All this I have gotten by the mighty of my power." But when God causes man to behold the glories of the eternal, he exclaims in humility, "I beheld these things unlawful for man to utter," or like Daniel, "For my comeliness was turned into corruption, and I retained no strength." God's plan is pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Before honor is humility. We will next notice the contrast between the popular view, the Newtonian and Kepler system, and the Mosaical record of creation and the longevity of man. The Mosaical record of creation contrasted with the popular views. Let me pause for a second there. Is there anybody new in here who has any questions about Earth? Bob Ross? I see you have no roles. See you, Roger. Have a good day. Or evening, rather. Okay, I'll go a little bit longer. Let it ever be remembered that the Mosaical record of creation is neither a type shadow, nor symbol of any act, neither is it any part of the record of creation so claimed by theologians, except in some instances in the case of the seventh day, an examination of which we shall find that it was instituted as a memorial to man of the act performed by the Creator. Let it also be borne in mind that the prophecy came not in olden time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. 2 Peter 1:21. We feel that we have said sufficient and given sufficient quotations of a reliable source to establish the infallible evidence of the book called the Bible. Yet it may be of interest and profit to notice other most common objections, those quite universally taught by leading scientists, and therefore believed by the masses. We now purpose to proceed using as freely as the limits of this work will allow quotations from said book on which we build and establish our faith and hope. It seems to me that the creative act is the highest display of omnipotent power of which mortals can conceive. Truly the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Psalms 19:1-3. When we personify the mighty work of the Creator, we are led to exclaim with Paul, "Oh, the depth of the riches both of wisdom and the knowledge of God! How unsearchable are his judgments and his ways past finding out." Romans 11:33. Had God's memorial ever been universally observed, man's adoration would have been upon the Creator as the prime object of his worship, and the inevitable results would have been that there would never have existed an idolater, an atheist, nor an infidel. To undertake to search out the ways of the Almighty would be an act worse than folly by any of his created beings, but what he has been pleased to reveal in his word, he has given to us in all generations. Deuteronomy 29:29. David informs us that the works of the Lord are great sought out, or looked into, all of them, and that have pleasure therein. And further says, he hath made his wonderful works to be remembered. Psalms 111:2-4. And at the completion of his works of creation, he established a memorial of the acts he had performed. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God had created and made. Genesis 2:3. And these are the words which he spake from Sinai amid the thunderings, lightnings, and smoke, which made an impression never to be forgotten. And this is his memorial. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Exodus 28. And why are we to remember it? For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Exodus 20:11. Do you ask how long this memorial of creation was to last, and was there nothing to take its place? Let the inspired word answer. Christ says, "Till heaven or earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law. Thy name, O Lord, endureth forever, and thy memorial, O Lord, throughout all generations." Psalm 135:13. Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever. Psalms 119:160. My covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Psalms 89:34. Know ye not that Jehovah, he is God? It is that he hath made us, and not we ourselves. Psalms 103. In giving the evidence concerning the inspired word, I feel that, knowing what I do, woe is me if I give it not correctly. The honest difference of opinions that men may have in regard to the teachings of God's word, they may settle between themselves and their God. It is not for me to say or to announce to you what God means when he speaks, but if we have proven that God has spoken, then we have proven that he has spoken to you as well as to me. by the mouth of his holy prophets since the world began. Acts 3:21. For this word is unto us and our children forever. We believe that God's word is his own expounder, and if others think differently, they have the same inalienable right as the author, and the same judgment to whom accounts must be rendered. Our purpose is and shall be to prove the word and give the word, and we shall endeavor to do this by rightly dividing the word of truth, neither adding unto nor taking away from. Revelations 22:18 and 19. And leave the results to the reader. The scientific principles of all past times, the records of all the eclipses and transits and cycles, each in their order, since the record of man on earth will be given in the future progress of this present work, not for the purpose of establishing a creed, nor the avowed faith of any creed or set of men, but for the benefit and interest of all such as may be benefited by the facts. Let them come from Jew or Gentile or infidel historian. We understand that if our sins and mistakes are confessed, they are taken by our high priest Jesus Christ, our advocate, and that they are placed back on the head of the antitypical scapegoat, the devil, and he suffers the penalty. But if we carry our own sins and mistakes, we alone must be responsible for them. Thus we lessen the punishment of his satanic majesty by taking the responsibility of the results on our own shoulders. My plan is to move ahead and to the earth itself in this work. Do the scriptures teach that the earth and seas constitute the earth? Instead of the word earth, meaning both land and water, only the dry land is called earth in the scriptures, and the seas, the gathering or collection of waters in vast bodies. Earth and the great bodies of water are described as two distinct and independent regions, and not as together, forming one great globe, which modern astronomers call the earth. This description we shall confirm by several other passages of Scripture. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world, and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Psalms 24:1 and 2. O give thanks to the Lord of Lords, that by wisdom he made the heavens, and that stretched out the earth above the waters. Psalms 136:6. By the word of God the heavens were old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. 2 Peter 3:5. Who with his strength fixed the heavens and founded the earth upon waters. Hermes. That the surface of water is horizontal, says Parallax, and we purpose to scientifically prove it in our second part, is a matter of absolute truth, and as the earth is founded upon seas and stretched out above the waters, it is of necessity a plane, and being a concrete mass of variable elements and compounds with different specific gravities, it must be a floating structure standing in and out of the waters, just as we see a ship or an iceberg. I have heard argued at considerable length by different ones the following passage of Scripture, supposing it to teach the idea of the earth as a globe suspended in void space. He stretched out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. Job 26:7. We have examined Dr. A. Clarke on this passage, and he, being a Newtonian philosopher, says the literal translation is on the hollow or empty waste, and he gives the Chaldee version of his preference, which says, he layeth the earth upon the waters, nothing sustaining it. The rendering would convey this idea. He lay it upon the waters which were previously empty or unoccupied by earth, nothing visible. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water underneath the earth. Exodus 24. But let us notice a few more scriptures quotation. Thus said the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and stars for a light by night, which divided the sea when the waters thereof roar, the Lord of hosts is his name. If these ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundation of the earth searched out beneath, I will cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord. It says parallax on the above. It is certain that God's promise to his people can no more be broken than can the height of heaven be measured, or the depths of the almighty waters, the earth's foundations, searched out or determined. The fathomless character of the deep beneath, upon which the earth is founded, and the infinitude of heaven above are here given as the emblems of the boundlessness of God's power and of the certainty that all of his ordinances will be fulfilled. When God's power can be limited, heaven above will be no longer infinite, and the mighty waters, i.e., the great deep, the foundations of the earth, may be fathomed. But the scripture plainly teaches us that the power and wisdom of God, the heights of heaven and the depths of the waters upon earth, are like boundless and unfathomable. Interesting. Comments? Suggestions? Or tell me to shut up? Okay. No objections. Okay. Does the earth move or rotate? The earth is stationary, and nowhere in the scriptures is the earth spoken of as movable, except by a miracle or in a relative sense. And on the other hand, the sun is not spoken of in the scriptures as standing still, as fixed or having foundations, except be it by a miracle of God. The concentric and progressive motion of the sun over the earth is in every sense practically demonstrable. Yet the Newtonian astronomers insist upon it that the sun only appears to move, and that this appearance arises from the motion of earth, that when, as the scripture affirmed, the sun stood still in the midst of the heavens, it was the earth that stood still and not the sun. That the scriptures therefore speak falsely, and that the experiments of science and observation and application of our senses are never to be relied upon. Whence comes this bold and arrogant denial of the value of our senses and judgment and authority of Scripture? A theory which is absolutely false in its groundwork and ridiculously illogical in its details demands that the earth is round and moves upon axis and in several other directions, as we shall show further on, and that these motions are sufficient to account for certain phenomena without requiring the sun to move. Therefore, the sun does not move, but is a fixed body. His motion is only apparent. Such reasoning is a disgrace to philosophy and fearfully dangerous at the best to the religious interest of humanity. A few passages of Scripture here will suffice to confirm the above statements. In the heavens hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the end of it. Psalms 19:4-6. The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. Ecclesiastic 1:5. Let them that love the Lord be as the sun when he goeth forth in his might. Judges 5:31. The sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. Joshua 10:13. Great is the earth, high as the heavens, swift is the sun in his course, for he compasseth the heavens round about, and fetcheth his course again to his own place in one day. Esdras 4:34. Does the sun move, says Parallax, page 366. In the religious and mythological poems of all ages and nations, the fact of the sun's motion is recognized and declared. Christians, especially of every denomination, are familiar with and often read and sing with delight such poetry as the following. My God, who makes the sun to know his proper hour to rise, and to give light to all below, doth send him round the skies. When from the chambers of the east his morning race begins, he never tires nor stops to rest, but round the world he shines. God of the morning, at whose voice the cheerful sun makes haste to rise, and like a giant doth rejoice to run his journeys through the skies. He sends the sun his circuit round to cheer the fruits and warm the ground. The above single verses are merely examples of what may be found in every hymn book and collection of sacred poetry throughout the world. The sacred books of all nations and the perceptions and instincts of the whole human race completely accord in respect to the motion of the sun and the convexity of the earth, and theoretical astronomy fails to present a single fact or experiment to support the contrary conclusion. Christians and Jew ministers, teachers, and commentators find it most unwelcome task to reconcile the plain and simple philosophy of the sacred scriptures with the monstrous and contradictory teachings of modern theoretical astronomy. Dr. A. Clarke, in a letter to his friend, the Reverend Thomas Roberts of Bath, replying to questions as to the progress of the commentary he was then writing and his endeavors to reconcile the statements of scriptures with the Newtonian astronomy, says, Joshua's sun and the moon standing still have kept me going for nearly 3 weeks. That one chapter has afforded me more vexation than anything I've ever met with, and even now I am but half satisfied with my own solution of all the difficulties, though I am confident that I have removed mountains that were never touched before. Shall I say that I am heartily weary of my work, so weary that I have 1,000 times wished I had never written one page of it, and am repeatedly purposing to give it up. Life of Dr. A. Clarke, 8th version. The Reverend John Wesley in his journal writes the following: the more I consider them, the more I doubt all of the systems of astronomy. I doubt whether we can with certainty know either the distances or magnitude of any star in the firmament, else why do astronomers so immensely differ, even with regard to the distance of the sun from the earth? Some affirm it to be only 3 and others 90 millions of miles. Extract the works of Reverend J. Wesley, 3rd edition, 1849, by Moses, London, page 392, volume 2, and volume 3 of the same edition, page 293. The following entry occurs. Wow. January 1st, 1765. This week I wrote a warm letter publishing it in a London magazine. The author thereof is much displeased that I presume to doubt of the modern astronomy. I cannot help it. Nay, the more I consider, the more my doubts increase, so that at the present I doubt whether any man on earth knows either the distance or magnitude. I will not say of a fixed star, but of Saturn or Jupiter, yea, of the sun or moon. In volume 13, page 359, referring again to the theoretical astronomy, he says, and so the whole hypothesis of innumerable suns and worlds moving around them vanish into air. Page 430 of the same volume, the following words occur. The planets' revolutions we are acquainted with, but who is able to say this day to demonstrate either their magnitude or their distance, unless he will prove, as it is the usual way, the magnitude from the distance and the distance from the magnitude. In the same paragraph, speaking of Earth's motion, he says, Dr. Rogers has evidently demonstrated that no conjunction of the centrifugal and centripetal forces can possibly account for this, or even cause any body to move in an ellipse. There are several other incidental remarks in this writing which show that Reverend J. Wesley was well acquainted with the Newtonian system of astronomy, and that he saw clearly its non-contradictory and anti-scriptural character. The supposition that the heavenly bodies are suns and systems of inhabited worlds is demonstrably false and impossible in nature, and certainly has no counterpart or foundation in Scripture.
See that part right there, when he mentions like centripetal force in relation to the movement.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, are ballers gonna say that all of these people are retarded? None of these people are educated.
I know.
Never mind their so-called religious leanings. But what
Mhm.
about the meat and potatoes that they're talking about?
Yeah.
They're all just dumb.
I know.
Anyway, sorry.
That's a really good point, and I really kind of wanted this kind of discussion through this reading because I think it's quite amazing, that this controversy has been going on. Some of that last writing was from people that clearly know about the Newtonian system, okay, and are aware of what it's supposed to be. There was this controversy with this going way back. So for the Globers to say, oh, you guys are just dumb, nobody, doubted it, that the Earth was a globe spinning through space, that's not true. I like that. Freaking amazing publication, though. Yeah, so Samuel Robotham, also known as Parallax, chiming in there a little bit. So in general, this is chapter 4, general summary of conclusions inevitable from evidences produced, in previous chapters. In giving these conclusions, we shall use the sentiments largely of Parallax and his words verbatim, where they accord with evidence produced in the first part of this book. At the close of this work, we propose to give a synoptical biography of this noted philosopher, the author of Zetetic Astronomy and Philosophy, whom we have quoted so largely and to whom the world owes a tribute far greater than to a Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, or Kepler. The quotations will be found on page 375 and 406 through 406 of his work, Zetetic Astronomy. The stars by Newtonians are assumed to have positions so far from the Earth that the distance is almost inexpressible. Figures indeed may be arranged on paper, but in reading them no practical idea is conveyed to the mind. Many are said to be so distant that they should fall to Earth with the velocity of light 160,000 miles per second, or 600 million of miles per hour. They would require nearly 2 million years to reach the Earth. Sir William Herschel, in a paper on the power of the telescope to penetrate into space, affirms that with his powerful instruments he discovered brilliant luminaries so far from the Earth that the light which they emitted could not have been less than 1,900,000 years in its progress. Here again a difficulty is manifest, vis-a-vis if the stars begin to fall today and with the greatest imaginable velocity, that of light, 160,000 miles in a second, which has been revised, millions of years but must elapse before many of them will reach the Earth. But the scriptures declare that these changes will occur suddenly, shall come indeed as a thief in the night. Chronology. These statements, to those who have any faith in them, destroy the sense of all scriptural authorized chronology. Christian and Jewish commentators, except the astronomically educated, hold and teach on scripture authority that the earth, as well as the sun, moon, and stars, were created about 4,000 years before the birth of Christ, or less than 6,000 years before the present time. But if many of these luminaries are so distant that it requires 2 millions of years to reach Earth, and if, as it is affirmed, bodies are visible to us because of the light which they reflected or radiated more than 2 millions of years at their creation, and therefore they must have been shining and must have been created at least nearly 2 million years ago, this chronological theory is further demonstrated and published in this book from a work of scientific merit styled All Past Time by J.B. Dimbleby, editor of the British Astronomical and Chronological Association of London, England. But the chronology of the Bible, unless by unwarrantable interpretation, teaches us that the period of 6,000 years has not yet elapsed since the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them, and all was done in 6 literal 24-hour days. See Genesis 2, 1 and 2. Sun, moon, and stars as lights. This modern theoretical astronomy also affirms that the moon is a solid, opaque, non-luminous body, that it is, in fact, nothing less than a material world. It has even been mapped out into continents and islands, seas, lakes, volcanoes, volcanic regions, and the nature of its atmosphere or its surface, supposing, as many do, that an atmosphere cannot exist, and the character of its productions and possible inhabitants have been as freely discussed and described as though our philosophies were as familiar with it as they are of the objects of earth. The lights, too, which the moon beautifully illuminates the firmament, is declared to only be borrowed, to be only the light of the sun, intercepted and reflected on earth. These notions are not only opposed by a formidable array of well-ascertained facts, but they are totally denied by the scriptures. Yep. The sun, moon, and stars are never referred to as worlds, but simply lights to rule alternately the day and the night, and to be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. Yep. Glory of the heavenly bodies. Does the moon shine with a borrowed light?
Sorry to interrupt, Benny.
Huh?
Can you send the link?
Yep, sure can.
Thank you.
Moment, I'll pull it up.
Like if you're a follower of the scripture and the way, like there's it's impossible for me to allow people that I know of who follow scripture to continue to overlook this. That's not even possible. The first people I've my mom, my best friend's mom, people who've kept me in church like this. There's no way I couldn't tell them this because it's the greatest perversion on earth.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
If you can hear this and still sit in your church and still listen to your preacher and this not have been addressed by him, there's no that's unforgivable to me. But anyway,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not trying to drag away from the
No,
literature.
no,
So
no, it's okay. I like it. I like this conversation. I think this type of literature is really important for us, because they were talking about the same things we are, pretty much, This is not a new thing.
also, we may get some incoming newcomers. I gotta go check in some people.
Yeah, and I can pause. I can make a note where I left off. So And that's only scratching the surface on this document. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, so this book is a free PDF. I put the link in the live stream right now, 19 minutes after. I'll just finish up with these next couple of pages here, and then we can move on. Because he's on a roll here. So does the moon shine with a borrowed light? There is only one glory of the sun, and one glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differeth from another star in glory. Corinthians 15:41. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. Genesis 1:14-16. O give thanks unto him that made great lights, the sun to rule the day, and the moon and stars to rule the night. Psalms 136, 7-9. The sun is given for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and the stars for the light by night. I think that's Jeremiah 31:35. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light by night. All the brightest stars of heaven I will make dark over thee. Ezekiel 32:7-8. Praise him, sun and moon. Praise him, all you stars of lights. Psalms 148:3. The sun shall be darkened in its going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. Isaiah 13:10. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light. Matthew 24:29. The sun shall be no more thy light by the day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee. Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall the moon withdraw itself. Isaiah 60:19-20. While the sun or the light or the moon or the stars not be darkened. Ecclesiastes 12:2. The light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold. Isaiah 30:26. And for the precious fruit brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon. Deuteronomy 33:14. Nothing here is said, nor is it said in any other part of the scriptures that the sun only is a great light, and that the moon only shines by reflection. The sun is called greater light to the rule.
Shush.
Pardon me?
Anyway, Sonny. Yeah.
Okay.
So we got a new bus.
Yeah.
Yeah. They want to ask some questions. Bob Ross, Terry, and whoever else.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because I live in a relatively flat area, and I mean, like, there are no mountains around, right? And so there's like one, like, I'm gonna call it a hill because it has like 500-meter elevation or so. And it's down south, and I don't know how far away exactly it is, but I would say pretty far because it takes me like almost 3 hours of bus drive, to there. And I just wanted to ask why do they tell us that it should be like it shouldn't be visible? I mean, like, there's this like a few centimeters every kilometer or something like that, like a drop. So
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, so the
Are you
reason
with
why.
Terry? Are you guys buddies, or did you guys happen to come in at the same time?
No, actually, I thought he was a mod because he was in the voice check, and
Okay, so he's a bit of a troll, and you're trying to ask what appears to be a genuine question. Okay.
Yeah,
If you're
Terry
gonna troll
only
me,
has
buddy,
he only has a listening pass, so we can get to him next. So I think that it's like a twofold question that you ask. So if I understand correctly, you're asking why is it that we're saying, or why is it that it's said that that should not be visible? Is that what your question is?
yeah. Why do they say that it shouldn't be visible?
Okay, the reason they say it shouldn't be visible is because the globe requires 8 inches per mile with the mile squared. So if you look at, real quickly, if you look at an Earth curve calculator, which I'll put in the voice text, but let's look. So 3 hours, let's say 50 miles an hour. I know I'm in Imperial. That's like 150 miles. But let's even take it slower. Let's say the bus is only going 3 hours at 30 miles an hour. So we could go, this is 90 miles away. So we'll just do some quick math here using the Earth curve calculator. Let's check it out. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got my browser here. Let's say the height of your eye is at 10 feet. I'm just making a wild guess here. And I can go into metric if you're in a metric area. So 3 meter height, hold on. 90 miles. I'll put it back in metric. So at 3 meters of height, target distance 144 kilometers. The target hidden height at that observer height, there would be 1,507 meters of drop. So if you had a mountain 90 miles away that was 1,500 meters tall, well, that's pretty tall. It's 4,500 feet. That's pretty tall. But there should be 1,500 meters below the curve. That's why we shouldn't be able to see that. That's nearly a mile of drop. So the mountain would have to be higher than 5,000 feet in order to see any of it. But you're saying it's 15.
To be fair, you might want to like also count to the elevation profile in the area. You know, but that aside, yeah, most of it, if not all of it, should be gone.
And not only that, let's say you're riding on this bus. If it were a globe, it requires that 8 inches per mile squared drop. So even at 10 feet high, like you're riding in the bus, the distance to your geometric horizon should be no further than 3.87 miles.
Hey, dude. Good fucking morning, guys.
Good morning.
Not taking any Adderall today. I got my mans coming through around 1:30 to give me a halfie of some decent looking gas, and my birthday's in 4 days.
Yeah, that's great. No one cares.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little too personal, man. You got to keep it clean for the public chat, please.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude.
So your horizon at that height should be no further than about 4 miles. That means your geometric horizon, where things start to get blocked by a geometric curve of Earth, you would be able to see no further than 4 miles. Everything after that would be dropping away. I hope that answered your question. I'll also put the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
I'm going to put the Earth curve calculator in the voice text so you can pull that information up yourself.
Mhm.
And you can start looking into this. Start finding out how far away those things are, how high they are.
Yo, I came into here being skeptical, Marisa, and I can tell you that the Flat Earth community is genuinely one of the most passionate and real communities you're going to find on Earth. Like, you could go, right, and talk about, like, to an LGBTQ professional, right? But you're not going to get the same amount of knowledge, in-depth perspectives that you're going to get here because we cover both sides, dude. LGBT community, they don't cover both sides. This community, we cover all the sides, all the perspective, all the angles. We
Yeah, that's
wish
great.
to not
Hey,
only, like, debunk,
Hey, we
but
don't need a
explain the
spokesperson,
future.
man. Well, let's get back to what we were talking about.
But thanks for the shout
But I
out.
do appreciate you, and yeah, thank you though. Thank you. Is that the same kid that I was talking to the other day where I was saying, well, in order to understand why we're here, you must first understand the heliocentric model? Is that you?
Yeah, I need to go on it. Like, I've read about the inner Earth. There's so many different perspectives that I need to see it for myself.
There was another kid the other day. Remember, I think who you might be thinking about is this Lil Curry guy, who left as soon as we were about to provide our evidence.
Yo, yeah. Yo.
We got through the whole thing, man. The 3 points into gravity, like into the weeds, and then back out.
He was like, this is getting too real. He
I
showed
know.
me a video which seems legit. Is he about to show me how it isn't legit? Why is he showing me this? I have to get out of here now.
Some people just can't handle the truth, dude. Like, institutionalized.
Yeah. It's
Institutionalized.
it's kind of what our school system teaches us through through childhood all the way through adolescent phase.
Yeah, man. It's fucking scary.
Yeah, you know what? It need not be scary though. That's funny. I start speaking like the old time after reading all that. It need not be so scary. No, really. Because honestly, it's just the truth, man. It's like where we really live. It shouldn't be scary. It should be like inspiring to like go, wow, like I thought this crazy stuff that was never proven all that time, and now I'm finding out like that my senses were correct. I know I'm not moving in motion. I'm not spinning on a globe at 480 yards per second. I know that for a fact.
I'm in, brother.
Yeah.
So was that
So-
your only question, or did you have more before we move on to Terry?
Sounds like a concession. Terry, you got any questions?
Maybe Terry could be possibly listen role. I'm not sure.
Why?
I have no idea. I was just shooting the deck.
Okay.
I did hear him act up a little bit during this, when people were talking.
But Terry doesn't have a role, so.
I just gave it back to him.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Terry, you can speak if you want. Well, guess he thinks he lives on a globe.
Poor kid.
I'm not Terry, but can I speak real quick?
Of course, Dave. Of course.
Have y'all tried to talk to some people call him Maurice? BC verified.
Yeah, Maurice has been joining in. He's like trying to be one of the gang.
I had to do the Steve Miller joke. Sorry.
Sorry, was that addressed to me?
You ever heard of the Steve Miller Band? Song called The Joker.
I can't say I have, sorry.
Look it up. It's got your name in it. Some people call him Maurice. Anyway.
Well, I might be doing
Terry.
my famous observations.
Sorry, Elijah. Terry, if you leave and come back, you might be able to open your mic. Go ahead, Elijah.
What's going on, Arian?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna be doing
Can speak now.
famous observations. Possible by all if you have a clear sky. I'm just waiting for the waxing gibbous, which should be a few days. Actually, I should just check. But I have such a great view from I don't know if you guys seen the picture that I took, but from Randall's Island, just the distance from the buildings in the city give me much more of a view of the moon for much longer. And so I'm waiting to see that thing still out by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. You guys know why. Anyway.
Yeah, cool. I haven't seen the. It's been cloudy here for weeks.
Yeah, same here.
It's supposed to be raining all week here. All right, so Terry, you got any questions?
No, I've just been listening, man.
You sure you don't want to troll? Now, if you do, though, make it funny, okay?
Yeah.
Nope. If I was gonna, I would have done it by now.
I mean,
You have any questions?
Some trolls are patient. Yeah, he doesn't have any questions. He just wants to listen.
You don't have any questions? I mean, okay, well, I got questions for you then.
Go ahead.
How'd you get introduced to this topic? Like, how did you know to come here? When did it all begin?
YouTube.
YouTube? When?
When?
Right, because there's a difference between now and 5 or 6 years ago. You youngsters
Hey,
might know it
if-
as adpocalypse, but there are a lot of other things that follow.
If you
that,
want specifics,
YouTube
it was the other night watching YouTube in bed. If that's good enough.
Oh, so you don't even have a good idea of what our arguments are, because we're straw man to death. Unless you saw the Level documentary, then you'd understand how we're straw man to death. But other than that,
I'm
yeah,
learning.
you probably have an idea that of positions that we don't hold. So it's probably best to ask questions, because you're definitely not going to get it from YouTube.
Well, I don't want to offend anyone by asking questions.
That's what you're here for, to ask questions.
Offend us, huh?
Well,
And how could you offend us? I mean,
question is the number one way to understanding your reality. You have to question everything around you. That's how you observe and understand.
Yeah, I might be offended, but nobody else will.
Okay.
If you load the question with an assumption, then you have to explain your own assumption. Usually we get that a lot. Maybe,
See, that's what I'm scared of, because I'm going to say something wrong, and then everyone's going to get salty.
Don't worry about saying something wrong.
Everybody says stuff wrong. The thing is, actually, you'll be surprised that the first thing that these guys are going to try to do is get you to understand your own heliocentric belief system. That's usually where this starts off.
What's that, the heliocentric belief?
The one you believe in, sun in the middle.
Ball Earth ideology, the religion of the ball. Yeah.
Well, when I learn more, I'll start asking more questions.
When you learn more, there might be nothing left to ask.
A good start would be the FE beginners introduction videos. Let me link them to you.
You know, it's funny. The best way to understand us is to understand the quote unquote heliocentric model. That I guess you've never heard the term for whatever reason, but understanding that first. As a matter of fact, that's kind of all it is. It's kind of the reason we're here, because we've studied and went back and looked through the information that we were taught as children, and even some of the information that's given in universities, lectures, hours and hours of concepts we've looked through and found it to be quite contradictory in a lot of areas. And that's pretty much the only reason we're here. It's not because we believe in some flat earth model where we know how things work all of a sudden. First thing we understand is how things don't work.
Okay. So is this Discord just made to educate people, or is it made for debates?
Both.
Yes, would be the answer.
It's multifaceted, so I would say yes to all of that.
Is it just made to try convert people to believing the Earth is flat?
Well, so it's not about converting
anybody.
Yeah, it's more about de-educating people, because people have been educated to think they know where they live because someone else told them. So what we do here is we pick that apart, we deconstruct what you've been educated on or what you think you know, and then we hopefully get you to the point where you just realize your reality. Usually never happens.
Okay.
Yeah, most leave here still thinking they live on a globe and they won or something. It's weird.
How long have you believed that Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. So I realized that I don't live on a big giant water ball flying through space in 2015.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what happens to water in a vacuum?
Gets sucked up.
Boil. Evaporate. Do you know what happens to air in a vacuum?
It evaporates and gets sucked up.
It expands. It dissipates.
Oh.
Now, we have gas pressure and we have water right here on this ball. And it just so happens to be in the vacuum of space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Sorry, would you call space the main vacuum? Sorry.
Ask that again.
Would you call space the vacuum?
That's what they say it is. A 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah. Well,
pressure.
Now, as I said, I don't believe in a globe Earth, but just going by their understanding. Doesn't the atmosphere work as kind of like a shield that blocks sun's radiation, space's vacuum? Hence, like, you need to wear protective gear going into space, or like, you know, so they said they went to space.
Well, them saying that the atmosphere protects us from the sun's radiation has nothing to do with air containing itself.
Yeah. Well,
and,
I mean, there is
managing its
layers.
pressure adjacent to a vacuum. You understand that?
Yeah, but I mean, there is layers. Like, it's almost like
Okay, layers of gas. It's all the same.
Mhm.
You understand that?
Well, I don't think the gases are all the same, like literally speaking, because there's layers to the atmosphere.
Whatever it is, it's all air.
Okay. Well, no, it's not, because it's gas. So it's
So which part of it? Okay, air is gas. Gas.
well, air is not really gas. Air is a mixture of between different chemicals to make a gas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about gases and gas pressure,
Yeah,
it
but
must be
necessarily
contain-
concentration of, let's say, methane, you know, that's, you know, let's say excreted through cows or brought up into the atmosphere, it's not necessarily air. Like, I wouldn't go out and breathe that in, would you?
what difference does it make?
That's because the Earth's atmosphere isn't just air. Like, there's not oxygen between us and space.
What I'm trying to ask you is, what difference does it make?
Well, gases in the layers of the atmosphere obviously are canceling out the vacuum along with
Matter
like,
matter in the gaseous form. This is what I'm talking about. Matter in the gaseous form.
correct,
right?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that has to be pressurized regardless of what
Mhm.
gas it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that have to do
So-
with a vacuum?
Exactly. So you can't have pressurized gas next to
Mm-hmm.
a vacuum.
Who said that?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, the way
Okay.
shit works.
And gas
Yeah.
pressure definition.
Okay.
The definition
Well, have you ever?
of
Okay,
gas
yes.
pressure.
Yeah, okay. Have you ever wondered why there's multiple layers of an atmosphere?
No.
It's not one thin layer, realistically.
No,
How
I'm glad
many
it was.
are there?
Hold up. We need to get to conditions and terms. So your statement of atmosphere is a contradiction. Atmo is gas. Sphere is a shape.
Mm-hmm.
Gas doesn't have any inherent shape.
Yeah, like I
Yes.
said, it takes the shape.
That's
of
why
its
it's called
container.
air.
So I don't know what all of this. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get to. Like,
Yeah.
just make a claim, bro. Instead of
Well, no, I was
asking
going-
these
I was going
questions
based
that
off your
are
claim.
clearly related.
No, I just
What?
want to ask who asked because he said I don't believe in I believe in a flat Earth. Why did you say
well, no,
something
see,
like that?
no, see, you didn't understand what I previously said. I said, I don't believe the Earth is a globe.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? Why do you?
No,
because I know.
Because you know. Well, I would
How
like
do you
to
know it's
why.
not a
yeah, How
globe?
do you
Hey,
know?
just calm down,
Why
guys.
do you guys
Let
join
us
this
speak.
Discord? If I could speak.
Sorry.
Relax.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, I was asking him a question because he said that's you guys' claim. I don't remember making a claim.
I was going based off someone's claim. I'm not quite too sure who said it.
Elijah, we got to roll it back. Roll it back and find out what this guy's trying to claim.
That's what that's what I just did, and he said, "Well, I'm going."
Oh no, I remember now. I remember.
Okay.
Yep.
You claim that all gases are air.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I think we should roll it back just to find out why he believes that he's not on the ball, which is a great
Yeah.
start. But we just need to have
Yeah,
some
of course. I
verification.
can explain that. Yeah.
Just go ahead.
No, well, basically, you know, like realistically, as like, you know, going through childhood phases, I never really believe what media feeds the general public, you know, because at the end of the day, it's just big people trying to make easy money. Okay, and obviously, the easiest way to make money is to control someone to make money for you. Like realistically, am I right?
Sure, go on.
I don't know. You tell me, man.
Sorry, what do you mean?
I'm
we
sorry.
make money
Everyone, be
out of
quiet.
this?
Everyone, let.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everyone, let.
Maurice.
MG, please, or XO, please. We can't. all
Yeah,
be
Maurice.
talking at once.
Yeah, Maurice, we just want you to, kind of elaborate for us because, we get a lot of people that play games when that comes to this topic. Just for the record, I would say the same thing about this space religion, this space ideology is how I look at that. That is how they control the mind. But I'll let you continue so that we can find out more about you.
No, so just basically, I did join this Discord maybe best part of 4 or 5 days ago, and I've been intertwined in different chats learning. Like as I joined this Discord to learn, but I was just a bit I speculated a bit because the media just feeds in whatever the big men want, like like business owners, CEOs, the owner of the UN, like whatever they want to tell the general public.
Their agenda.
Sorry?
Their agenda. They push.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They push their agenda, in return for total like domination, if you will. And
we agree with that.
Yeah, so I just became speculated as in, am I being told the truth? Because like realistically, what you want to know is the truth. You don't want to be told lies. And so I started to do like research, dibble dabble here and there. And I think best part of maybe 8 months ago. Now I didn't really research too much on this, but I started into like more the religious side of it, but not really. And then I kind of faded away because not really a strong suit for me. But I tried to get into the more geographic side of things, mountains, the ocean. What was Earth like before humans? Sorry, go on.
I can tell you that in this server, we prefer to stick to the scientific method.
Of course,
and
me too.
Empirical measurements, and we have quite many of these. And once
absolutely.
we get to present you like that the globe model is a pure belief, that means it's not a science. Pretty much everything that it pushes, like gravity theory and stuff, they are based on beliefs, and science does not work, does not function with belief systems. Science works with facts and empirical facts and experiments. Repeatability, the ability to fake it, even.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you see, the problem here is most of the people, we've been, even us, all of us, the flat earthers, we've been given the globe model teaching, and we took it as true.
Well, I mean, get me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I wanted MG to continue to talk to him. Now we're just
sure, of course.
You give your spiel about why. Why?
Me, sorry.
I'm still trying to understand where this guy's coming from, because I told him
Yeah.
air is gas, and he's like, "What?"
Ah, I see.
And I mean, air is just a mixture of gases, and that is what we
Yeah.
breathe. So I'm kind of not I didn't understand what that was all about, but that's why I sat back and let MG, because he talks kind of fast, and that's why we need one person, right? One person, so we could figure out where he's coming from. You
Yes,
talking
of
about
course.
where we're coming from is irrelevant right now.
Okay.
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Cool. No problem, Elijah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, where was I? I was talking about. Oh yeah. So I started slowly fading away from the religious side because religion is almost solely based on belief and your relationship with who you believe in. So I started kind of going into the scientific thing. Now I wouldn't really call myself formally educated in this topic, so I joined this Discord like recently, as I said, about 4 days ago, just to I came here with an open mind.
Yeah.
So straight off the bat, was it Elijah? Sorry.
MJ,
what do you call it?
but MJ,
Yeah,
are you here?
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm just trying to let him get it all out first.
Yeah. No, I was just basically sorry if I came from like a defensive standpoint. I was just came here with an open mind, so I was just like asking questions in a sort of a standpoint kind of view.
What's happening here, Maurice, is that these people have woken up to the fact that the government is pretty much lying about everything. And when they give you a little bit of truth, it's because they have a lie waiting for you in the next corner. This ideology, this space religion, has destroyed the minds of millions of people. I think that would be the number one byproduct that we can, as the people that believe in a flat earth, can agree on, that it literally destroys our ability to think. Now, for example, earlier you were discussing the pressure that we live in, which is the air we breathe in. And of course, everybody that's ever existed knows to keep gas pressure, you have to have some sort of container. But because this space religion is so damaging to the mind, we think that there's a magical force that can pressurize air on a ball in a vacuum, for just for an example. So that's what we're trying to point out to you, is that when they teach us these things, it removes all common sense and destroys our ability to think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's this is how I felt during the education system. As
right, Maurice, real quick, you started off explaining how that they do control with ideologies, to gain power or money. That was kind of your claim at the beginning. So that's actually the perfect start to understand. That's actually where we're coming from as well. Our question is, when don't they lie? When have they ever told us the truth, right? So you've already mentioned religion, which is good. I don't know which religion you were talking about. I personally have a relationship with the creator, so I use the Bible. That's going to be obviously for later information, right, for more in-depth knowledge on this topic, which is to increase your relationship with God. Sure, that's on the table now, but what these guys want to present to you is that you already depend on a flat stationary plane of existence, just like the rest of the world. The rest of the world doesn't adjust for curvature or spin, and all science and technology is dependent on not adjusting for curvature, right, or spin. So we're just trying to show you that this is a great way to start realizing that you don't live where they told you live, so that now you can actually have the ability to think for yourself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I believe was that the DXO? I believe I had a talk maybe 2-3 days ago, as well as Arian. Just last night, I believe. Or last night for me, maybe yesterday for you.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so basically, I was just skeptical, and it may be just me, but sort of questions come up as a, not really in spite, but more defensive point of view.
Right, well, you seem to be with the ability of understanding more than most people that come in here with a very fresh start, new beginning, to try to figure this stuff out. So there's a lot of information. They kind of want to figure out where you want to begin. Obviously, if you're already skeptical, I would like to move on to what would have us believe in this heliocentric space religion anyway. I would just ask you that.
Wait, sorry, did you ask me what would make me believe that?
Right. Is there any reason that we should believe it, or do we know that TV is not reality? You see where I'm going?
Yeah. Well, anyone with a common mindset, or just floats by, not really asks many questions in life, or just stays inside the box, will follow the media. Realistically, they follow what's put straight in front of their face because they're not willing to go through the effort of finding out for themselves what is right and what is wrong. So, I believe that's why, a lot of people, it's kind of mainstreamed, the Earth's globe. You look up Google Earth, Google Maps, it's mainstreamed almost.
Exactly, sure.
Yeah.
Well, 100% it has to be, because this is the government's religion. These were priests of some sort of weird religion that we're not even sure of. We call it Baal worship, B-A-A-L, which is, what a coincidence. They worship balls, B-A-L-L-S. And for the last, 500 years, it has finally crept up in society, especially in the last 150 years. And now it has grabbed a hold of the minds of millions of people. And we've figured out that the whole point was to destroy the word of God, or literally destroy the idea of God, is why they told us this Baal religion, because you got to remember what ties into it is this evolutionary paradigm. So the fact that they teach us that we come from monkeys over millions of years, uniformitarianistic principles, and all these ridiculous religious ideologies are backed by this heliocentric Baal Earth religion. So the literal abusive religion of evolution is dependent on this Baal Earth ideology. Do you see where I'm going?
Which came from Catholic priests, Christians that
non-Christians,
certain figures in the Bible didn't get behind. No, well, whatever. I mean, Jesus certainly didn't get behind them. He spoke about them. And here we are with this heliocentric religion and all of this evolution given to us by Catholic priests anyway.
Yeah, it's evolution. We're actually what this channel does is destroy evolution. It might not be titled that, but that's what the ball earth religion is. So once you come to the realization of flat earth, that destroys the evolution religion. And that's why you'll see that atheists hate this topic more than anything, because they no longer have the monkey ball. It's a big rug, and once you pull it out from underneath the deception, they all fall down.
I really don't know how so-called, and I can't stress it enough, so-called atheists fall for this. I really don't. I don't get it at all.
Want to. The point is they want to believe it. They want to believe that magical balls formed, which is evolution, therefore magical monkey
They've been
fish.
duped by religious zealots. How could you do that?
Though that's why they hide from all that. You can't even get them to talk about who the founders are of their religion. You can't even get them to tell you who came up with the dating methods. You can't get them to even give you an answer.
Masturbation caused civilizations.
That's why my claim is that they don't have a claim. Where is the claim of somebody experiencing a evolution? Where's the claim of somebody experiencing a spinning ball? There is no claim.
How much did we got scammed, robbed off?
They put a TV in everybody's house 65 years ago. Not only did they devise it so well that people would fall for it, people would pay for it. And everybody paid to watch a boob tube that taught them that cartoons were reality. And that's why this is the dumbest society in the history of mankind. It is literal idiocracy, the zombie apocalypse we live in, where people literally walk around ignoring reality, imagining they actually live in a cartoon. Welcome to the modern era. And the byproduct of that is thousands of people coming to chats like this, because there's such a great difference in understanding versus someone that calls themselves a flat earther than someone that says that they make fun of flat earthers. That's where the line has been drawn, the separation of the wheat from the chaff, because I can come into this room and talk to people and I can actually have an intelligent conversation. I can't go over to a group that believes they live in a magical space vacuum on a ball, because everything they say is literally just a psychotic religious claim. You know, I can't even talk to people about their lives because they don't have the ability to think. And that's why these guys are here, because they've broken away from that religious ideology, that secular opinion.
And even if you go into a bar and talk about NASA, you're gonna have the whole bar turning upon you. You know?
Right. A Jew, a Greek, a Gentile, a Muslim, a Christian, and an atheist walk into a bar and see the rocket take off, and all of them go, "Oh, wow, look how great it is." That's the one world religion. That is the one world religion. Here, it is the space religion. The space religion is already here. It's one world religion.
The ball religion. I did like very much that analogy. The ball.
Yeah, B-A-A-L or B-A-L-L.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, I know. I read it in the Bible. I read it. Yeah.
Here's another ironic thing get begetting, and for other people that care, but they try to make up these stories about so-called heliocentric globe believers being stoned to death or burned to death, and I don't believe it. Now, here's the reason I don't believe it is because ironically, in the Acts of the Apostles 2,000 years ago, they were stoning a man who was an apostle of Christ. He was a good man, and he was slandering the murderers, his accusers, to worship the heavenly bodies. He even says to them, and God turned and gave them up to worship the hosts of heaven. And they stoned him to death when he just got done telling them, God is going to turn his back on you and you are going to worship the sun, moon, and stars. How ironic. Today, that's what everybody worships, sun, moon, and stars. In fact, you get a Glober to come in here and you tell them that the earth is flat. And the first thing they go is, well, how do you explain the sun, moon, and stars? Well, you still worship the sun, moon, and stars.
Mars, Venus, Jupiter.
They're all named after pagan gods. They're all named after satanic idols. They called the most important mission in 1969 the Apollo mission. So the Antichrist mission is NASA's most important mission. So there's got to, there's not a way to get out of this. That's why God says we're without excuse, because the evil of this world admits what they do. And when I meet these people that believe in the Bible and say, well, I think the moon landing is real. Oh, you think the Antichrist mission was real? Well, that's your problem.
Well, a funny thing, I was looking at this oxygen metallic state, and the oxygen as a metal, it needs to be very, very cold, but it is actually a super metal. When the oxygen takes its form, crystal metallic state, it is a super metal. It is not any ordinary metal. It does not have a ordinary metal behavior. It is impossible to cut it or to break it. That's very interesting property. And even oxygen ice, for example, is very, very strong material, probably something like the diamonds. But it's very dangerous if it comes in contact with organic grease, fats. It makes them explode, burns everything. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. It was fascinating me. I mean, I've been through school, through educational system. Nobody told me this, so I had to search and see, laboratory experiments and stuff to see these things. I didn't even know the color of liquid oxygen. I never even thought it would be important to know the color of liquid oxygen. Yeah. They gave us such a bullshit explanation about workings of nature. A ball with a molten iron spinning core, when it's actually exactly the opposite. It's super fluid, super cold, liquid helium, where you have a perpetual fountain, frictionless liquid flow, upwards flow, like all these magical, mind-bending forces that we can think of. Yeah, this liquid has. it physically have them. And we're still, I mean, throw a magnet into a helium liquid, and yeah, that becomes a super magnet. You know.
It's almost impossible to even start the conversation actually, unless you have, we're so used to Glovers coming in and saying, well, explain this, explain that. So when someone comes in like this and is like, yeah, I kind of see how they lie about things. And it's kind of like, wait a minute, where do we start now? This guy just admitted that the government lies and that he doesn't trust them. I'm confused. I don't know what to do. So it's quite amazing that we were so used to people literally just coming in to hide and obfuscate that I literally I was flabbergasted with this guy. I was like, what do I do with this guy? Let me just ask him some questions. So it's a topic like nothing else. There's nothing else to compare the flat earth, because it is a belief that is so obvious, and we're told not to believe what is obvious.
Well, actually, you quit a belief system, you drop it, and now you switch it with flat earth, but you shouldn't believe flat earth. Actually, you should look for the facts. That's what flat earth is about. Knowing. If you don't start researching and reading and relearning, then you didn't do much.
It is the most impressive cognitive dissonance psyop you could ever imagine, because when you can literally show people the opposite of what they're claiming, then they'll tell you that's because it's what they're claiming. It looks like what you're claiming. There's nothing to compare, and it's absolutely insane. Now we have all these people coming up with ideologies and magical refraction principles that make everything look flat, even when it's a ball. But for some reason, nobody knew that things could make other things appear flat when they're actually balls until the last 5 years. So let me get this straight. So in 2015, when thousands of people started realizing that we could trust our eyes, now all of a sudden our eyes can't be trusted.
Yeah. In 2016, I was making funny comments on YouTube flat earth videos. I was telling the guys, in the future you will need dilithium crystals from Starship Enterprise to explain how this light bending works for the globies, Yeah. And also, I made this joke with crypto. I told him that we should suggest them to try to use dilithium crystals to explain how is light bending around the curve of the sphere, so it makes it looks like perfect flat.
How does something that is bending make something look flat? That the problem is that right off the bat, you're starting with a contradictory presupposed magical fairy tale ideology. There's no such thing. It's never been demonstrated. It's never been seen. So when somebody says, well, wouldn't refraction account for that? Well, all you have to say is, okay, show me where refraction makes something that's a ball look like it's flat. And there's no such thing. Show me a known ball now turned into a flat surface because of refraction. Oh, it doesn't exist. There's not even a claim. See how it's ridiculous. It's insanity.
You see, even in long distance fiber optics communication, they don't use a fiber cable from America to Europe, like one cable. They just put the laser there at the end of the cable and you get the signal in the USA. No. They have a couple of stations in between where they receive the signal and then they retransmit it. Because it doesn't propagate infinite distances, the light. All that fiber optic, After a certain distance, it drops in intensity and you lose.
I want to see the extra hundreds of miles of cable they're going to need to go across 3,000 miles of ocean floor.
Oh.
It is a paradigm that is so interesting because you already know what people are going to say. So there's nothing else like it. It's like the ultimate psychological booklet of once you get into this flat earth topic, you know how the minds of men work. You know what they're going to say. You know what their excuses are going to be. You know what they are going to assume. You know what they're going to divert from, because they already have a preconceived, presuppositional religious understanding of what they think is true. So no matter what you show them, if they want to hold on to a metaphysical belief system, it does not matter what I show somebody that will not believe in anything other than what they already imagine. So it's quite astonishing what you can learn from this topic, because it literally unravels and rips the mask off of just about anybody you'll meet. So I, try to have a very cautious approach to this, and I don't even mention flat Earth until they do. I will actually continue to. I first talk about space. I talk about, listen, space is fake. They admit it. Here's this and that, and eventually they're going to say, "Are you saying the Earth is flat?" And I always like other people to bring up that idea first, because I didn't go to them and say flat Earth, and you can't blame me for saying flat Earth. And then I'll say, well, there's obviously multiple ways to take it. Well, who told you it was anything other than what we experienced? Because all I'm saying is that what we experience is reality. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's a bunch of misconceptions about what we do here and who we are. They come in here, little do they know that we've been literally studying intricately every aspect of something. And what that something is we've studied is the globe model itself. That we've they come in here. They come in here ill prepared for the knowledge that we have about the globe. So I like what you had to say there, Exo. Yeah. They come in without a claim. It is psychotic.
Right. They have a belief in their imagination because they've watched TV, they've watched thousands of movies, and it's so ironic because, Satan admits by calling it science fiction. He even says it's fiction, but you believe it's actually reality. And people don't learn about the heliocentric ball Earth religion because they read peer-reviewed papers from the National Aeronautical Space Agency. They believe it because every time they watch a movie, they are shown a ball where they live first. And that's literally their entire belief systems on the crux of watching screens. So they are so confident because they've seen millions of screens showing them this ball earth where they live. So of course they're going to be able to disprove this flat earth idea. I'm just going to go in here and, kind of make fun of these guys, but I'm going to try to be light and troll lightly, but really, these guys must be stupid because I've seen my ball earth millions of times on TV. Now, once you ask them that, all of a sudden now their mind unravels and will not admit that. That's the interesting part, is that once you go, wait a minute, don't you believe this because you've seen this on TV and thousands of times? Most of them have a hard time admitting that, but that is literally what they imagine. They can't even admit what their own imagination is.
Yeah, it's that denial part of what they're actually believing. They obviously see it in their head, like they've seen it on TV, but the motivation to deny that is, that's like the cog dis right there. And the other thing that's really astonishing is how they kind of like make fun of us for not agreeing with authorities, but their willingness to like throw those authorities under the bus willy-nilly if it suits them. Like if they have to hold on to this ball, they'll throw their own authorities under the bus and just start making shit up by themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Absolutely. 1000%. That's the most amazing thing. And this is something I've experienced with the atheist community for over a decade, is when I would present to them, the books or writings from evolutionary professors, quote unquote, such as, the guy's name came up with not uniformitarianism, but he came up with not principles of geology. What was this guy's name? He came up with punctuated equilibrium. His name was Stephen Jay Gould, who admitted. This guy admitted that there's no evidence for evolution, so we must assume that, obviously a reptile would lay an egg and a bird would come out. So they admitted there's no evidence for evolution because there's no gradual process, there's no gradual change, right? So when you present these things, which is a 30-year-old actual pseudoscience assumption, right? It's 30 years old. It's older than any of us having this conversation. When you show them this conversation that the so-called experts have, the internet experts know way better. And, oh, no, he's wrong. We know better. Just like today, when you show them what the TV consensus promoters of their religion say, oh, they're also wrong. I'm an internet expert atheist and I've seen it on TV for years, so I'm the expert. That's exactly right, Sonny. Everybody that believes in the secular religions will never admit to you who their authority is, because they are the authority, because the religion teaches them they are God. So therefore they don't need a man to tell them, I just believe, I just know it's a ball because it's a ball, because I'm God. That's what they're not admitting, because this religion teaches you that you're God. And once you admit that you're God, you can't be an atheist anymore. Nice, huh? So it's an entire fully contradictory belief system. Their first belief completely contradicts their next, and it goes into a circle. It's literally circular reasoning, an abysmal spiral, a literal black hole that exists in reality, which is in the mind. That's where black holes exist. Someone asked, what's a light year? A light year is the difference between your pseudoscience on paper and reality. See, these are truths. They just don't use them correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what it is funny because even in light of the actual definition of religion, how they're so adamant to deny that what they have is a religion. I don't understand that. If you have a religion, that's your beliefs. Like, I don't know why they're so ashamed of it. Like, it has to be hidden in all of the rhetoric that this is actually a religion. Like, it's the only religion that denies to the nth degree that it's a religion.
That is true, because it's all part of the same religion. So when people say, who are they? Well, The Bible says who they are. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood. We wrestle against spiritual principalities and wicked high places. That's who we're dealing with here. So they don't realize they're all part of the same club. They think that they're all part of different sects of their own belief system. No, actually, they're all the same. You all believe that you're God. You see, that's the craziest part about that. Rather, you see people marching on the street because they worship pride because they think they're God, right? Or if it's, I believe in scientism or the television, heliocentrism, this ball earth ideology is literally the foundation of all of it, and they're all on the same teams. If we didn't have this, how could you justify these other ideologies if I got rid of the magical space ideology? Everything else is gone. If there's not this vastness of nothing, you see, that's the biggest crux about this. The biggest thing that people miss when they wake up to these truths, such as the flat earth, the biggest thing that people miss, the ones that are awake, are that space removed heaven. You see, space and teaching millions of people that there's actually just nothing above us and it's a vastness of nothing and it's a vacuum is the most satanic thing that could have ever been taught, because what is above us is actually the most amazing thing God ever created, the heavens. So it couldn't be more. And that's why I always talk about this space hoax first, because it is actually the number one mental and spiritual destructive ideology. Hopefully my mic works.
Yeah, it's working.
So, I don't have to tell people what to do. I'm certainly not here to do that, Sonny. But my methods, I'll tell you, these methods are from a long, many years, many decades of trial and error. And they work because it's whatever is the most important truth first, that's what I start with, right? So when I lead them down that path, I make them walk into it themselves. You see, I start them up high and then they fall down. If I start them low, if I start saying, well, the earth's flat, they go, well, what about the sun, moon, and stars? So I don't start there. I start off with space is fake. The sun, moon, and stars are not what they told you. You see, so right away, that just crushed his excuse to hide from the shape of the earth. You see, I've already destroyed that. So then we're going to go away from there, and I'll wait for them to say something, right? I'll just stick with space. I'll say, listen, they admit they can't go to the moon now. Why would you believe they could do it 70 years ago when we had Tang and AM radio? Like, are you stupid? I'm basically asking them, are you psychotic? Like, how could you believe these known liars that admit they can't do it now, obviously using a hostile witness, right? So I just literally destroy their space vacuum ideology, and I'll let them keep a ball for the while, so unless the conversation continues, right? Because you can't unravel all of these things at one conversation anyway, right? It takes days, right? With most people, it's going to take days, weeks, months, right? So when I start with this premise of attacking their space religion, that seems to leave a mark that they can't recover from. It's like, wow, he attacked my magical space religion. And because I didn't say, remember, I flat earth. So because I didn't say flat earth, that's the title they are all taught. We were all taught if somebody believes in a flat earth, they're stupid, right? So I don't use that because they are told what to believe when someone uses the flat earth. If I first mention flat earth, right? If I first say flat earth, they're immediately going to have the shield of cognitive dissonance rise in between their ears and go, nope, he's an idiot. And that's why I never use it.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I think the thing is, when they ask those questions right off the bat, it's go, no, we're just going to assume here the globe Earth. Now we're going to look at your globe Earth, okay? And they're going to agree to that. So lead them right in their own globe. And then we're just going to place the template of what the globe information is and lay that across reality, and let's see if they match up.
Right. And here's what I'm doing. And I admit to doing this because, well, this is warfare. So this is spiritual warfare. So I'm not being dishonest, but I am baiting them. I'm switching them because I'm allowing them to be comfortable on their ball earth, just pretending that they can have it at first, because I'm not talking about it yet. I'm talking about the space hoax, which in my opinion is the number one deception ever, right? If there's a deception that tells you that God lied about heaven, there's no heaven, God's not real, that's the number one deception. So I will start with outer space, and I will crush the outer space religion, and then they get baited and switched. So then they go to the globe for comfort, right? And then once they're on the globe for comfort, then I just take the rug out from underneath their globe, and yeah, you don't have that anyway, bro. Because I don't want them to go to space. If I start with flat Earth, they're going to go to space for the comfort. There's so much room out there, like the, billions of light years of nothingness. They just literally float around in their imagination in space. It's really weird. There's like an endless there's like endless ways to hide.
I know. That's a really good point. So that spacing, yeah, if you kick that to the side first with gas pressure and all the inconsistencies, like you said, that's a good point. Because then they know they don't have space or gravity to go to. Then, I mean, we can go. Then we can just go right back to rotation and curvature. We could go reverse 3 points or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. Now, once they say gravity, here's the thing. Sometimes it is better not to answer the question of the willfully ignorant. So if somebody says gravity, which means they're hiding, okay, I know this is going to rub some people the wrong way, but if I say gravity because somebody said space is fake or the earth is flat, I'm already hiding from their claim. So when someone says gravity, I'm not going to give them an explanation. The worst thing you can do is to explain a lie, right? If I want to explain somebody's imagination, I've already lost the conversation. Somebody says, well, explain gravity to me, and I try to do that, I'm done. That guy is literally now completely fixed in his belief system, and there's no way of pulling him out because I just conceded to trying to explain his imaginative religion. So I will not do that. The first thing I'm going to do, as soon as I say gravity, Sonny, I'm going to say, wait a minute, are you saying the pyramids don't exist? And then they're going to get insulted, right? Well, they should be insulted because they just insulted me, right? Tit for tat. So I'm going to ask them, so are you saying the Great Pyramids don't exist? And they're going to say, of course they do. That's ridiculous. And I'm going to say, well, you just said, how do I explain gravity? So if I don't, why do I have to explain gravity when the ancients build structures never knowing about this magical fairy tale world, far better structures that exist today? What have you done? And that's going to shock them into the realization of, oh my SHIT, what? He's right. All of these ancient cultures built things that we can't do today. And that was 2,000 years before this idea of gravity existed. Exactly. That immediately destroys the gravity conversation. Don't ever answer anybody that says explain gravity, ever, ever, ever. Because all I have to do is either explain, previously existing megastructures, or I get to ask them, okay, so you're saying when Isaac Newton was hitting the head with an apple, then everybody else fell down because they didn't know about gravity? Right? Did everybody just start falling down? Did everybody stop floating around because now they have a new word? No, right? That's insanity. But that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that everybody used to float around until we discovered this word. I mean, it's just so funny.
Like it didn't exist. We went through the Van Allen belts. It didn't affect us because I don't think we knew about it yet. It's like that.
Yeah, what you don't know can't hurt you, Sonny. Apparently gravity, radiation can't hurt you if you don't know about it. Spears, arrows, bullets. If I just don't believe in bullets, man, I could just go to war and take on armies, right? But that is what happens in the minds of madness. They will say such elaborate psychotic excuses, like that astronaut who said that. Well, we just went right on through. We didn't know about it. That is the purest form. Like people go, well, what do you mean people are demonically possessed? Well, did you not hear what the guy just said? He said we didn't have to worry about the Van Allen belt because we didn't know about it. Like what am I supposed to call that?
Yeah, exactly.
And when they start talking about orbits, Sonny, or they say, well, explain the sun, moon, and stars, if they do it in a matter where it interrupts the conversation, I'll just tell them, well, everything that orbits, which is the word comes from to wheel, orbit means to turn. Everything that turns requires a solid and actually flat surface on foundation to orbit. So orbits only work on a flat surface. You see, so I immediately redirect it to reality. If you want to see an orbit, it has to be over a flat surface. We can do it with magnets. and extreme temperature variations, and it's what it's called is quantum levitation. Look what quantum levitation requires. In order for objects to orbit over something, it requires a stationary surface, not only stationary, but on foundations. And of course, the reason I'm using those terms is because it points to how God describes the earth. So everything in existence requires a biblical description if it's going to work. And that's why I use those words. So everything requires a flat stationary plane of existence. Orbit means to wheel. Yes, we see the wheel in the sky. We are not part of the wheel in the sky. Therefore, it is not comparable as far as the celestial bodies compared to what we are standing on. We are not part of the wheel in the sky, which completely annihilates the heliocentric model. Then I'll bring up pictures of star trails and show them star trails converging and diverging, which is impossible because obviously a ball can't spin in two different directions in the same time. Boy, they really get upset when you show them that. So there's ways around this, guys. Just don't fall for the loaded question.
Yeah. Good point.
Type in quantum levitation on Google, get your little GIF, quantum levitation, GIF, and there it is. That's how things orbit. They require a flat surface. And watch the eyes roll back in the head. Because the one thing that we have to realize is that every time they're asking you a loaded question, which is loaded with a presupposition that they understand how it is, they're baiting you, and it is a hook with a big piece of bait on the end of the hook. And if I bite that gravity bait, it's over. Because it is a spiritual warfare. It's hard to explain because we're physical beings, but this is it's a spiritual thing. If I allow people to have their presuppositions, then I'm not having the right conversation. So right away, every time that I bring up a presupposition, I have to denounce it. I have to say, well, that's all. You're already doing it again. You're using your imagination. So no, I cannot explain your imagination.
Yeah, it's almost like we have a society or a culture right now where they don't know the difference between thinking something and doing something, or thinking something is true versus what is provably true or not. So it's almost as if they're creating this world in their brain, and they think just because they think it, because they've been taught it, that it makes it so, just because they think it. Try doing that with dinner, lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for one whole day. Breakfast time, I'm just going to think that I ate something. And then lunchtime, I don't know, my stomach feels kind of weird, but I'm just going to think that I ate something again. And at the end of the day, you're going to be freaking starving. So nothing occurs by thinking, people, except thinking. You can think about your thinking. You can think whatever you want within your thinking. It doesn't make any of what you're thinking true.
Right. And as soon as they ask you something else, like, well, how do you explain time zone or seasons? I love that word time. Anytime they bring up the word time zones, think of a wall clock, right? And everybody just realized what a wall clock is shaped like. So it's shaped as a flat surface with circles and hands, right? Well, that's how the sun and moon work, right? Literally, a mechanical clock is a flat earth model. That's what's weird about this, is that if I want to make a physical demonstration of time, I have to use a flat earth model. Isn't that a little bit more powerful than trying to explain to somebody, well, the sun is a lot closer and, it's smaller. And once you do that, the confusion is just building up, because remember, they're imagining something else. So I take away the imagination and I go, yes, time machines, they're called clocks, and the mechanical versions you've seen on the walls are literally flat earth models. Now what?
Yeah, that's a good point about time. And also about, like you said, the pyramids before. I mean, we can go to all those other things that, like, for instance, the Saros cycles, the Chaldeans, who were, by the way, using astrolabes to lay out places like Baghdad, Why is NASA still using the Chaldean Saros cycles to predict eclipses? Because they're so freaking accurate. That really pisses them off.
Right. And I've noticed, Sonny, is that when I try to explain what a model is to people, which is stupid, you really shouldn't even ever go down. It's another trap, of course. But the crazy part about this, they think that models make predictions. It's insane. It's like saying I built a robot and then the robot built itself. That's what they're saying. You're telling me the robot built itself. Models don't make predictions. Models are designed with people that are using inference or already existing knowledge or experience. What type of person thinks that we have robots that start doing intelligent actions? That's literally what they're claiming. It's crazy. They're claiming artificial intelligence. If somebody says, well, our model predicts how the sun, moon, and star, then you're claiming artificial intelligence. You're claiming AI. Thanks for the movie.
Yeah, just kind of, I know, kind of on a side topic. I don't know about the rest of you, but I started watching some of these space movies that I literally have not watched since 2017 and before. And I'll just bring up one, Interstellar, which actually, it's a long ass movie. It's like 3 hours long or something. But it's a really good movie if you're paying attention objectively to what they're saying. And I was shocked because when it got to the part where they're in the office and he was complaining because the school, the educator or whatever, said, in no certain terms, basically that the moon landings were the greatest propaganda in history. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, what are they going to say next? But then the next thing is just a propagation. Yeah, but we're on a planet still and space exists still. So I was shocked that they gave that little truth drop. Then you proceed along and the whole thing, the entire film is just a propagation of this heliocentric space fantasy. And I just want to share with people, I don't know if you've seen the movie recently, go ahead and watch it again. None of that is true, fellow humans. You're never going into outer space. You're never going to some other dimension by going out into space. You're never going to go down into a black hole and go through a wormhole of time and space and go to another place. None of this is going to happen, ever. It never has. It never will. It's impossible. It's only in the movies.
Perfect example is, in the YouTube chat right now, there's obviously a billion different versions of people hiding from reality. Oh, my cat is so happy. That's a 9-month-old boy right there. And what they have is insults, Sonny. Well, of course, we know this. They have insults and presuppositions and lots of straw men. But if you notice, you can't even get them to make the claim. The craziest thing I realized about 6 years ago is that there isn't a claim for the information, because once you ask them, just as you guys have recently done in the past 7 months, by asking people when in history have they ever measured the curvature of the earth, ancient times are past. That's exactly a perfect example of the fact that they don't have a claim for it. So when somebody says, well, sticks and shadows 2,000 years ago, it's actually a great reply that you give, Sonny. Well, you're using primitive literal caveman technology to assume that we're on a ball because I put sticks in the ground, right? So they don't even have a claim. There's no claim, because then they admit, Sonny, they admit that it's presupposed. they always admit it's presupposed. They always admit that nobody ever measured curvature or spin. And that's by their own claim. And that's why they're so angry. And you'll notice that the atheist movement hates this topic more than anything because it destroys their gods, because they are their own gods and it destroys them.
Right. Exactly. You know, and it wouldn't be so, they beautifully illustrate that themselves just by them coming around and spouting out the zealotry that they do. I mean, for no logical purpose would somebody that thinks something so ridiculous something that I know is ridiculous and outlandish, like can't be proven, I just like throw it to the side. Like there's no need for me to pay any more attention to it if it's not true. But we have people come in here, as we see every day, day after day, 7 days a week, 24 hours, coming in here fighting for their heliocentric religion. It's nonsensical that somebody would do that. And they're very angry because we haven't made the claim. And they're pissed off about that. They want us so badly to make a claim so they can try to pick it apart. And if you're smart here, we don't do it. Like, there's no reason for us to make a claim, you know? Like, all we've done is taken the facts of what they've told us, what they've taught us, by their experts, by the authorities that they have such a high appeal for, and tried to place that over reality and see if it matches. That's it. That's all we've done. Why are you so mad about that?
It is quite astonishing because they're asking you to prove what they already experienced. No conversation ever. No, there is no conversation in history where somebody is asking you to prove what they experienced until now. And that's really what you got to put in the back of your mind.
Yeah, or vice versa. The same thing is true of the other side of the coin. They're trying to prove something that they don't experience. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. They're trying to prove this existence of something that is quite contrary to every one of our senses. Mm-hmm.
Like the guy, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, somebody said, well, unless you have a model, it doesn't make it real, right? So that's the type of brain damage that one experiences because of this religion, right? They need models to believe in everything. Apparently, cats don't make kittens unless there's a model of it.
Yeah, exactly. They have to have a model, like something sitting on their desk, like a statue of a graven image that they can worship.
Right. Exactly right.
Because that's what they do, is they worship these models. These aren't just models where you can think of it as scientific. These are religious artifacts that are being worshipped. Earth as a sphere, the sun as a fireball in the vacuum of space. These gas giants, which cannot exist, cannot be shown to exist anywhere in reality. You know? Yep.
Yeah, when somebody says that you don't have a working model, they are literally presenting themselves as not only Dunning-Krugers of an idiocracy level, they're presenting themselves as a coward hiding in the corner. And the reason I'm saying this is because Kent Hovind, a supposed, Christian evangelist, said this 4 years ago. Why would Kent Hovind, a supposed Christian, use an atheist argument? The atheists invented, where's your model? So when I see people like Kent Hovind saying, well, if you don't have a model, I'm not even going to talk to you about this. He's literally playing from the satanic playbook. What happened to this guy, right? This guy's insane now. So the whole point of this conversation is to stop requiring the belief in models. So if you're asking me for a model, you're missing the entire point. That's how crazy this is.
Yeah. So let me ask Kent Hovind, where's your model of God then?
Oh, poor Kent. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you won't believe anything without a model. Where is there a model of God? Because you're sitting here saying you're preaching the word of God. God doesn't have a model.
Well, he'll try to use the Bible, but then he'll hide from it as soon as I point out Exodus, Genesis, Job, Psalms, Leviticus, Jeremiah, all these instances. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, all of them, like the ones I was reading of Gleason this morning.
Oh, that's what you're reading from. Yeah. So he will ignore the 442 times where God describes his earth as a fixed, flat, motionless plane of existence under the heavens in the water. And the Bible describes this to a T over and over again. It even proclaims that as you go out, you will experience plains and mountains. So flat and mountains. That's what the Bible describes. So as soon as you get into a conversation with somebody like Kent, who proclaims that he's a Bible believer, you will immediately realize that it's obvious that he can't be, because he's scared to death of what the Bible says when it comes to this topic. He even said in 2016, I don't care what the original Hebrew says, because he would rather trust the false idols mentioned in Exodus 24, which you shall not have any false idols in the heavens above or the earth beneath, or on the waters underneath the earth, all the heliocentric balls.
Yep. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen, children. The globe you're worshiping is a false idol.
Right. And that's the big crux about this, is that when somebody says, well, what difference does it make? Well, if it really disgusts God this much, I mean, we can get into also what God says about liars. These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. The first one he says is proud look. Okay, so proud look is what every single atheist does when he looks upon somebody that's in this room or that calls themselves a Bible believer. He has a proud look, right? He looks at that person like they're stupid. A false witness that speaketh lies is number 2. So a false witness that speaketh lies, that's lying, especially I bet about God's creation. God absolutely hates that. Okay, so that's a big deal. So a proud look, false witness that speaketh lies. We have feet that are swift to mischief, which is what everybody does when they have to find evidence for their satanic idol worship. They have to immediately run to Google. Let's immediately run to Google to find evidence for the satanic religion, right? And then it even says a lying tongue. So God hates liars so much, he turned the 6 into a 7, put them twice in his list, right? A proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, feet that are swift to mischief, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, Sonny. Your wicked imaginations of magical balls in space turning into monkey people absolutely disgusts God. He hates these things. And of course, the last but not least are those who sow discord amongst brethren. So people like Kent Hovind that are ignoring people that actually take the Bible literal, that's causing discord amongst brethren. So all 7 things that God hates. Oh, by the way, one of them that I should not have missed is hands that shed innocent blood. So what has this world done in the last 150 years on an evolutionary paradigm? Killed billions of innocent people. So if people don't think this is a big topic, then you're saying God doesn't matter. You're literally saying God doesn't matter when you're saying what difference does it make? What difference does truth make? Who cares that they're lying to billions of children? Well, that's why God hates these satanic beliefs.
Yeah. And in Enoch, it talks about people who lie to children. They're going to have this little fitting room, and I don't know if you all know what a millstone is, a big heavy stone used to mill grains that weigh several hundred pounds to possibly a ton or more. You would rather have a millstone tied around your neck and thrown into the sea than lie to children.
Right. So as they're showing millions of children these cartoons on TV, it's not just the space religion cartoons. They also show them these dinosaur programs with reptiles with feathers. Talk about an abomination, right? And that they evolved, right? It's all about evolution, guys. That's what this is. And they are literally doing it to millions upon millions of the little ones in school. And lead astray. The correct term is lead astray. It has multiple meanings. You can lead them astray physically, psychologically, mentally, spiritually. and those are intertwining. And that's the thing. If you lead someone astray for truth, that's a small child of God, you lead that child astray, yes, you are better off to do the worst to yourself. You might have some sympathy from God after you do that. Judas Iscariot had to hang himself for denying. It's the same thing. So in conclusion, we have evidence of people being stoned to death for believing the Bible. We do not have evidence of people being stoned or sent to death because of believing in a heliocentric model. They claim that, I believe, to entice the scientism religion, that scientists were murdered. They're martyrs, you see. That's why they teach us this. I do not believe it for one bit. And if it is true, it doesn't matter. It's still satanic, but it has nothing to do with the truth being suppressed, right? No, it's really amazing because we have these stories of people being stoned in history for preaching the truth, not preaching a globe religion. Thanks.
They're martyrs.
Right. They have to portray them as martyrs so that people worship the scientism religion.
I came in because my name was being said, and I heard it off of YouTube, so I came in. What? I heard someone say Enoch, and I was like, huh? Someone was addressing me? Oh, okay.
Enoch, let me tell you something real quick. When Abraham took his son Isaac up to the mountain after God told him that he was going to have to kill his son, he told his son, when his son asked Abraham, what's going on here? He told his son, don't worry, God will provide the lamb.
Yeah, and it also says in the Quran that when he was listening, when he told him that, he said, okay, like he was telling his father, then let it be, because he was because he knows that his father has faith, his dad has faith in God.
Right, God will provide the lamb. Do you know who Abraham was talking about? The lamb?
Abraham was talking about God providing the lamb. Yeah, like you're asking me if what the lamb symbolizes?
No, I'm asking you, who was Abraham talking about when he said the lamb? God will provide the lamb. Who is the lamb?
Well, if he was going to provide the lamb and he's going to take his son over there to go and sacrifice his son, like, I can't really say who the lamb is. Just the lamb is a lamb that God sent to sacrifice, to be sacrificed.
Right. I'm going to tell you who the lamb is. Jesus, Yeshua HaMashiach.
I understand your point of view when you're saying that. Yes, I totally get the symbolism behind it, because God did send Jesus as a sacrifice, right? He sacrificed his own begotten son.
Yes, he is the lamb. Yes.
Yeah, no, I totally understand.
Yeah, that's why they were sacrificing these lambs unbeknownst. Most of them probably didn't realize that they were literally basically doing a demonstration of the sacrifice of God being murdered by this world every time they slain the lamb. That's why they also had to put the blood on the doors when the destroyer came down and destroyed the literal children of Egypt, because the Egyptians were killing God's Hebrew people, right?
Right. But did you know what they were doing after they were sacrificing the animals? And like in the beginning with, like, say, such as Adam and Eve, right? In the beginning, we were to survive and live off of plants. Yet when God taught us these rituals and the sacrificing of the animals, he taught us what to eat, what not to eat, which animals to kill, which animals not to kill, which animals are like people don't understand, like God had to move mountains, right, for us to live. We sacrifice animals and we put them in farms and sacrifice them. Think about it. It's like concentration camps, right? We sent people into concentration camps to be killed, like what Hitler did with the Jews. It's like the same thing, but except it's cows instead of people. Just sending them to their deaths, slaughtering them, and then, but instead of eating people, we eat animals instead. So we package them and then we send them out. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just don't. Everybody has their own preferences.
Yeah, the sacrifices had to be without blemish. They had to be perfect. They had to be male, obviously.
Yep, and they had to have a certain color.
Firstborn.
Yep, and it had to have a certain color, and they had to have a. It was the eldest that was sacrificed.
Right, firstborn.
Think about it when Moses, the story of Moses, how the Pharaoh was trying to kill all the eldest, right? Am I speaking the right story? He was put into a basket and then sent down in a river.
Yep, that's Moses.
Right. I just wanted to make sure. And what about also Joseph? Joseph, when he was put in prison, he was the youngest, actually, which was sad. Like, the youngest was put in prison. The eldest was killed. What happened to the middle? They get to live.
Yeah, different prophecies, different missions, different people, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, that's why obviously Moses had to be hidden in such a manner, because obviously the Egyptians were killing all the firstborn, all the babies, yeah. And the amazing thing is that what Moses was placed in was called an ark. What the 10 Commandments were placed in was called an ark. And what Noah's family was placed in is called the ark. Jesus is the ark.
Precisely. Right. That's why it's so funny. I mean, as I was listening to the conversations, the words that you were specifying on using on people, like these demons, and how people see their belief system and how much of a lie it is, and it's quite funny, like how we would look at them as the opposite of how they would see us. What we're saying about them is the exact same how they see us. So what we're saying about them, they're no doubt saying the same shit about us. Hey, but the earth is flat though. Just to let you know.
Right. It's like this. If you start talking to an atheist, right, and you're trying to witness the truth of God's word to them, and the atheist says, well, have you stopped beating your wife yet? That question doesn't necessarily need to be answered, right? It's a loaded question, right? So when somebody comes in the room and says, well, how do you explain seasons? That's just like asking you, have you stopped beating your wife yet? I don't have to explain seasons. I certainly don't have to explain that I'm not beating my wife. That was a ridiculous question, right? And that's what psychosis does. When somebody is in a psychosis and believes something that's not real, they ask you questions to put you in the realm of fiction. So if I try to answer the question, oh, no, I don't beat beat my wife anymore, or I've stopped beating my, because no matter how I answer the question, it's either yes or no. If I say yes, that means I've stopped beating my wife. No, that means I've continued beating my wife. Neither are realistic or reality, right? So it is a mind leap that you have to take, and you have to stop them in their tracks and say, no, that's again from your imagination. I can't answer questions based on your imagination. So let's talk about reality. No loaded questions permitted. And that's what a lot of people do well here at that. Obviously, I don't have to explain something that I'm not talking about, right? It's not called the Edge Earth 24/7 Discord or the Sun, Moon, and Stars 24/7 Discord. It's just called Flat Earth Discord 24/7 because we're talking about the shape of the Earth, right? And that's the claim. So if somebody wants you to talk about something else, that is going off back into the realm of the imagination. So the point is, don't answer questions to people that are asking you about their imagination, because once you start to answer that question, whether it's answering the sun, moon, and stars or gravity or whatever they believe on TV, you've lost. As soon as you start to answer that question, you have seated them permanently in their belief system 99% of the time.
Right. I can hear where you're coming from, but what if you can explain to them from their imagination, just out of curiosity, can you know how you can explain somebody's vision, right, of what they see? Because what did Jesus do when he was speaking to all the Pharisees in Nazareth and all the people that are non-believers? What was he trying to do when he was speaking to them?
Exactly right.
He was speaking to them in parables, right?
Right. He didn't answer their question. He said, wait a minute, idiots. Don't you call yourselves gods? He didn't answer their questions. He said, he asked them a question. Why are you persecuting me? Why are you going to kill me? Oh, well, you're a blasphemer. And then the guy goes, wait a minute. I said, I'm God. You guys say you're God. You see, he mocks evil. He actually makes fun of them. He destroys them intellectually. He doesn't answer their loaded, stupid, imaginative questions, bro.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't need to answer questions that were already known.
Loaded. They were loaded.
They were all. Yeah, well, not just a loaded question. It's just a known question. It's a question that they already know, because there is no God but God.
Right. So
they already know that, yet they want to sit there and argue the fact that their God is the true God, when they've all came to a conclusion that their Lord is part of all the other lords. And it even says in the beginning in the Bible that there are Lord of Lords. That means there are other lords. So they will portray and say that they are gods, but they are not gods, because there is only one God, because there is no God but God.
That's correct. Right. And these Pharisees were saying they were God.
Right.
And then they wanted to kill Jesus, because Jesus said, I'm actually the Alpha and Omega, the beginning, the end, the first and the last, by the way.
But that's not what he was saying to their faces. That's not exactly how he said it to their face.
He said to them, why would you kill me? Why would you stone me?
Right.
And then they told him, because you committed the ultimate blasphemy. And Jesus said, what are you talking about? You guys do it, dummies. He told, you guys call yourselves gods and you want to kill me? That's the point. He's mocking
exactly. Them. And it was like, kind of, in a way, it wasn't even like you, because God wouldn't say, go and kill yourself. He would point out the exact thing that they are doing wrong, and then it is up to them for them to have done what they did, because what is always say you can't mess with? As God, you can't mess with what? What does God the number one thing that God does not mess with? Come on, everybody knows this. What is the one thing that God said that God does not mess with? We as human beings have what?
You mean the free will?
Yeah, there you go. We all have free will. So these people that came together to kill Jesus had the free will, had the knowledge, and decided decided to kill a man of God.
Well, there are some exceptions to the rule. There are some instances where God makes sure actually that you increase your will. It's called hardening of the heart. So actually, God will make you keep your will, even if it's wrong. He will actually enforce you to be more stubborn in your belief systems often. In fact, the only time that I can recall just offhand when God said no to somebody was when Peter was trying to basically claim that he could save God and not be murdered by this world. And Jesus turned around and told Peter, "Get behind me, Satan." So his will was quickly stopped and his mind was changed very rapidly. But he was an apostle, so I think God gives special privileges to apostles. But he had to be humbled real quick. He had to be basically spiritually slapped. And that was probably one of the worst experiences Peter ever felt, was to be called Satan by God. That probably hurt him so bad. I can't even imagine.
I mean, you can imagine, right? You can imagine because everybody has imagination. So to say that, right, put yourself in Peter's shoes. Oh boy. If I was Peter and I was on the right side of the hand of God and he told me that, oh my goodness, I would be crying. My feelings would be hurt, and my butt would be hurt. That's how bad it would be hurting.
Oh, I'd vomit. I'd be throwing up.
I wouldn't even know what to say. I would have probably been like, God, Jesus, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Forgive me for my sins. Forgive me for I sinned, because my sin was doubting you. Doubting your power. Because what did he do? He denied his faith after that. That's what Peter did after he asked Jesus that he was trying to get Jesus convinced to say whatever he wanted to. What was it?
He was trying to tell Jesus that he didn't have to be killed and that they would find a way to remove him from this horrible set of circumstances.
So in that way of him saying that was like him asking Jesus to deny his faith.
Also, it's worse than that. It's also saying that man is trying to be the savior, you see. So it's even worse.
Right. And that's why he said to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan," because it was of the world, of the flesh, that Peter had said what he said.
Correct. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yep. That's why there's only one truth, right? And everything else is not truth. And at face value, the weird part is that people would think, well, Peter's trying to be nice. No,
right.
Being nice, if it's not truth, it's not love, and it wasn't truth, and therefore it's not nice. And that's what people don't understand, that the concept of good is not a smile trying to help people. No, the concept of good is the truth that God gives you and honoring that.
Right. What?
What we
I'm like folding my laundry.
Good. What God says is good. That's what good is, not what we think is good.
Right. And what did it say that was good? What was good in the kingdom of heaven? What was allowed in the kingdom of heaven?
Well, only purity is allowed in the kingdom of heaven.
He pulled a child, right? He pulled a child to the side because the Pharisees were asking. They were like, God, what if Jesus? What is allowed in the kingdom of heaven? Right? They were asking what's allowed in the kingdom of heaven. And that's when Jesus pulled aside that child. Unless you are like this child, you are not welcome in the kingdom of heaven. Didn't he say that? unless you are not childlike minded.
Born again. If you are not born again,
You are. I mean, childlike minded. I'm not saying childish. I'm not saying you're childish. No, childlike minded, innocent, innocent until proven guilty. Because you can't persecute and charge a child for something that he doesn't understand or she doesn't understand for what they have done wrong. So how can you send them to hell or send them to prison? That's why he pulled that child over and said, you have to be like this child.
Jesus answered, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. And saying, the time is fulfilled.
Amen.
And the kingdom of
Which
God
is
at
baptism.
hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. Jesus answered him, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Matthew 7:21. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things will be added to you. Matthew 18:3. And said, truly I say to you, unless you turn and become like children, this is what you're talking about, 18:3, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. So that's what it is. Matthew 18:3. That's what he said. Truly I say unto you, unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. And that's why I constantly tell people that I'm still a child. That's why I'm a baby. I'm not going to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I'm going to be a tiny baby in my life.
Bro, dude, you don't understand, man. I am a big fucking kid, dude. Like, I'll be doing things and I have people looking at me like, you're weird. I'm like, what do you mean I'm weird? You're weird for not even trying to think of what I'm doing. I'm having fun. What are you doing?
They want to be grumpy old Pharisees. What?
Huh?
They want to be grumpy old Pharisees. You see, it takes humility to say, I'm a child, I'm a baby, that's my dad. Yeah, he's my sky daddy. Yeah, what do you have? Cartoons. Okay.
Right. LSD, acid. That's what you guys have.
Right. I'll play with tortoises. I raise cats, and water dragons. I play with the bugs outside like a 5-year-old. I mean, I don't want to grow up.
Precisely, because that's what it's about, bro. Like, it's about not being. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you be one with nature. Me. I mean, if you look at me, I'm a tree hugger. I like trees. I don't want to cut down trees. It helps us with our oxygen. You know what I mean? I'm a hippie, bro. If you want to categorize me, I'm a hippie. All I do is share love, show love, and I smoke cannabis to help me with my Tourette syndrome, my disability, with my mental disability, with my suicidal thoughts all the time, and hearing so many of these things like over this channel on how people view people with mental disabilities or people with a disability, period. Like, I can see how people that don't have something wrong with them or don't have a disability, it makes me sad, because when they look at me, they see like, there's something wrong with you. Yeah, I know there's something wrong with me. I went to a doctor. I got evaluated. I saw a psychiatrist. I saw a therapist. They evaluated me. I found out what was wrong with me. Now that I know what's wrong with me, I can go out into the world and educate people, just like how us as flat earthers are trying to educate people that the earth is flat, right? So that's the same thing, exactly what I'm doing, just letting people know about my disability, and then trying not to get hurt by what's being said.
Right. So let me share, because I grew up in a different time, and at this point in my life, I've rejected those men that tried to tell me what was wrong with me. I reject all of it. I don't believe anything they say, and I no longer allow them to try to medicate my humanness or my individuality out of me. That's a crime against humanity. And I suggest you can just go to the source and ask for anything that you think is a problem for you personally. Ask that that be removed, and I believe it will be.
Oh yeah, no, I believe like asking for healing of God, asking for healing from God. You know, I believe it'll happen. It'll happen in an instant. You know what I mean? And
listen, man, about healing. I'm telling you what. Here's what I believe. After many years on this earth, that you are healed of everything overnight. Every night, you get a chance to be healed again of everything and wake up as a new human every morning. If you believe that to be true, and when you go to sleep and you meditate, you let that energy, that God energy inside of you, you know for a fact that that energy can heal every single part of you, mentally, physically, and spiritually. It will be done.
Right, I totally believe it, bro. And like for me, I've had people try to pray over me and ask God for healing over me and stuff like that. But for me, I have already accepted the fact of my condition and my disability. And there are people that are growing up with the same condition, and they were asking me, begging me, why do you not want to be healed? Because I don't want it. I don't want it. There are little kids that are suffering worse than I am. I shouldn't be healed. They need healing, not me. They are more worse than I am, not me. My condition has only begun to show itself worse. Yet there's kids over there that are suffering. They are hurting themselves. They are scared that their body is doing things out of control that they don't understand, that they need guidance. They need guidance like someone like me. So no, I don't want healing. I want to show kids that have the same condition as I do that they can live with it. Anybody that has this condition or have my condition can live with it. There is no cure for it at this moment. No. The only cure that I could think of for it is God. But for me, I don't want God to heal me. I want God to heal the sick. I want God to heal the people that need it more than I do. People that are worse than I am.
So listen, the terminology we use is important. So this term conditioning, what that is that means you've been conditioned to believe that you have a condition. That's created by men. These books.
Well, the thing is, bro, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I really don't.
The DCM, all that, the DSM, all those things that they're creating these symptoms for them to create more toxic chemicals to try to cure it with no baseline ever being taken, with the same dosage given to millions of people without a baseline, without any checking of the levels after the regimen has started. I suggest you look at every medication that they've given you or now are taking and go to the chemical companies that make the individual constituents of those, like I did as a researcher, and find out that every single chemical before they put it into a formula is toxic to humans and has a black box noted from the chemical company saying not for human consumption.
You're absolutely correct. And to be honest with you, ever since they diagnosed me and been giving me medication for it, I only took the medication when they had constructed for that time being, right? Now, I did what they asked, that they said that it's supposed to work in your system and blah, blah, blah. I did that for the whole 4 or 5 months, right? And I still had no results. Nothing was changing. So after those 6 months, and then I was in the back in the hospital, right? And they were forcing me to take the pills. They said that I cannot leave the hospital until I take the pills. It pissed me off. Oh my God, I was the most pissed off person. I wanted to break everything inside, right?
They want to put you under their authority so they can control you.
Right. So I did this. This is what I did. I stayed there, right? Through the time that they had me locked in their building because they had me taking their medication. After I had came out, I told them into their face, I am not going to take your guys' medication. I am going to smoke marijuana and smoke cannabis because that is helping me. And that's what I see that helps me. And when I do my research on other things about my health, right? When I did that research, I am so happy that I've made the decision not to take those pills that they have given me. I'm actually taking supplements right now that are all plant-based. Everything that I've been taking is all plant-based now. I'm actually changed my health to being a vegan. And I still struggle with eating meat, though. I love eating meat. I still have, problems.
I'll go vegan as long as it includes bacon.
Oh man, bro, bacon is one of the most hardest things for me, dude. Oh my goodness, if you love bacon, trust me, I'm in the same boat, bro. Especially when it's crunchy and you put it in a burger. Oh my goodness.
I don't believe none.
You got me. You got my mouth watering already, bro. Like I got barbecue in my brain. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think it's all hogwash what they're telling us. Yeah, there is a point to and I know we're going deep into different areas, but there is a thing of the harmfulness of factory farming and all of that. Yeah, that's definitely not good. But a lot of what.
But these are things that people should know. I mean, yeah, we've been going like everywhere with our topics, but we still go on with the flat Earth. I mean, hey guys, the Earth is flat. Believe it or not, but it says in the Bible from Genesis, and it'll even let you know that there is no form. So understand that the Earth is flat. And I mean, that's why I know that the Earth is flat, and that's why I believe that the Earth is flat, because in Genesis it says. But other people, they believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, it's not so much that it does say that in scripture, which I believe now that has a higher authority than what man says. But not only that, it actually matches scientifically with what we see here.
You're absolutely correct. That's why I love science.
Yep, and I think most people here do love science. Once we've discovered what science actually is, then we can clear away the debris.
Right, but to the person that does not want to believe, remember that the scoffing community, the atheists that are hiding from reality, have now come to the consensus. This is not just a couple of people. And people would be shocked to know how many of these scoffers hide from this belief, but I've had them admitted it many times in off-air hangouts that the science doesn't prove things ideology. That's what they believe now, because all the science didn't help them in their belief system. Now all of a sudden science doesn't prove things. And that's the type of cognitive dissonance isn't strong enough a word. We're talking about, Bravo, Alpha, Tango, Sierra, Hotel, India, Tango, crazy. I mean, it's just absolutely insane to claim science this, science that, and now science doesn't prove things. So we changed our minds about that, guys. So what the point is, the moral of the story is that it's not about evidence anyway. It's about the spirit, right? It's about when I explain things to people, Sonny, about like how I don't even have to look into evidence. When there's a controversial topic, all I have to do is look at what types of personalities are supporting the opposing viewpoints, right? So right away, when you see that there are millions of atheists trying to protect a cartoon ball religion, I don't need evidence. Obviously, I know none of that's true because it's backed by millions of Satanists, you see. So that's what this topic has done, is it has removed the masks of people. And now they're claiming science doesn't prove things anyway, after dealing with them telling us that science proves everything for the last 30 years.
Right. And the schizophrenic part of that is they're trying to prove the globe. Well, they're not
but
even.
But you can't prove it.
I take that back. In actuality, they're not even trying to prove the globe because it can't be proven. All they're trying to do is say is we're wrong. And they're providing no information as to how we're wrong specifically. You know, I guess that's up to us then to not only point out the details of their own religion that we know so well, much better than they do through years of study. You know, we know it better than them. Yeah, they don't have a leg to stand on.
That's why they always resort to pictures from space. Yeah, they always have to resort to pictures from space because here in reality, we apparently can't prove anything. You have to go outside of reality, and then there, we proved you're on a ball.
Yep.
I wanted to talk about this real quick. Looking up NASA, because somebody was putting some memes in there, and I was curious to look up some of the dates they were putting in here. If we go to Wikipedia, it says National Aeronautics and Space Administration. NASA is an independent agency. Independent agency? What? First of all, that's a problem. Of the U.S. federal government. There's a contradiction. Responsible for the civilian space program. Now, here they are admitting for the civilian space programming. That's what NASA is. Then there's another department called Dryden Flight Research Center. I scrolled down here to on January 12, 1958, NACA organized a special committee on space technology headed by Guyford Stephen. On January 14, 1958, NACA director Hugh Dryden, that's the guy I'm talking about, published a national research program for space technology, stating, and then of course a explanation about why Sputnik is so bad and we have to now make sure we beat them to the moon or whatever. So there's another division of NASA called the Dryden Flight Research Center that is obviously used off of this man's name, Hugh Dryden. And what's interesting is that I used to study the Dryden Flight Research Center decades ago because I was studying to be a pilot. And the Dryden Flight Research Center tests aeronautical platforms and, of course, linear derivations of how we fly in reality. So it's literally admitting that one part of NASA is a programming agency for civilians, and the other part is how we make planes in real life. Guess which one says the Earth is flat? Dryden Flight Research Center. Yeah, Dryden Flight Research Center is where we get the documents from NASA that shows that the Earth is flat, non-rotating, as I quote them. Thanks.
I mean, those darn people flying real objects over other real objects, damn them. How dare they share that information? That because they're flying a real object over the surface, that they have to use reality as their baseline?
Right.
Gosh, astonishing that they would do that.
Right. And I find it's not a surprise to me because remember, evil always admits what they do, whether it's a Freudian slip or a confession or you name it. Evil always admits their crimes. They're literally admitting this is a civilian programming machine. And the other part is how we make planes in reality. That's what's crazy.
They said it right there. They plainly admitted it. Just bring that up to one of these Globers and they'll start having convulsions.
Oh, the best excuse is you flat earthers made that up. They never said that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's how smart flat earthers are. We infiltrated the system processing PCUs at NASA and we made up their own documents for them. Thanks. That's how smart we are.
I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, we could just leave it at there. We could tell them then we wrote the whole all of the documents then. Yeah, we got
it's a catch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we wrote all this shit to troll the globe earthers.
Yeah, it's a catch 42 because then they'd have to admit that we infiltrated and, did all that. They're supposed to be so much smarter than us. So, I mean, it's a crazy religion.
So that would be an excellent little skit, like to write, or a short play or short story of this boardroom meeting of the top executives, maybe the chiefs, you know, talking with the chiefs of the Soviet Union and planning out this whole thing. Yeah, so we're supposed to be enemies now. Yeah, we know you created that wall over there. Yeah, at the beginning of the Cold War, we need something else to fight now. So we're going to pretend that you're our enemy, Russia. Okay, got that? We're going to let you go ahead and shoot Sputnik up to get this thing rolling here. You shoot that up. We're gonna feign shock and awe. Oh my gosh, the evil Soviets has shot orbiting something tin can up into space. Oh no, we need to charge these idiots, civilians, money so we can fund this space program in order to launch vehicles. We'll get a couple of those Nazis that we brought over and put in the highest executive branches of nearly every major department under our government. Can't help but laugh right there.
I mean, I almost choked on the truth right there. That's the one psyop, and the big reset was World War II. And the first 9/11 was Sputnik, October 4th, 1957, if I remember the date. And that 9/11 scared over 150 million Americans to think that the Russians were going to nuke us. I mean, 1,000 times worse than what happened. Thousands of times worse than the box cutter, military exercise that happened on September 11th. This is convincing millions of Americans that the Russians could nuke us from space.
Yeah, check it out. Like, I lived through part of that era, like in the mid 60s, I was a little kid going to school, learning how to read and write. And at that time, they would have, from what I remember, there were drills. Put your head underneath your desk. Everybody had to crouch down in fear. And then also at that time, I lived near a major airport, and they didn't have restrictions on, taking off. So there would be these freaking sonic booms. Boom!
Yeah, we've been force-fed this propaganda of this mutual destruction between the U.S. and USSR, and it's all a dog and pony show. When you look at these people in Antarctica and up in the ISS station, holding hands, singing "Kumbaya," and we, the free people, the civilians, in the countries, are getting nothing but death threats and living in anxiety, in decades over this. Let's put the doomsday clock another minute closer to midnight, and meanwhile they're over here gaining technology, gaining information, like just perpetuating just consistent propaganda amongst us, and it's disgusting. I'm so sick of it.
Yeah.
So is that why they were teaching us how to hide under our desks when we were kids after 9/11?
I don't know. Did they? I wasn't in school then, so I don't know.
When I was in school, after 9/11, I was still in school. They were teaching us how to hide under our desks.
Well, it's fight or flight, right? Like, this is the natural human response. You're either going to go into fight or flight mode, and what they're doing is they're indoctrinating the children from a young age to be invoked in fear within this, flight response. Hide, run. And instead of like being alert and responsive, it's duck your head and just look at the ground and run. I mean,
right.
It was to turn and hide and just get away.
Yeah. So look at this timeline. I always go back to this timeline of like Richard Byrd and his explorations. Then in 1947, they say this craft crashed in the New Mexico desert, right by the White Sands missile range. Shocking that it was that close. And even before that, since like 1920s, Universal Pictures, and then all the magazines, the cartoon books and all that stuff, comic books, how they had space programming from then. And then, so in 1947, this rash of all these UFOs came onto the scene as part of this thing to project this idea that space is real. And that was before NASA was created, right? And then, you know, like you follow this timeline to right after Richard E. Byrd went down there for the last time. Immediately after, they released the nuclear test ban and let Russia and the U.S. shoot hundreds of
I remember that. They were launching them in high altitude. Yeah.
Of TNT, because that's what it was, to freaking map out whatever the container is, because I think Admiral Byrd may have discovered the container. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
So
they were trying to see how rigid this was, if they could crack it, if they could do something to it. And
if you look at the studies of propagation of radio waves and all of this kind of stuff, you see how like right after that is when they like came out with a lot of these things, and they have to go along with this theory. Now I don't know how this came about, but they have to go along with this theory. A theory is bouncing on the troposphere, whatever the hell that is, and bouncing the waves, even though. And what was it, 1920 something? Marconi shot, you know, first to the Caribbean from the UK, and then subsequently to Australia, 10,000 miles.
Are you talking about the radio waves?
Yep, in a straight line.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've mentioned that in the several other servers, and they always ask for a citation or something, and it's hard for me to source it, but yeah, I've come across this before.
Yep. So I think they figured at a certain point, well, these people aren't really buying all of this anymore. They infiltrated the whole movement, the anti-nukes or whatever, anybody that was going to be against that, with the hippie free love movement, another psyop to change the way people think, get them all drugged up in the 60s and 70s, and then start creating this other thing to be afraid of. Through years of propaganda, now you're going to be afraid of something that can never be fought against, an invisible enemy.
Yep, this has been their main tactic for I feel like centuries. It's been like this perpetuated propaganda and influence. Like it's not only an influence from like a higher oligarchy or like a government, but they also like use pop culture and any other means of influence, right? To like it's controlled opposition. I mean, people need to wake up and realize what controlled opposition is and understand that it's real, because it's going on today. Like right now, as we speak, and in Israel, like this whole Hamas thing is literally controlled opposition, giving them an excuse to extend their border. I mean, like we're seeing it within every facet of our reality, and people need to understand and be able to identify it, because if you can't do that, corruption's just going to run rampant before you've got nothing left.
And then you got concave earthers, which believe their very own cartoon, and they're very proud of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had a guy secretly direct messaging me his approach to this concaved earth and giving me his, what do you call it, his model, reference model, and asking me if I looked into it, and it's like, I don't have time for that right now. Like, honestly, like I don't have time for that. I'm sorry.
Don't they know when we say that it's measured flat that hurts the concave thing as well? Don't they know that?
Well, yeah, because where is the freaking evidence of a 8 inches per mile squared moving upward, or water bending concavely?
They use the exact same arguments. It's really cringy. They'll say the exact same thing the Globers do. The Globers are telling us that it's going down. They're telling us that it's going up, but we still see it straight out and flat. Hello?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because even when I asked Rumpus today, why is it that when we see Earth in its entirety, i.e. satellite photo images of Earth, that there's no like apparent distortion or obscurity to the picture? It's always a perfect symmetrical spheroid. That's like they're trying to imply the spheroid, but there's never any looming, compression, refraction, distortion, obscurity. It's always this perfect image, and And I asked him that, and he says, well, like when you look through water, for example, perpendicular at a 90-degree angle, there's no, you look at an object through water, there's no magnification or refraction because of Snell's law, how Snell's law works. And I said, fine. So you're telling me that due to the flatness of the water, right, there's no obscurity? And he says, yes. So I said, well, how about if I take a dime, right, and I put a couple drops of water on the dime, and I look at that dime, is that dime going to be magnified in any way? And he's like, well, yeah, because the water is bending due to the fact that, you know, it's not completely engulfed around the dime. So I say, okay, fine. So now what you're telling me is that when I look at the Earth from a distance in its entirety, that there's no curvature to what's going on there. It's flat and level. Water's flat and level on the oceans and stuff. Because if you can't have it both ways, it's either going to be flat and level and perpendicularly viewed and observed. There's going to be no issues, or it's going to be curved to the surface of the spheroid, and we're going to see issues with that. So it's like I kind of caught him in a catch-22 there, and he didn't like that very much. But look at the images they provide, and there's never any rarefaction or compression or looming or obscurities. It's always this perfect fucking image, and it's so suspect that it's like it debunks their whole argument. Clearly CGI generated fucking shit. There's no truth to any of the fucking images they provide us.
Hey man, I'll tell you what the fuck is going on, right? It's so much misconception. They put up so much fucking false information out there to get people confused. Because even if the truth is fucking out there, right in front of us, there's a million other fucking things.
One of them would be to just work on the terminology just a little bit, because obviously if we're speaking and families are listening, that would obviously deter them from listening.
Basically change your language.
Apologize if I said anything uncensored. I apologize.
No, we're talking about
the language.
We're talking about the cuss words, Dice Slow. I'm just saying, like, I'm not a moderator here, but you know, I'm just saying.
We just like to keep it appropriate and people that are all trying to learn and listen.
No vain babblings.
Yeah, sorry.
You're on YouTube.
I didn't realize that. I apologize. I'll refrain from doing
No
that.
worries.
I'm not going to say who it was, but it wasn't you. I'm just saying that obviously it doesn't.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
Yeah, I agree, man. We got.
I feel like I'm trolling when I'm telling somebody not to use the F word, but I'm really just trying to make it so that everybody could listen to the stream, so that nobody can say, "Oh, those flat earthers are just crazy." Because no matter if one person does one thing wrong, guys, we're all guilty of it, right? If one person does one bad thing, now it's all of our fault. So if there's one guy in here saying a bunch of F words, then obviously the parents or children listening are going to say, "Okay, this is how these people are." That's all.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely right, man. Without saying it though, do you know where that word came from? How it originated?
Yeah, fornication under carnal knowledge.
Yeah, or fornication under the command of the king. Yeah, it's an acronym. Most people don't realize it.
I always thought it meant Father you could kill, so I just avoid saying it.
Is that question everything in the room? Is that Dread or a different question everything? Somebody.
What an awesome photo. Sosa, is that you or did you just find that photo? Either way, that's cool, man. I dig that.
That's a pretty cool photo.
That's what I call a nice family right there.
Hold on, fellas.
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going?
Yeah, man, we're stationary on this plane of existence. How about you?
So much. What's everyone talking about?
We're talking about the fact, Terry, that not only does everybody that's ever done anything in reality admit that they didn't adjust for curvature or spin of the Earth, but also the governments also admit the Earth is flat.
Have the government admitted that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, Dryden Flight Research Center, 1988, derivation of linear aircraft model. Flat, non-rotating Earth is the literal quote from NASA. They have two different departments of NASA. I was just talking to Godrockin about this. The one part of NASA, by the way, you have some bad interference, so go ahead. Put yourself on mute real quick, Terry.
Terry, can you fix your mic or something?
Oh,
Yeah, your mic is terrible.
Wow.
Terry with the terrible mic.
I'm just gonna make my claim and I'm gonna back off because I've been talking too much. Real quick.
That was a good one.
Hold on. I'm going to make my claim and get out of here because I've been talking too much, guys. So I appreciate you guys letting me on here. So real quick, Terry, just for the record, there's two different divisions of NASA, the National Aeronautical Space Agency, or also known as NASA, which means to deceive in Hebrew. And then there's the part called the Dryden Flight Research Center that makes airplanes for reality. You see, NASA even admits that they are a program agency, a independent programming agency to program your mind. And then the Department of Defense uses them when it comes to the Dryden Flight Research Center to make aeronautical aircraft capabilities and enhancements for aircraft in reality. And when they do this, they have to build aircraft over the presumption and understanding and practical use of a, as I quote, flat, non-rotating Earth. That is all. Thanks for having me, guys. We'll see you later.
No problem. See you later.
Yeah, it was good
Yeah,
hearing
pleasure.
from you.
Peace out. God is good. Amen. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
That guy's always got some good info.
Very true.
I like the exit.
Yeah, he's really good with the scriptures too. Listening to that guy talk about the scriptures, like wow, like you always learn something new.
I always love collaborating with people with scriptures.
Hello.
Yeah, he's
Hello.
he's got a gift for sure.
See, that's how, yeah.
You guys play Valorant?
So how's everybody doing on this flat Earth?
Yeah, man, just watching the sky.
Watching exactly.
What?
I said watching what exactly?
Watching the clouds float by on the dock of the bay.
All right, there's your gravity right there.
Yeah, there's your drift.
Right.
I found an unbiased source off the internet when I was looking at like ballistics over long distances, and this guy's an instructor, some type of a military instructor. He was teaching a class about the variables that one would have to to use in order to hit the target. You know, at long distances, like 800 yards plus, and he was just talking about how the Coriolis effect, the formula they use is constant, like it's a fixed formula.
False. I'm familiar with that. The Coriolis effect.
Yeah, and he was essentially saying with like a 308 round at 800 yards, like it would be essentially 2.5 inches of deviation, but he says that the windage could easily account for that. And
wait, does this guy work for the government?
I believe I believe he does.
That's kind of sus, no?
Well, he essentially asserted that drift and Coriolis is all just theoretic and it's not practical, and he just essentially hand waves it and tells his class to focus more on their windage rather than these other variables because they're all theoretic. And I thought that was interesting coming from somebody who's like not debating the shape and nature of the planet, rather just the ballistics and the data at hand, and he's just completely unbiased.
Sounds like help.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the clouds, are they tilted or are they kind of level with each other?
They're round.
Yeah, but I mean, are they tilted?
Ish.
Well, you could see how the light reacts with the clouds, like through some of these like apparent hotspots, and there doesn't seem to be any curvature to the light. It's rather flat as it's creating this hotspot, which would allude to me that the contrast of what the cloud is versus the light.
You have proof?
Yeah,
what?
I'll post some images.
I mean, look outside, right?
True, yeah. If you look at clouds, you can probably see it.
We don't have clouds in our country.
Yeah.
I'm rolling.
You don't have any clouds?
No,
What country doesn't have clouds?
You'd be surprised.
So no clouds.
Huh?
Then how are you gonna verify his proof if you don't have clouds?
They do come and go.
I mean, if I don't
But
see it, then would it be seen?
Respect that.
Think about it.
Problem is, well, no, it's just belief then, right? Because you're not going to be able to verify what his evidence is unless you actually do it yourself.
Do you see the image posted in the chat? We've got a multitude of things taking place. If you look closely, we see a ring around. The sun isn't in the frame, but I'll provide another one shortly after. I just wanted to highlight this, that there's a ring around the center of the sun. If you look closely, it's kind of like a obscured rainbow, if you will. And then towards the center of that,
Is that Darth Vader on a balloon?
towards the center of that, you could see a rainbow effect where this like highlighted spot is.
Sorry.
Then you could see a chemtrail cutting through, going right towards the center of the sun, and above the chemtrail, you could see a black faint line if you look closely. I'll try to post another image to highlight it better, but
sorry, I apologize, but that is so very clearly lens flare off your camera.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
What? How do you know it's lens flare?
Most cameras have that. It's called lens flare.
Double in the camera.
Can you point it out in the picture?
It's just right there.
That's what he's talking about.
Right where? Which part of the picture has lens flare? Point it out.
Literally just right there. Like
No. You gotta be specific. You can't just troll us and be like, "Oh, right there."
Do you guys do metric systems? Are you talking about?
Yeah, where is it?
What metric? What metric system? Just
point us to the
it.
Just draw a line.
5. Go about 6 centimeters down from the top, and you see this white streak that just goes across. Okay, and then go about 1.5 centimeters down into exact middle of the frame. See that little? Yeah, Okay, that is the flare of the lens. Now,
so on the left-hand side, next to the line.
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't say the left-hand side. So go down. Wait, sorry. Let me count again. 1, 2.
Yeah.
So about 5 centimeters.
In the center.
Down. Yeah, in the center. Do you see that kind of like almost rectangular shape there?
Rectangular. No. No, I don't see the rectangle.
Oh, okay.
Where is it?
Okay.
I believe someone has
You mean rhombus?
a picture
It
in
looks
the
more like
chat.
a rhombus to me.
I believe someone has
It
cut
looks
out a
more like-
picture of it in the chat and sent
You see
it
that
there.
right there?
Yeah, that's not a rectangle, bro. That's not a rectangle.
Sorry, I have a
It's more
coffee
of a
maker for a
sphere.
computer.
It's like a line.
Excuse my Pringles coffee machine PC, but that to me looks like flare off the lens. Now I've dibble dabbled in the camera industry, but
You believe that that's flare? That's lens flare. You believe? Okay, I just want to make sure I know what you're. Okay.
Maurice, you're built like a Pringles combo.
Well, I'm gonna debunk you. I'm gonna debunk you right now with my video. I just posted a video of the same phenomena, and if it's a flare, then it would move in reference with. If it's a flare, then it would move in reference with my camera, but it stays still. So if you watch the video, you can see that's not anything to do with my camera, rather than a physical observation that's taking place in phenomenal reality.
So what do you think that is?
So that's a lensing effect due to the due to the firmament, the reflection of the firmament.
Wait, so you just said it's a lensing.
Yeah, it's a lensing effect of the firmament. It's the essentially the light reflecting off of the firmament.
It's not the camera. It's a different lens. It's a different kind of lens. Not the one that you think of the
iPhone.
camera.
I took that with my iPhone.
Yeah.
iPhone what?
And now I'm gonna show you. Now I'm gonna show you another.
But isn't Steve Jobs part of the Hillary Clinton and stuff?
Now I'm gonna show you another video that I took with my phone that shows an object next to the sun.
Please.
And you watch this. It's a spherical object next to the sun.
Okay.
Watch this.
Yep.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Watch that video.
I believe there is a bit of a.
Wait, I'm sorry, but see that thing, that floating orb.
Yeah, the floating orbs are lens effect. Look to the right of the sun.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
That doesn't move with my phone at all. It stays in place.
Beautiful.
My eyes, my retinas. Can't really see it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
pretty
full screen.
interesting.
Yeah.
So on the right hand side of
I'm
it.
gonna post another video of the same feature.
I think I can see a little bit of it.
A longer video.
Wait,
Yeah, there's a
there
longer
seems to
video.
be an internet. Is that a meme I see? No matter how much you add, subtract, multiple, or divide, water will never stick to a ball.
Yeah, the globe's gravity is not proof of it because they never.
What about
can
gyroscopical
demonstrate-
force?
Can you demonstrate the gyroscopical force making water stick to the surface? 70% of the surface of a spinning ball in a vacuum.
If you put water in a cup and attach a string to the end of it and swing it around, it won't fall out.
Yeah, but it's on the outside.
That's not in a vacuum. It's a false equivalence right off the bat.
Bro.
You got to put it in a vacuum.
But
It's not
sticking
in a
water
vacuum
to a
because the
ball,
atmosphere.
sticking water to a ball is not a relative.
You have
You know,
to
scenario.
have it
Is this guy-
inside
is
a
this guy
vacuum
implying
with
that Earth is a
air
cup on
and
a
water
string?
sticking to
Yeah.
the surface.
No, I'm not implying that Earth is a cup on a string. He said, "Give me an example of how that would work
So-
in real life," and I did.
How would that be analogous then?
No, you didn't. You have to put it in a vacuum. It's not comparable. It's a false
So
equivalent.
you want me to slurp up some water in a cup with a vacuum cleaner?
You have to, not only do you have to put the water on the ball and make it spin inside the vacuum, you also have to make the air stick to the surface while it's spinning, and the water stick to 70% of the surface in a vacuum.
But a
And
ball
have
isn't
no
as big
wall.
as the Earth and doesn't have that much mass.
So
You're
you can't
assuming
prove it.
gravity exists.
Do you think gravity doesn't exist?
Gas proves it because gas does not stick to the surface of Earth, obviously. So no.
But gas has a less density, so that's why it floats.
So gravity is not affecting dense gas? Is that what you're saying?
No, gravity is like density.
Prove gas is affected by gravity, like helium, like without a container. Can you do that? Can you prove that light gas, like helium, is being affected by gravity without a container?
If you suck in helium, it makes your voice go high pitched.
That literally is a non sequitur.
You're still begging the question of gravity.
It's a non sequitur.
You have to prove gravity first.
Yeah, we have,
you have to prove a ball.
You have to show the curve first.
He needs to prove the ball first before he gets gravity right.
Bendy,
true.
So, who has ever measured curvature, Dufault?
Curvature
of
the Earth.
Of the Earth.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
So,
is anyone here a scientist?
So, have you ever experienced curvature?
We didn't say you had to measure it. We just said when has it been measured.
Wait, just because you don't experience something doesn't mean it's not there.
Wow.
So when you measure your tiny feet, does that make you a scientist?
No, what? Wait, what? Where is that coming from? No.
So why are you asking if we're scientists?
Because you're asking me scientific questions. Like, why would I know about I didn't measure the circumference of the Earth. Like what?
Well, then how do you know you live on a spinning boat? Like, what is it that makes you believe that? If you said I'm not a scientist, I don't even know where curvature has ever been measured. So
are you saying that they have to measure the entire Earth? Like, what do you want them to do with a measuring tape? Just whip it out and start measuring the whole Earth? Like
measuring curvature drop. Yeah, curvature drop over distance, right?
Yeah, drop over distance. Should be physically measurable. It's 1.22 miles measurable at a 1 foot observer height. We have a formula. There's an Earth curve calculator that tells you what the geometric limitations of the Earth should be, and we have evidence that completely destroys that. So,
what about the fact that if you can measure that by shining a light through a hole with a camera behind it, and then you see that it changes the further it goes on? How high up and how it goes lower the further it is on.
That's are you talking about Netflix, right? Are you talking about Netflix?
I didn't say Netflix.
So yeah, probably, but there are laser tests 40 kilometers over flat water, right? And the laser hits the target. So
yeah, it can hit the target, but it's about when the target is moved back, does it go lower?
It's at the same height at the laser, right? And it shoots over flat water, 40 kilometers.
Okay, and did they move the target back and forth?
They hit the target, right?
You can hit a target from any distance if you do.
Of course not.
I think he's missing the point.
Look, missing the
you're going from point A to point B, and if the surface is curving down away from the laser, then at the target location, the beam laser would be about 100 meters in the air. So when it's not 100 meters in the air and it hits the target, where's the curve?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, man. So
can you explain that game one more time? Hold on.
All right, put a ruler on a basketball. Right, you can't go around it. It's a straight line. The basketball's going to go further and further away from it. So if you shoot a laser,
sorry, who's this absolute munchkin, Elite Shabby, saying this you to me? I don't know what that is. But anyways, carry on.
What?
Carry on. Sorry, go on.
Can't you read?
Go. Whoever is talking there, go on and explain to me, please, again.
Again, Jesus. All right. So
no, I didn't hear the first.
It is you, dude. We found you.
So if you put a ruler on a ball, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to go around it. So the ball is going to go away from the ruler more and more, further, right? This is pretty much the same thing with Earth, which curves down away from you in all directions, right? So if you shine a laser straight forward, the further you go, the higher that laser should be in the air, right?
The higher it should be in the air.
Right, if the ground is curving down away from it and the laser is going in a straight line. You got a straight line, and then you got another line that's going down.
He's saying farther from the Earth due to drop.
Right.
And you're saying they tested this and they didn't find that it was higher.
Right. The laser hit the target when it should have been 100 meters in the air.
Yeah, curving away, dropping with physical obstruction, whether it be water or land.
The laser would have shot into 100 meters above the target.
There's a good illustration right there if you want to look.
You can also go on Google Earth and look at the elevation profile and see that there's no drop in elevation, and that's on Google Earth. They have what's called an elevation profile, and you can pick any one spot and another spot, and then look at the elevation profile, and it will show you there's no drop between those 2 points when there should be a physical curve and drop over distance of elevation due to the geometric
And the best part of this all, Dufo, is that you can test this for yourself, right? You can go to a large body of water with binoculars and have your buddy at the other side with a mirror, and you can mirror flash each other. So if you can see the light, then there you go. There's no curvature.
I could have told you that for free.
Oh wait, so you're saying about where a laser light shines on a target, and why isn't it 100 meters up in the air? But if you shine a laser on a globe, it wouldn't be 100 meters up in the air from where you shined it, because it doesn't travel up. It depends where you're standing. I don't know how to explain this, but if you're on top of a basketball and you put a ruler on top of it, then the ruler is going to go out of the atmosphere. Like it's not like if you put a target there, it's of course it's going to stop, but it shouldn't just magically go up in the air if it's a ball Earth. That's not how it works.
Duffo,
Of course.
Can you see what I posted in the live stream voice text?
What's your name?
Crypto.
Okay, yeah, I see.
This is what we're talking about. So you got a laser on the other side to you, right? So sorry, there's a target on one side, there's you on the other side, curvature in the middle, and the laser shooting straight. Yeah.
Okay, so you're assuming you're talking about this like I'm on one side of the Earth.
No, you are on the Earth.
Okay.
And the laser isn't where you are. Sorry, the target isn't where you are.
But you do understand that you're not going to see curvature at this certain amount of distance that you're explaining.
Seeing the curvature. The
Are you familiar with the Earth curve calculator? 8 inches per mile squared. You know the rate at which the Earth is supposed to curve away from you.
Sorry, I don't need your help.
My bad.
So have a look at this, and tell me what this means to you.
I don't really understand. I don't really understand it because I don't understand what it's supposed to make out.
Okay. So what we've been talking about is the laser. Yeah.
Yeah.
In your conception of the laser hitting the target, this must be happening. But do you understand why the laser can't be shooting through the water?
Yes.
Okay. So where would the laser be shooting?
Sorry, it just shoots at the target.
Yeah, what, through the water?
No, it just shoots at the target. What distance are you talking about? Because you do realize that the curvature of the Earth isn't shown in 40 meters or whatever. If this is to 1-to-1 scale to the Earth,
not 40 meters.
I was there.
Not 40 meters. 40 kilometers.
So someone did this test with 40 kilometers.
Yeah. And there's meant to be 100 meters of curve. Problem is, the target is 1.5 meters above the water. So if there's 100 meters of curve, it would have to shoot through the water to hit the target. Do you get it now? Do you see the problem? I'll take that as a yes.
I think he doesn't know 8 inches per mile squared. That guy, or the Glober, do you know the formula for the rate of curvature? And let's say like in 1 kilometer, do you know how far it should drop? Okay, never mind. I think he muted himself.
Hello, I'm back. What did you say?
You know how much it should drop in 1 kilometer? How much should the Earth drop away? How much?
I don't know.
1 kilometer. How much?
I don't know that. I don't know.
Okay. Do you know the formula for it though?
Nope.
No. Okay. Yeah. I should probably start there. I'm gonna post the math for it and a chart, and it should hopefully. You can tell me if it.
Wait, sorry. Can I just confirm these tests were done by scientists, correct?
Okay. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me just finish. Do you see this chart? That's where the math is.
Is this credited by a scientist?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Haven't you been led up to believe, right, at this moment, right? So, what you're telling me is you don't believe scientists who go as far to say the Earth is a globe, but you believe scientists to say the Earth is flat.
Bro. It's not a scientific question.
Oh, okay. So there's no science behind the Earth being flat.
Listen, first of all, you can do this yourself, right? That's how I already told you.
So you done it yourself. You measured 40 kilometers.
I've measured 24 kilometers. Yes, I saw an oil tanker 24 kilometers away.
And you shine a laser at it.
No, I saw it. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
This calculator was mostly accredited by a scientist, correct? Or someone who.
You don't even need science to prove that the Earth is flat, and you wouldn't need it to prove the Earth is a globe.
Sorry, this curvature, whatever calculation, is this assuming that you're standing on the floor of the Earth, or that we are 2 foot?
You're at sea level. You're at sea level.
Well, if you actually look at the calculator, if you actually look at the calculator that I posted, it says distance in kilometers or like miles, right? That would be how far you're looking, and the viewer height in foot or meters. So that's your observer height. The observer height is factored into the curvature calculations, right? Because it determines where the geometric horizon should be.
Yeah, these are globe maths, right? It's not ours.
These are
globe maths.
Yeah, NASA gives you the numbers for it. Basically, you just take what NASA's numbers.
Wait, you're trusting NASA?
Get the formula.
You believe NASA?
No, you have to understand what you're debunking to disprove it. So what you have to do is you have to actually understand the opposition and then disprove it, right? So we're taking their numbers and then we're putting it to the test. Or I should say, when I say we putting it to the test, I should say whoever's actually doing the observation, they're putting it to the test.
It'd be some scale to put something like this to the test, correct? Like it would take, a lot of funding, almost governmental or scientific, correct?
No. You and your friend.
A lake and at least 2 mirrors.
Yeah.
Well, you have to
it has to be like a decent distance.
No one came up with these measurements. To be fair, they worked them out over a time period, correct?
Why do you keep appealing to authority?
What the hell are you saying?
What do you mean?
What do you mean
the test or the actual numbers that they're testing against?
The numbers, like people who calculated this.
So the Earth, the Earth doesn't have a radius of 3959 miles, or what?
What?
These are their numbers, right? They tell us it's a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers, right? They tell us this.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you measured Earth to disprove this?
I just told you.
Mm-hmm.
I did an observation, right?
To measure the radius of the Earth?
No, to validate that there's no curvature. To validate that there's no curvature, right?
But do you know the radius of the Earth for you? Like, to disprove, do you know the radius of the planet?
There is no radius.
Mm-hmm. Do you know the length
it measures flat.
Do you know the width of the planet?
You're grasping at straws now, kid.
Just to get that.
He's not even paying attention. He's just taking.
No, I am paying attention, and you're just putting into the conversation just to make incompetent and illogical statements that are doing nothing but putting down the conversation. So I don't know why you're actually.
That's beyond rich, man. You've been missing the point at every junction.
No, I have. Oh no, I have.
This is clown world, dude. People have been talking about stuff, and you're talking about other stuff. You're applying. You're applying things that have nothing to do with what they're talking about.
Well, I am. I literally.
And then you're talking about scientists when we're talking about measurements. You're not focusing at all.
No randomer made this.
We are taking the numbers that we were given of the geometry of the ball, which is 24,000 miles in circumference and a radius of 3959. That's what we are told we live on, and that's what we are told in the measurements. We are testing that.
At a smaller scale?
No.
That's more
than enough. How does the scale have to do with it?
Do you know the
scale has everything to do with it.
Do you know the scale?
It doesn't.
What are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about, do you?
They're saying that's a one-to-one scale to reality. So we're going out to reality, and it's not a one-to-one.
No, I said, are you doing this on a smaller scale, or are you doing it the exact like?
What the flip does the scale have to do with it?
What you just told me about the radius of the planet mattering, but then I asked you what.
What are you talking about? Focus. What exactly are you talking about?
If you go out into the real world and measure the real world math, which they give you, there is no, you don't need to make a scale. You're going into the real world. That is what they're trying to tell you. He gave you real world math from.
Is it real world?
Who tell you that it's a globe. That is what they say. They say it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's what they tell you. They tell you, the ones that you believe, the ones that you have been taught in school. Okay, but listen. They went out into the real world, okay, and measured it, and it's flat. That's what they're trying to tell you. There's no scale. They're not scaling anything down. They went into the real world.
So you're telling me they measured the Earth in the real world?
Yes, this entire time, that's what they've been trying to tell you.
They measured the Earth. They measured it.
The thing is, when you say,
not paying attention. 8 inches per mile squared.
I think he's still gonna miss the point. When we say measure the Earth, that doesn't mean that we're gonna measure the entire surface of the Earth, right? Because you don't have to, right? Because if you take the globe numbers, say 4-foot observer height, the horizon would be about 3 miles away, right? So if I'm looking at something 10 or 20 miles away, that's a problem because it means the math is wrong. It's really that simple. If you want a simple analogy, it's like, suppose a guy comes over and he gives you a table, right? And he says, this table is curved. Well, you can actually measure the table and, well, it's flat. Are you going to believe that guy? It doesn't matter if he's a scientist or a rocket, whatever, right? You can measure the table yourself and see that it's not curving. So he's full of shit.
See, if we use examples like tables and balls, he's going to keep thinking about scale. I think we should keep it to, measure, the Earth curve calculator and maybe focusing on that. That's just my opinion.
Well, if you take the visible horizon, right? The visible horizon is 5 kilometers. Okay. You take the true horizon, which is.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not an absolute value. It depends on your observer height.
Yeah, I'm talking about at eye level for average male.
Right.
And if you what? Can you let me speak for a second before you just try?
But you're not making any sense, dude.
Well, I'm trying to, but you're.
Do you know what the horizon is?
Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak.
If I could, like, I don't know. I thought this was a server where people could, talk without getting.
You're not making any sense. You're making absurd claims.
No, be quiet for a second. Let him see if he can make sense.
Shut up, Doofu. I'm not asking you.
Ooh.
Well, the very first thing you said was wrong. Visible horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Can you define horizon for us, please?
What do you mean? What?
You said, well, there's a visible horizon and a true horizon. Define horizon.
Well, the horizon is if you looked 5 kilometers at eye level. However, the true horizon.
No.
Okay, just don't listen to me.
We need a definition.
This is why you're getting.
Okay. This is the definition of this. Shush. This is the definition of horizon. The line at which. Are you done?
We weren't talking. We weren't talking to you.
Are you done?
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to chill down a bit. You're not gonna set the terms in here. You're not gonna overtalk people and act like this is your show. If you want to have a conversation, then you're gonna have to listen to each other. And let each other talk.
Talking, so continue.
The horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. That's what the definition of horizon is.
Very good.
Continue.
Anyways,
Morris was the guy who was talking.
Yeah. If you look to.
Do you?
Okay. Sorry.
Do you agree? Do you agree with the definition, Maurice?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, that is the true definition of horizon. Well, if you, in layman's terms.
No, that's the definition, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
In layman's terms.
Simple terms.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Well, is there like an advanced definition?
Right.
Tell me what horizon is in scientific terms. I'm curious.
As I said before, I'm not a scientist, correct? Neither are you.
No, hold on. You said, then how would you know if it's in layman's terms or not?
Well, that's as simple as it's going to get, realistically, is it?
How much more advanced can you say? How much more advanced can you say? The apparent place where the sky and the land meet.
I'm sure you could go sciencey.
How? Go ahead.
Do I look like a scientist?
I can't see you.
I'll tell you now, I don't. But anyways, if you look at the visible horizon from, say, height of a tree, okay, and you look straight ahead, it's 5 kilometers. However, if you look down slightly and just... Sorry?
Citation, please.
When?
Anyways.
When?
The height of what? Did you say the height of a tree?
Well, eye level. We'll say eye level of an average male, okay? So it's 5 kilometers, it doesn't matter. It's 5 kilometers straight. Okay?
No, it's not.
You mean no, it's not. It's a hypothetical situation.
No, this is the problem because you're saying it's 5 kilometers on a globe, right?
Yeah, well, I'm talking
about
5
kilometers on the globe.
Yeah,
right. But when we tested, it's not at 5 kilometers.
Okay, but can I finish speaking so I can talk about just what I wanted to talk about?
Oh, you just want to speak? You know you can do that in your room by yourself, right?
Yeah, you can just stand in the mirror in your bathroom and speak.
Are you guys that like so like narcissistic to where you don't want to hear other people speak about girl terms?
Yes.
That's not really something you should be following, correct?
Well,
You've been led up into the Discord server. You've been led up into the Discord server as you have
now that you know that you're arguing with narcissistic bad people, deal with it and let's move on.
You have distrust for all scientific proof. However, you follow science. Sorry.
What science?
No.
What science?
You
None
have
of this is science.
Define science.
Right.
It's one.
Alright, here, let me look up the definition real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, I think he was. Weren't you the guy that was in doing the same thing yesterday? First with the tree, and then you went up the mountain, and weren't you here yesterday too?
I've never spoken about a tree yet, a mountain yesterday.
Yeah, he was here. He was down in the learning curve. Or
yeah, I might have been here, but I don't remember talking about a tree.
Who is it? Is it Maurice? Is that?
Yeah, it is me.
I
Maurice,
think it was Maurice. I'm not sure.
Is geometry science?
You can have geometrical signs.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
You can.
Well, what's that? What is geometrical science?
What's the cause and effect relationships in geometry? What's your independent variable?
Well, look around.
Maurice, no, we don't understand. Please explain.
Yeah, okay. Look around, okay? Everything is technically mathematical.
No, it's not.
What?
Well, it is.
Nothing is.
Are your feelings mathematical?
Well, you're wrong.
Are you telling me
nothing
that
is mathematical? We invented math through
Are
three
you
different
telling me-
systems. We went from Babylonian to Greek to
Math
Roman.
is a language.
Wait, so
Okay,
the
we
trees
invented
talk
it,
math?
and we invented it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
conceptual.
Yeah.
It's a language.
Like I'm leaning on a stove, but it's not made of the word stove, is it? It's
Is
not
it
made of
whispering
the
math
English
to you?
language, is
Yeah.
it?
Illogical.
You can describe math as a language. You can use math to describe things, but just because you can describe it doesn't mean that it's true. I can describe things that aren't true. I can describe what, I don't know, we'll say unicorn. I can describe that. Doesn't mean it's true. Math is a language. It describes.
How are you going to describe a unicorn in mathematical terms?
I didn't say mathematical. I said you can
Well, I'm
describe
talking
it.
mathematical terms,
And
as I said.
And math is a language that describes.
We're not concerned with mathematical
not a
terms
language that
because what you're
describes.
doing is you're reifying a mathematical concept.
How am I
that
reifying
isn't
anything? That's
true.
not true.
If you're starting from a false
know what that
axiom, you
means?
can have perfect math
think-
and it's
yeah.
still wrong.
I don't think he even knows what reify means.
No, he doesn't. Of course not.
I've got a better idea, Morris. Why don't you type out your trollish thesis in text and paste
Like,
it, and then we can
Wait, can you repeat
dissect
that
it
again?
and
Sorry,
laugh.
can you repeat that for a second?
Did you not hear me, or you?
No,
taking
I
it?
didn't.
All right, I'll say it one more time. But
Yeah,
no
go on.
more.
You might as well. Yeah. Go
Why
on.
don't you type out your trollish thesis?
Wait, that word?
Yeah, if you're
What's
not
that word?
listening, that's your business. Type out your trollish thesis
That word there. No, go
in
back.
the
a bit.
text. Yeah, you're a funny guy. Type it out.
What do you mean, my thesis?
Type it out so that
Do
we
you
can read it and that we can mock it.
Let me
and
see your
take it
thesis.
apart.
Let me see your 25-page thesis on how.
I'm not the one trying to present anything. You are.
Does it look like I'm reading a
you're-
thesis?
but you're-
Does it look like
but
I'm
you're
presenting a thesis?
you're
I'm projecting my
incoherent.
views into this Discord server.
You're
and getting screwed
incoherent. So
after
type it
every
out.
little thing I do.
Type
How
it
am I
out.
incoherent? I've been listening this whole time.
You
You're
are
not listening.
fundamentally incoherent. You haven't actually gotten anywhere. You haven't even made your point because you have no
Because
foundation.
people like you speak over.
You just sound terrified, kid.
Terrified.
I'm giving you an option to actually type it out, right? Because once you type it out, nobody can overtalk your typing, right? Nobody can do whatever. We can mock it once it's finished, but you can get it out completely if you just type it out.
I don't think it's worth my time. Because
okay.
I know well
Then
if you
why
wanted
are you
to
here?
read it. If you didn't want to read it, you wouldn't read it. To project
So
my
then
views.
what
we
is
would
worth your
read
time?
it. We would read it, and we would laugh
How can
ahead
you
of
say for
most
everyone in
likely.
this Discord server that you'd read it?
What are you
I'd
talking
read
about?
it. I'd read it.
Yeah.
Why didn't you read it for us?
Well,
To
you
us.
just did not listen there, did you?
Maurice, can you just tell us what the scientific method is?
Of what?
Wig snatched already.
Did you say of what?
The scientific method. It's not of what. It
Yeah,
is the thing itself, the scientific method.
There is a singular scientific method. There's not many of them. It's not a religious concept.
The scientific method of
Oh
brushing.
yeah,
your
yeah,
teeth.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait, let me just try to remember. One second. You
The
have
scientific method
think-
of geometry.
yeah. So you it starts with a question. I think.
Nope.
No. Wait, yeah. It starts with a question.
No. No, it
Do
doesn't.
you get paid per word?
Sorry. What an illogical thing to say.
Or per stutter?
It can't start with a question.
Well, it does. It starts with an observation or question.
Yeah. Oh, is an
What the
observation a
hell?
question? Is an observation
Yes.
a question?
A question. It can start with a
No,
statement.
it starts with an observation. Then what do? Then you ask your question. What's the cause of the
Then
observation?
you don't ask your question. You research it.
Question is literally step 2.
No, you actually have to research your area. You're in the field. That's not correct.
Research your area in your field. What?
You research your
Excuse me?
topic area. You research the area.
Research your topic area. What?
You research
What
the
is
area
this
of the topic,
fallacy?
followed by a hypothesis,
nobody
followed by a
knew what
theory.
incoherent
All I
meant,
asked you
Followed by a
for,
reason.
all I asked you for, Maurice, all I asked you for was the method. It's observation, hypothesis,
No,
then
hypothesis.
experiment. Your question is your hypothesis.
No, you have to research first, I believe. Then
your question is your hypothesis. We're talking about structure, not how you're going to go about doing it. We're talking about the structure of the method, aren't we?
Start with a statement. You research.
No, you don't start with a statement. Are you going to read the Declaration of Independence? What statement? You don't start with a statement. What are you, stupid? Are you stupid, Maurice? Maurice, listen to me. First, you have to start with a natural observation. You're observing a natural phenomenon. That's your effect. You have to hypothesize what the cause of that effect is. Then you have to do a hypothesis test, which is an experiment. You test to validate if your hypothesis is the cause of the observed natural phenomenon, which is the effect. That is what science is.
And then you analyze, and then you make a report on your conclusion.
You don't make a report on your conclusion. Your experiment either validates or invalidates it.
You have to make a report.
You don't make a report on a conclusion.
A report?
A report on a conclusion?
What do you got to like turn it into somebody or something?
Is this an English literature exam? Is this like what did Nietzsche mean in Zarathustra? Like you have to do a report on a conclusion?
But he's telling us we're wrong.
I'm rolling, dude.
I'm gonna make a report on
a conclusion.
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you.
Maurice, a report on a conclusion. How are you getting a conclusion if you haven't validated or invalidated through an experiment?
You have your hypothesis, correct? You test it, you analyze, and you make a report whether
when you say test, and then you say analyze, why are you being so redundant?
What do you mean? How am I being redundant by saying that?
Maurice, what's the test for?
You would test your hypothesis. That's called an experiment. That either validates or invalidates. Why are you adding in some extra analysis to it?
Because you need to analyze what you've just tested.
But that is what your experiment is.
You're skipping by the whole experiment. We need more experiment. What about the experiment? What is it testing?
Your hypothesis.
You're testing to see if the hypothesis is correct through what?
What do you mean through what? Through a test?
Yeah, the experiment, the test of the hypothesis.
And effect, a how and why. We need to know the cause and effect relationship. How do you do that? How do you test the hypothesis through experiment to see if it's true or not? What are the constituent parts of that experiment that you need to have?
You need to analyze what?
You need at least two things. 3 preferably, but
I'll give you a clue. You need variables. What type of variables are in an experiment?
I'll go as far to say independent variables.
That's one of them. That's really the most important one. Then you have a dependent variable.
And then you have a control variable.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So what is
hold on, let me ask him this. Which one is the cause and which one's the effect? The independent variable or the dependent variable? Maurice?
That I could not tell you.
Oh, Jesus.
No, not Jesus.
This is who's telling us that they know more about science than us. Someone who doesn't know the difference between an independent and dependent variable.
Maurice, have you been eating the crayons?
Yep. So in another couple months of study, you'll be within the 5th grade level of science. Yeah. You're not there yet, but you're getting study hard.
Yeah. So is this what it's about? It's just narcissists who scrutinize people who have projected views.
Ad hominem.
Don't be mad because you're wrong. Don't be mad because you just got.
No, I'm not mad. I see. I'm malleable.
No, you're literally mad because you just got shown. You got.
Can I just say here? I'm sitting in front of what? 34 people?
No, actually, you're sitting in your room by yourself.
I'm sitting in Discord call in front of what? 33 people?
In your room by yourself.
I'm sorry, are you not sitting in the room by yourself? Huh? Exactly.
I'm sitting in a room.
Oh, yeah, you're all alone talking to the wall.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, wait, who was that? Elijah, was it? Say that again, please? Or
really, we're all just figments of your imagination. Your Thorazine just hasn't kicked in yet.
Put to bed, then. I'm sitting here from the 32 projecting views.
Why do you have to be mad?
Listen, you don't have to be upset just because you didn't understand what science and the scientific method was.
No, I'm not upset. See, I'm malleable to learn things, but being scrutinized by narcissists is not one way to help someone learn.
Well, see,
How do you learn something without
So you haven't learned it then? So you're still in ignorance. Even when someone's corrected you, you're ignorant.
You wanted us to climb a tree and look at things.
No, I said I retracted
You
that.
wanted us to climb a tree and look at things. I am going to treat you poorly. I am going to treat you poorly.
Globe attachment disorder. I don't believe the Earth is a globe, personally.
Where's the curvature, Maurice?
Huh? Sorry, wait. Someone's mic is a. I didn't hear what that was said. What was said?
It doesn't matter. Listen, just get over yourself that you've been shown up to be ignorant. And get on with the discussion. What do you want to discuss now?
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck off, idiot.
Oh, hold on. Did you just say F off, you idiot?
What?
Yeah. There's this word in the English language, fuck.
Yeah.
Sometimes you add the word off on the end. Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Are any of you aware of the Tibidus effect?
Sorry, the what?
Wait, give me 1 sec.
Hurry up and
Are you concerned with somebody swearing at someone?
No, sorry. No, how about this for you? Are you aware of the Tibidus effect?
No. Are you concerned about
Sorry, answer my question.
I just said no. Listen, you bloody fool.
Sometimes we put it in a sentence where we say, like, fuck off, you twat.
Are you concerned about people swearing?
Chad, do you like the word twat, or is there another word you prefer?
I thought I told him an idiot, but I could have called him a twat. I don't know. It's just all the same to me, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
He was just being sour because he didn't understand what science was, and someone corrected him. He just didn't like it. Simple as that.
So you want to talk science? Yeah. What about? Have you heard of the Tibidus effect?
Have we heard of what?
No.
Why don't you tell us how that effect proves your globe? How does it prove the globe?
The Tibidus effect. Have you heard of it?
What effect? Repeat it. Say it one more time.
Get on with it. No.
I can't hear him. What effect?
I said it like 4 times. Just listen.
Say it one more time.
Tibidus.
Tibidus. It was because your foreign accent. We didn't understand you. Sorry. Tibidus effect. The Tibidus effect.
Yeah.
Tibidus. Like tip it in. It almost sounds like tip it in. Is it related to tip it in?
Why don't you describe how that proves 8 inches per mile squared?
Wait, he left. Was that like some kind of joke?
I have no idea.
I'm confused.
He was trying to clown on the room, but it was just return to sender every time.
Yeah, because he kept saying Tibidus effect. So I was like, okay, what is he gonna say? Like your Tibidus? I don't. What is the joke?
Nah, he was the joke. He was the butt of the joke and the punchline all in one.
No.
That was a waste.
Yep, indeed. Well, the room's clear now.
That's a disappointment.
How's everybody doing?
What is wrong with somebody? You explain something to them because they don't know it, which is, there's nothing wrong with not knowing what something is, and then they get upset. I mean,
Because he's a clown.
What's the problem?
He was trying to bait you into a certain response, but it didn't work.
So you don't know what something is. So what? Just tell us what it is. Look it up.
Hey, Chad.
Learn from your mistakes. Get on with it.
I have a fetish for clowning on young British kids. They are the worst. they're the worst. Like
Depends where they're from.
22 and under. 22 and under. They're from the UK. They're almost hopeless.
I hate to be that guy, but he was Irish, and so not technically in the UK.
Well, y'all sound the same to me.
Thank God. Thank God for that. Wow.
Oh, I think if you just go over there and you climb a tree and maybe you can see 5 kilometers or so, about as much Irish as I can give you.
Across the lock over there. What?
Maybe if you see past the tree, you can see the end of the rainbow, and that's where my Lucky Charms are.
At the end of the rainbow. That was a terrible Irish accent. I apologize.
Yeah, but aren't your Lucky Charms supposed to be in your pants?
Anyway, there's a tiflitis, but there's no tipitus. Tiflitis refers to the inflammation of part of the large intestine known as the cecum. I think that gentleman has that. Maybe that's why he was asking us. There's also typhus.
Was he trying to say he was missing his foreskin?
No, he's trying to say he has neutropenic enterocolitis.
No penis. What'd you say?
Oh my God!
Is that really the best that side had to offer all day?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Anytime I hear someone say science and tree, I know I'm about to be entertained for a minute.
Somehow they got past quality control.
Because, that's an old article. That article is like 4 years old, the one that tells you to climb a tree.
Yeah. 7 ways to prove the Earth is a globe. Climb a tree. Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
It's still in the top results.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of what we were talking about before this guy came in here, about where we know they're the model and we have to teach it to them first before we tear it apart. It's so frustrating.
And then they want us to prove that they're claiming those claims. It's really bad.
Right. Yeah, we came up with we're flat earthers, but we came up with the Earth curve calculator. Those are all our calculations. Yeah, no, they don't understand the concept of hostile witness or explaining their model to them before we say what's wrong with it. It's so frustrating. It wastes so much time. But yeah, it's typical. Maybe he'll come at all this and look into the Earth curve calculator and look into certain things. Maybe.
So
who knows? But
the sheep,
not a chance.
Is the sheep in the tire?
He wouldn't even admit that he didn't know what the scientific method was. How are you gonna deal with someone like that?
It's only a waste of time. It's only a waste of time if you're trying to get somewhere.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to be optimistic. That maybe...
I'm not trying to solve anything with them.
Right.
I'm trying to be frustrating too.
All right.
It's usually when, how, or why. Those are the questions you need to respond with.
Yeah, whatever you can do whatever inspires that person, like I said, hopefully, to actually, find out what the scientific method is, what the heliocentric model claims, and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully we inspired something and it wasn't a total waste. But yeah. Just another day on Discord.
He'll be back tomorrow, trolling the same way.
You think so?
Yeah, of course.
Just respond with when every time.
Isn't there someone else?
Nah, they both left.
We could start a cryptocurrency.
The dude said the horizon is 5 kilometers.
We could start a
For
cryptocurrency.
average male, average height. Climb a tree.
I'm sorry. We could
Oh,
bet
my bad,
on
go
whether
ahead.
they come back or not and create a cryptocurrency.
You lost me there, Sonny. What did you mean?
I said we could start a betting pool of whether they come back or not and start a cryptocurrency based on that.
Straight to the moon.
Wait, who's the worst glober that's ever been in here?
It's got to be Rumpus. He's one of the worst, isn't he? I mean, that was just a total waste of time, wasn't it? It was just ridiculous.
Rumpus has to be up there kind of high too.
Yeah, he's a fucking moron.
Yeah, but how do you define worst? Because I would say Matthew Learns is the worst.
What, because of the irony of his name?
I've not.
Yeah.
I've not been here for him. Has he been here before?
Yeah, he's polite, but he's confused.
He's like some kind of like Star Wars dullard.
He comes to all the ladies' nights.
I'm telling you, he's one of the ones he can't admit that it's flat, but he's hanging out here all the time to find out what we're gonna do.
Wait. He comes in for ladies' nights?
Yeah, frequently.
See, here's the thing. And I think they see the ladies as an easy target, which is why they hang out on ladies' night. Whether that be true or not is a completely different matter. I don't think it is true. I think they're usually in for a surprise when they think that.
He's a maths lecturer, so he's probably just looking for somewhere nice to hang out.
He's a what lecturer?
I think he's a mathematics lecturer.
Who is? Who is this?
Matthew Learns.
Matthew Learns.
I'm thinking somebody else. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, he's a maths lecturer. He's actually got a YouTube channel with 500,000 subs.
Oh, nice.
I got him to give us a shout out.
I think it's the only time they actually get to talk to girls. That's the only reason they're there, because outside of there, the girls won't have anything to do with them.
Well, let me tell you something. Girls are overrated. I've been married for 12 years. That's right,
He has
buddy.
children, though. So
I have 3 children, 2 daughters, and a wife. I'm girled out. No more girls for me. My wife dies, it's gay from there on out.
You know, I've been married 3 times. My second wife died, and I've got massive experience with women, and they're a little overrated for sure.
Yeah. I'm just gonna get a hobby. If she ever dies, I'm just gonna get a hobby. I'll paint Warhammer figures or something.
Oh, you're making me feel so warm and fuzzy inside.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Talk about exhausting. Think about owning a hot rod. Owning a hot rod that talks back.
Is the yield worth the price? That's the question.
My wife's great.
Hey, but they produce some special editions that don't talk back, right?
I don't know.
Mutes, right?
Mutes. I think those are in Saudi Arabia, though. I don't think they produce those here in the States.
On purpose?
I'm just picturing a carpenter making a table, and then the table just starts giving him lip.
Yeah. You're doing it wrong. Call that sanding.
You missed the spot.
Yeah.
Your brother did it better.
Aaron, you're sick. Just a little.
I mean, it's not like I'm making it up.
I know. I'm just messing with you, bro. That was funny.
I always say sheep get a real bad rap. Sheep are good animals. They're not dummies. They know what voice not to follow. People aren't sheep. They're cows. They're cattle.
Just found out they're actually good dancers today too. Look at that.
Yeah. No,
Wow.
sheep are actually really smart. Like if they don't recognize like the voice of their shepherd, they won't follow it. But cattle are dumb. You can just herd cattle and they'll follow the one in front of them into the slaughter.
Nice one, Miguel.
This bear, my fifth incarnation and still no carb. Now this is my fifth incarceration and I still won't believe the curve. Even if they threaten me with jail again. It's getting bad out there, guys. I'm telling you. It's getting terrible. People are just fucking, I don't know what's wrong with them. It's like they're just lost right now. Terrible.
You know, it'd be Mimas, you know, it'd be hilarious. Do a project for one of these government agencies connected with NASA or something, and then don't level the foundations. Do it all on this supposed curvature dimensions, and then go, "What? You're mad at me? This is what you said you believed."
I just thought of what that would look like. And what that would look like is if you built it on an arced foundation, the building would get wider and wider as it went up.
Yep.
They'd never be able to level their tables. Nothing would work.
A 1,500 foot or 2,500 foot building with a hump in the middle. That would be great because level has to be curved, right?
That would be hilarious to see.
Everything leaning out from the center. Awesome. Furniture with longer legs further away from the center. Put a pinball machine.
Yeah, there'd be no way to win. You couldn't slip the quarters underneath the legs and level it out for more better play. I used to do that. It used to be these nickel machines, and it wasn't like the regular pinball machine where you flip the flippers. You had to land them in the holes and line them up and get on the screen. You could spin the numbers around different depending on how many quarter or how many nickels you put in it. Me and my uncle would slip nickels underneath the legs. He taught me how to do that when I was like 12 years old and level it out a little bit. And so you could have more control over the balls. We went home with money in our pockets all the time down at a place called Mr. B's. Gambling on pinball machines. You guys probably don't even remember those things, do you?
They didn't have those kind when I was growing up.
Yep.
I've never seen one that dispenses money.
Yep.
Oh, we would have been all over that shit.
I just did a search for old pinball machines like that, the kinds I used to play. That like they can't even find them on the internet, for hell's sakes. Old antique ones, so old. I guess they don't even can't find them. Weird. And these are not vintage pinball machines. Fuck. There they are. They're called bingo balls. Pinballs. Bingo pinballs. I just dropped the link. You'd have to click on it. But scroll up, you can see the holes. And then on the screen, you can spin them numbers to line up to get payoffs. I used to play one just like this when I was about 12.
Hey, have you spoken to Globs yet?
Who?
Globs, not Globes. He's just above Grim.
I don't think so.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I've spoken before. My name was Crypto Circuit before this.
Hello.
Hello.
Anybody see the tilt yet?
Nope.
All right. Maybe next year. Is Grim here? You hear me? You're unmuted. Okay. I guess not. Hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
Is the Earth still flat? What's going on?
Yeah, it's so flat. Is it? Do you see it moving yet? Anybody see it moving?
I see the sun moving overhead. It's casting a shadow.
Yeah, close
on
enough.
A flat plane.
Oh, never mind. Wait.
No
if I see a ceiling fan in my room move, does that mean that my floor is moving too, right?
According to Einstein, you can't tell which is moving.
Oh, true. So if I have a ceiling fan, I can't tell whether the ceiling fan is moving if I turn it on or if the floor is moving, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So you have that thing in your ear that would go off if you had a movement. You would sense movement, right? Consequently, if you moved 1,000 miles at the equator and 0 miles on the North Pole, you would definitely tell that difference.
Let me
happening.
do this. When you saw the sun moving, did you see it tilted or not?
It's just a light in the sky.
Okay.
No apparent tilting.
Gotcha. It wasn't wobbling either, right?
No wobbling.
Okay.
When there's a lunar eclipse, does the moon catch up to the sun and cover it, pass over it? Is that what's happening?
Lunar eclipse, well, that you need to know the position of the I'm sorry. You need to know what's causing the occultation, and not just assume that the source of the light is the sun. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to assume that the light on the moon is from the sun, but they never. No one has ever proven that. So it's literally.
Doesn't the sun move faster than the moon? So does someone catch up and pass it? No, every month.
I don't know. Because in order for me to like say definitively in order to record a speed, I'd say you need a point A and a point B. But in order to get point A, you need the real position, not just an apparent position. And in order to get the real position, you need the distance. So it'd be impossible to me, but I don't know. I'm sure, I don't know if Flat Earth Data is here, but I think he knows a way to get the speed from it with only just an apparent position. So it's only it's probably approximate. I don't know the exact.
I thought, I don't know this, but I thought that the moon eclipses the sun when it passes over the sun, and then the sun eclipses the moon when it passes under the moon. And I don't.
Wait. In a lunar eclipse, what happens again?
The moon passes over in front of the sun. No.
Okay, so it's not. Okay, so the Earth is not casting a shadow on it then.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay.
That's why the Globers say that it can happen, because Earth is supposed to cast a shadow on the moon. Sometimes, I think.
So for a lunar eclipse, the moon is going in front of the sun, and the solar eclipse is the sun. What's the solar eclipse again?
I thought it was the sun going in front of the moon. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The sun is going in front. But don't you see it from the perspective? I mean, when you see a solar eclipse, you see a black circle. But there's no way to prove that it's actually the moon, you know? Have you seen that? Here, wait. Where is it, this video?
Yeah, I think I'm wrong about the solar eclipse. I definitely see the moon crossing over the sun. At least that's what they say it is.
Here, do you see this? If you go to, hold on, wait. There's some really good parts of this. Okay, go to 20. I'll type it in. 2024. In this video, you see how the where is it? 2024. Wait, that's not it. Hold on.
I'm watching the video.
Okay, 21. Sorry, just 2200. 2200. Here, I'll just take a picture of it because it's so. This part. Tell me what you think. If I don't know if this is real or fake, but this would like completely debunk everything about a solar eclipse if they said it was actually if this was real. Unless there's like a second thing besides the moon and the sun, you know, but I don't think they would never believe that. Testing.
Yeah, I'm at 22 minutes.
Skip.
Yeah, I saw the first eclipse in the plane, and I guess that's not the moon, right? So maybe it's the black sun.
Right. You see the two of them, right? You see you see that there's 3 different circles, right? How many circles do you see? Because one is the sun, there's another one, and then there's another one to the left. Do you see that?
I'll have to look at it again. I just saw 2, but
oh, here. Do you see the picture I posted underneath that one? Just that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, so that's 2. There's a black and a sun, right?
Yeah, there's 2 black, but there's 1 sun, right? So there's 3 circles, right? Now, the interesting thing is according to the globe theory, the Earth only has 1 moon. So that means either they're lying, or this is not the moon, or this is something like either these black circles are like faked, or there's something else up there.
I just see one black circle in front of the sun, the one you posted.
Yeah, but you see the outline of the other one to the left? Here, I'll circle it in red.
I just see one black circle.
Okay, I posted it. You see this one where I just posted and it's circled in red?
Okay, now I see it. So this is good evidence.
Well, I'm just saying one of the 2 things are possible, right? Because either this is, if this is real, then it debunks it.
Is our moon, the one we know, is our moon anywhere around during this eclipse, or no?
Nobody knows that. The problem, that's the main problem.
We can track the moon, right? We can track the moon.
You'd have to be able to track it in a way that actually has the fully lit aspect. Like, you'd have to be able to see it lit up and then transform into darkness, before this. Like, basically you'd have to have an uncut recording where you see the moon fully lit or partly lit, and then you record it going all the way in front of the sun with no cuts, no edits. You get what I'm saying? But I don't think anyone has ever, no one that I know has ever proven that it's actually the moon. But, it might be the moon, but they haven't proven it.
This is a good video. I'm going to save this one for my debate. Thank you.
Before you save it, I just want to let you know, I don't know who made it, and I don't know if it's real, so. It reminds me of Tatooine, by the way, if you ever heard
You don't know who Flatwater is? Flatwater's not legit?
Flatwater? Yeah, I think he's been in the lobby for a while. Grim, are you okay?
Wait, you can hear me?
I unmuted you earlier. Did you not want me to unmute you?
No, I didn't realize that you unmuted me.
Oh shit. Well, you didn't say anything anyway. Yeah. You want me to stay on your mute?
Yeah, sure. Just I don't really can argue with anything here because I don't have the knowledge to go on either side. So I'm just here to listen.
Can you hear me now? I might cut out.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Well, let me ask you. This is some basic, like, without arguing. Do you think Earth is not moving, or do you think it is moving?
I think it is.
Think it is moving?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think it's also a globe?
From all I have seen, the logic is not adding up that the Earth is flat.
Okay. And you think outer space is real, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Let's start with the. Okay, so as far as moving goes, do you know anyone who, well, not you personally, but like when you learned about that, how did they convince you or prove it to you?
Well, first it was geographically, then it was physically, like physics.
Okay, so like, were they able to show you Earth moving?
Yes, that's how we calculate years that have been passed and days that gone by.
So you saw? Did you actually see it move?
Well, me as a person, I cannot see it move because I don't have the technology and equipment to see an entire planet move.
Did they see it? Did the people who showed you the proof, did they see it move?
No.
No.
They're teachers. They don't have a space engineering degree. They haven't been in space.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Is there anything that you experience, or not experience, but like, is there a memory in your life that you have where you said, there's no way the Earth can be not moving because I saw this happen, or someone showed me this? Like, did you ever have that experience?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What is it? What's the experience?
The meteor shower. We call it the tears of Saint. What is it? Joseph? Joe? I have no idea. It's that one day when there is like a hell of a lot of meteor showers, and it's just how.
Okay, yeah, and
so
the reason it has to be okay. So if you saw the meteor shower and the Earth was not moving, what would happen? It would be impossible, right?
Exactly, it would be impossible. Either that, if the Earth wasn't moving, how can I see it?
How can you see a meteor shower if the Earth was not moving?
Yeah.
Well, okay, number one, we have to verify that these meteors are being actually landing where you think they are, and then we also have to verify the source of where they came from, right?
They are not landing anywhere. That's the problem. They're passing through and you can see them in the night sky.
Okay, so if the Earth was not moving and the meteors were moving... Oh, you mean like both the Earth and the meteors are moving?
No, it's just the meteors. It's like a meteor shower. You can see the meteors moving, but you don't have the feeling of Earth moving.
Okay, but does that make sense? Because you just said the Earth is moving, and the meteors are not moving with the Earth, correct? So wouldn't they have a circular effect? Yes or no?
They did. They did.
So the meteors circle in a circle?
Yeah. You can see
you
like
post that?
the U shape of a meteor.
Yeah, can you post the circular motion of the meteor? I'd like to see that if you have a link to that.
Saint fucking. Wait a second, I'm Croatian, so yeah, it's really hard. Sunce Svetogor. Give me 1 second. Where can I post it? Because I don't know.
I'll give you. Hold on. Here, 1 sec. Let me. Okay, right there. Do you see? Got a thing?
Where?
Here, I just pinged you. You didn't see it? It's right above the voice channel. Live stream voice text. Yeah, there you go.
I can post it here.
Oh, you can't. Try just the URL, not the image.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you're gonna like understand anything of this because it's like Croatian side.
Thanks. Let's take a look.
I know pictures can be edited and everything, but if you put like, you know how they do like the night cameras? They put it all.
Oh, I get what you're saying now. So you're looking at. Okay, hold on. I should show you something. 1 sec.
Can you put it in live stream?
He did. It's just the link.
Like, I mean, I don't want to be arrogant or anything. I don't know what you think about like all the scientists that exist in this world and all the YouTube channels.
Here, wait. Let me show you something. Have you ever seen something like this? This star trail right here? It's just a thumbnail.
No.
Okay, basically, it's the same idea where you have something in the sky that's moving in a circular pattern, and so basically our idea is that some people think it would only go straight if the Earth was not moving, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now here's the thing. What medium are those objects from? Because that is going to definitely have an effect on the path that it's taking, depending on what medium it's in.
I have no idea.
It would be impossible unless someone actually went up there, right? Like the location. Well, let me put it this way. If someone is in water versus in air versus in helium, depending on the direction and the way that the medium, like what the temperature is, pressure, all that stuff, the dependency on what's around it is going to may or may not affect it, or there's nothing there and it's just a vacuum of space, right? And then it would just go straight, I would assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the argument here's where it gets interesting. Okay, so
I mean,
in order for it to go straight, you need a vacuum, right?
Exactly, you need a vacuum, but it's not even.
Let me ask you. Go ahead.
vacuum is not really the only factor that comes to like the curvature. It's like the gravitational pull of the Earth that curves the meteorites who come close to Earth for us to see them.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So, as far as gravity is concerned, is there any way to scientifically validate the cause of why a solid object falls downward, like with an independent variable? Are you familiar with those words?
I can only tell you that there is too much scientific proof that proves why gravity works the way gravity works, but I cannot really.
How let me put it simple. Let me give you a simpler example. If I have gas like air, like helium, lighter gas, and there's no container, is there any way to prove that gas is affected by gravity?
I think there is.
Okay, how? Without a container, I should say. Because the reason I'm asking for proving that it's being affected by gravity without a container is because that's the real life. Like when you go out into the real world, there's no container, according to the globe theory.
How is there no container? You have the, what do you call it? The sphere around the sphere around the Earth that keeps Earth protected because of the oxygen.
There's no physical gap. Like, let me put it this way: if, let's say, hypothetically, you're in a spaceship and the spaceship has air in it, and then you open the door to the outside, what happens to the air inside?
In the spaceship.
Yeah,
it's basically getting sucked out.
It moves out, right? Yeah, exactly. It moves out. Okay, so the argument. Now let's forget about the spaceship for a second. Let's just think about. Let's say there's a person standing on the surface of the Earth, and there's air and there's gas all around him. What stops the air and the atmosphere from immediately going out into outer space? I think you already answered this, but what stops what makes the air stick to it and not just go out?
How do you call it? We call it ozone.
No, it's gravity. It's not. Are you aware of that?
Gravity.
Yeah, it's not because of the gas. It's just because the ozone and all the layers are made of the gas, right? But what stops it is supposed to be gravity. Were you aware of that? Right. Okay, so the question I have is, is there any way to prove or demonstrate gravity stopping air next to an open vacuum without assuming outer space is real?
I have no idea.
Well, let me ask you this. You know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree or disagree that if in order to create the vacuum, we need a container?
Yeah, why not?
Like the walls of the vacuum chamber would contain would separate, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Right. So the only problem with challenging gravity is because when you have a vacuum next to gas, if we were to replace the walls with just gravity, it would not work, right?
With just gravity.
Like if there was a way to stop the gas instead of having the physical walls and only have gravity, it would be impossible, right? Because the gas would just go in, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why they are called vacuum chambers, because you need walls to create a vacuum to pull out all the air out.
Yes, exactly. So basically, the reason why now this might sound a little bit crazy, but basically the argument for why there either has to be a container or
the vacuum of outer space is impossible or doesn't exist is because the gas would escape. Otherwise, because if it didn't escape, we need a physical, basically there has to be a physical demonstration, but it's literally impossible. No one has ever done it. It's like to prove that gravity can hold gas next to an open vacuum, it's physically impossible. That's why we're saying outer space vacuum does not exist.
What about the airplane pressures that go
airplane has a container. You have a container for that. If you need a container to do that, right? Because the air inside an airplane. Right. You need a container. But in the globe theory, there is none. I mean, they believe that gravity is the container, but they can't demonstrate. I mean, it's not even them. Nobody can demonstrate gravity acting as a container next to an open vacuum for gas pressure, for gases. That's why we say you either need a container, which means that the Earth would either have a container for the gas, or there's no vacuum of outer space. It would be impossible unless you had that. Because when you have a vacuum, just like the spaceship, if you open the door, the air goes out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, let's say that space is fake, and
everything vacuum. It just can't be a vacuum. That's all.
It cannot be just a vacuum.
Right. It has to be something else besides a vacuum.
But I want to talk about logically speaking. How can you prove that somebody is controlling the entire population of 7 billion people on the Earth with such a large occupation of money and everything else, that they're just doing this like a scheme that the Earth is round and that's it?
If they believe it, then I would not call them liars. I just think I don't think they're. If they actually believe that the Earth is a globe and that space is real, I would just say they're just, in my opinion, they're just not correct. That it doesn't mean that they're lying to me. I don't think they're evil. I think you're just wrong.
The thing is, he's right. Many people are deceived, and they also deceiving other people. But the main reason is if you have no globe, you have no rotation, you have no orbit, you have no heliocentric, no geocentric, no Big Bang theory, no Darwinism or evolution, no missing link, no randomness. We are unique. We are the center of everything. Intelligent design, God or creator, awakening of mankind, end of the new world order. If people would realize what they are, they wouldn't be going to basic jobs and wouldn't accept the system how it is, But because they've been told that they're space monkeys spinning on a ball in outer space and their life is meaningless, they just gonna live in their matrix. And that's why they need to.
Bro, you're making me feel more depressed than I am right now. Your life is just fucking meaningless, bro. It's like, I know it is. I know my life is meaningless. Look,
it is not. That's what they're trying to tell you. It is not meaningless. Your life has a lot of worth to it. It is a gift by the one who also created everything around you. So accept the gift and do the best with it.
They basically put you in a spinning wheel, like a rat spinning wheel. Like, you put a hamster or a mouse.
Yeah,
that's what they do when they control your mind. They tell you you're stuck on a spinning ball. That's basically what you are. You're stuck there. You can't get off.
I mean, of the 7 billion people that are living on a planet, could not somebody debunk everything that and just
That's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. We're debunking it. Pay attention.
Yeah, but there is no logic behind your argument and the other millions and millions of documents and scientific researches that exist on the internet that proves the globe is like this and space is like that and physics and chemistry and geography.
Show me one proof. One proof.
One proof. you're asking me for one proof that I know is just elementary school physics.
You said there were millions. Just give us one.
What's his name? Yeah, I cannot say that because he is on YouTube. Yeah, he's not really professional. What's his name? The black physician, astrophysicist.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he is like
Show me one of his proofs.
You have his book that is like proof to like everything that I know. Even the logic behind that is just like funny to me. Why would a guy spend his entire life career studying physics and doing all the space engineering and everything? And why would like companies put in so much
he knows? You're saying that if he knows it's a lie, right? Why would he do it?
Yeah, if he knows if he knows that it's all a lie, why would he spend his entire life doing that?
How about for a paycheck? He's an entertainer. He's on TV. He's an actor. He gets paid.
Okay. We're talking about paycheck. Why would the government pay billions and billions and quadrillions dollars for scientific research that has been happening for like thousands of years? Space stations, NASA, SpaceX. They're like over like 10.
Do you believe the government tells the truth all the time?
The government doesn't tell the truth.
I'm just telling you that the government.
Does the government tell the truth all the time?
No, they don't.
Okay.
Imagine.
I'm just saying that the government cannot lie about something that is much bigger than themselves. They can lie about Area 51. They can lie about politics. They can lie about healthcare, bullshit, and that. They're not stealing from the people. Yes, they are. They are stealing from everybody.
Slow down.
But if you took like something like space.
Slow down. If they're stealing from people, they're lying about politics and Area 51 and healthcare. Why would they tell the truth about this? They're basically lying about a bunch of stuff, right? So why would they?
Because logically thinking, it's bigger than them, and it's something that you physically cannot hide.
Grim.
It's something
Grim. Logically thinking, what is the best idea that you can come up with if you're born into a bloodline of family which was since the Egyptians controlling certain mechanisms of the of the things that are going on in the world, and you still want to keep that position as the kings of the kings, and you don't want to give it to someone who is so called to be the creator, and people would worship him instead of these people that are giving pleasures to mankind through their evil works. So, in order to keep a certain system and to keep a certain authority above, mankind and control them, you need to get them into a certain reality, and they need to accept that reality as their reality, and
so
that's why.
So you're basically talking about Christianity.
No.
To control people and to manipulate them, create a religion.
No, sir, that's religion. Religion is made by mankind. Religion is nothing that is being taught in the Bible. I believe in the Bible, and I believe in the Creator, what He has given us and what He has given us in words. But I don't believe in a human construct which tells you to go in a church, do some rituals that were never mentioned in the Bible, and so forth. It's a big deceivement again, which was being told to us that religion is actually, the same as God. It's just there to make you feel bad and control you and so forth. But if you really dig deep into the roots of religion, it's always made by human beings. And it's always made by humans because humans want to build a certain construct, where they actually can keep certain things, even though they know it is not in the frame of which God has actually given them to do it, So religion is a bunch of man-created things. That's why also Jesus said, "Look at these temples. I tell you, no stone will be staying on." No, look at all these temples and the treasures inside. Look how man is collecting treasures that are useless, because you should collect treasures in heaven. You should collect treasures outside of this world. And still people believe it's important to have things in this world and that makes you happy and so forth. But the only thing that can make you happy is to understand that happiness is the cheapest thing that you can find in life. Love is the cheapest thing you can find in life. But still we try to find it because we've been raised this way and through government, through school system, that you need to actually earn a lot of money and buy a lot of things and consume a lot of things to be living a happy and sustainable life, which is a lie. Straight up, a religious lie. And trust me, these Jesuit priests, which are also contributed to this globe Earth construct, they are nothing else than a religion. NASA is a religion. How many people just believe what they see, what they have been told? They just believe it. They've never been higher than with an airplane. They have never actually researched why the stars are not changing, why we have the feeling of a stationary Earth, why there is an ice wall and an Antarctic treaty. Isn't that strange that nothing in school is actually going through that kind of topics? Just to scratch on it. You know?
So you're telling me from the guys who make us believe that we need a lot of money to be happy in life. It's all a concept for bullshit. So you're telling me the biggest space company that exists pays billions and billions and billions, wastes billions and billions of dollars and money and everything, whatever they can, to keep people
in religion. Yes.
To keep in religion alive.
It looks so fake. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Yeah, they get government contracts. They get billions of dollars. They get billions of dollars. They get government contracts to keep the lie going. That's true.
If they have billions and billions of dollars, why they don't have any island? They have no fucking golf clubs, personal fucking butlers and everything. They're getting the minimalist pay ever, but still they're believing a lie. How does that work?
Is $50 billion a year minimal pay?
50 what?
50 billion per year. Is that right? It's like, it's 50 million. It's 50 million a day. Is NASA's budget? Is that minimal? You can
tell me one person.
You can look it up.
Tell me one person that's a normal, hardworking employee that just got into NASA for technician or bullshit like that, space engineering. He only needs to see dials and bullshit, and he gets paid the same amount of money as the fucking CEO or the owner of the company.
No, he gets his paycheck, whatever it is, and he gets to work on some mechanical structures, satellites and rockets that don't actually go into space. They just go in the atmosphere and then they bend over and turn into the ocean, right? He works on the technology that they make, CGI movies and screens and stuff, but he doesn't actually go into space, right? So he wouldn't know. He has to accept what they tell him. Yeah. Right?
So you're telling me that he needs to accept them because they're threatening him?
Because if he said something, he'd lose his job, right?
Yeah, he loses his job and his life. So you're telling me
an airplane pilot can't say, "Hey, I think the Earth is flat. Let me go online and tell people that." He would lose his job, would he not? Airplane pilot?
No. Why would he lose his job?
It's happened if you look into it. Because then they think he's crazy. Why? How can he fly a plane with people on it if he's crazy? Thinks the Earth is flat. He get fired. Yes.
Plenty of pilots that are flat.
Teacher would get fired, right? Teacher starts teaching kids that the Earth is not round; it's flat. They get fired, right?
Exactly.
Education. So you can't really speak out without losing your job, right? So who's going to do that?
Well, for me, logically thinking, shouldn't they lose their life as well as their job? If you want to hide something that's so
do you think
big.
You think people haven't been killed? Do you think the government's Government can kill people whenever they want.
Y'all really taking that bait?
You think that there's not CIA that are hitmen? You don't think that?
Y'all really taking this bait?
Why would they lock? Why would they lock?
That water's limited.
Like Grim, you admitted.
What's the question? What's the question? What's the question?
You admitted the government lies.
7 billion people on this planet, and if they killed everybody who's like debunking flat Earth, and they think the Earth is flat, shouldn't that mean that your lives are also in danger?
What are you talking about? What's your question? Hold on. What's your question?
He agreed.
Grim, what's your question?
The government lies, but he
Grim, what's your question?
I agree that government lies, but they're asking me if the government is lying.
What's your question? What's your question? Or what are you asserting?
I'm asserting that there is no logical explanation for the Earth, like for the government to hide such a secret.
Define explanation. Define what an explanation is.
Well, explanation is self-explanatory, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a story.
Exactly.
So you haven't been told a good enough story. That's what you want. You want a story.
Yeah.
Why would I want a story?
Does that make you a smart person or a dum-dum?
No, that makes me a person who's searching for knowledge.
That makes you a dum-dum, doesn't it? Tell me a good story. Don't look for the truth. A story will convince me, not the truth. Just a story. Just tell me something.
Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth.
Let me ask you something. How many soldiers took part in the Allied invasion of Iraq?
Bro, I don't even know. I don't follow that shit.
Did they ever find weapons of mass destruction?
I think they did.
They never did. They never did, and it's widely accepted that it was just a bald-faced lie by our intelligence agency.
All of you guys are a bunch of slaves, and you guys invest in crypto.
Why am I getting interrupted?
Don't even know the owner.
Why am I getting interrupted by some dum-dum? Why am I getting interrupted?
Dude, Bitcoin's owned by
Why am I getting interrupted? Why am I getting interrupted by somebody whose balls haven't dropped? What's wrong with your voice?
I have
no idea. Yours, bro.
Who was interrupted?
Why you call me a dumb-dumb? You gonna suck on me like a lollipop?
Is that Peso Bags? Peso Bags?
Stop the name calling.
Yeah. Banned. Okay, he's banned. So, Grim.
Shit.
Grim, I have a question for you.
Okay,
They didn't find any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, which was the pretense for invading it. 3 million soldiers between several different countries.
Okay.
How many people lied to start the war?
A lot of them.
Huh?
A lot of them.
All of them?
A lot of them.
A lot of them? No, actually, you're wrong.
Everybody. Not everybody.
Actually, you're very wrong.
How many people?
12.
12 people.
12 people. The intelligence went through 12 people before it went to the president's desk and was signed off. 12 people.
It's like playing broken telephone.
No, it's not.
How not?
Are you stupid? You just assigned that to random miscommunication? Are you stupid? Grim, are you stupid?
How am I stupid if it could
12
happen?
people. It went through 12. It didn't go through 12. But what are you talking about? Telephone. Those 12 people were also part of a group called the Project for a New American Century who wrote a program 2 years before that war detailing the invasion of Iraq on the pretense of weapons of mass destruction.
We are talking now about a war that happened on Earth.
No.
When I'm saying
we are not. No, Grim. I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you, Grim. I'm going to ban you if you don't shut up. We are not talking about anything except human behavior, aren't we? We're talking about human behavior. And you want a good story to be told to you. That's all you want. You just want a good story. And you don't want to believe that small groups of people lie.
I believe that small groups of people lie.
Okay, well then shut up. Accept it. Who cares why they lie? Get over it.
They lie to stay in power.
Stop being a baby. Get over it. Who cares why they did? They did. We know they did. Who cares why? Be an adult. Stop asking childish questions. But why? Daddy, why? Ask adult questions. How? How did they lie? What was the lie?
I literally cannot argue with you. I just don't have the mental strength to argue with you right now.
Actually, you never will.
Grim, you admit that we have to have faith in NASA to tell us what the Earth looks like from space, because we can't go there ourselves, right? We have to take what they show us, like CGI pics and pictures.
Yeah, but I don't still understand why would they waste billions and billions of dollars to still contain
They're not wasting it. Why are you assuming they're wasting it? If I con you into giving me $1 million and I spend it on something else, that's not wasting it, is it?
Right. Grim, it's not a waste. It works, as you can see. How many people are believing that the Earth is actually a globe, even though there's sensors and what you can observe on Earth is absolutely the opposite of it. So actually, they're investing good money, man. Works pretty well. Works well for the whole system. So the money is not wasted.
I don't think there is no point in wasting so much. Okay, they're not wasting so much. They're not wasting money, but I see no point in even if. Okay.
Who cares? Who cares why they would lie? Who cares?
Earth is flat. Nothing changes in the world. That's it.
Oh, really? Really?
What are gonna 7 billion people do? Kill themselves for believing in something different? Or they're gonna just start living their lives like they used to, with one simple change? They have been told a lie. Fuck it. Let's keep it on. We're living fine.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Is your entire thing, why would they lie?
Yeah.
That's the thing you can't get past?
Exactly. Why?
Hold on a second. Let's say you come across a murder. There's a body on the floor. There's a bunch of drugs everywhere. They've been shot a bunch of times. Do you need to know what the motivation was in order to know a crime was committed?
No.
No. In order to convict someone of murder, do you need to know why?
To convict somebody of murder? Yes.
Yeah. No, you never do. In almost
Why
no
not?
cases.
You cannot.
Wait a minute. Listen to how stupid you are.
You cannot explain to me.
Grim. Shut up.
A random person on the street.
I'm gonna ban you if you don't shut up. Grim,
I don't care.
To me. Grim. Listen, you get videotape of somebody murdering someone.
Exactly.
That's not a motivation, you retard. That's not a why. That's direct evidence. Do you not understand that? If you have evidence like their fingerprints on a gun, the smoke on their hands, it was their gun and their bullet, and the gun was registered in their name, and they had that time, and they didn't have an alibi, and there was videotape of them. You don't have to know what their motivation was. You don't have to know why they did it. You have all the evidence that they did it, don't you?
Yes.
You don't have to know why, do you? Grim, in over 90% of cases, people are convicted without a motivation. It isn't until sentencing and after the confession that people give out their motivations. People are convicted first.
Okay, and?
You are convicted on evidence, not motivations.
So Grim, if you look into the lobby and you look what people are actually debating there and posting, and there are many things on this Discord too where you can inform yourself about the flat Earth, then just forget the point of trying to find out why they lie, because it doesn't really matter, because you know that your senses and what you can observe through experience don't lie.
No,
So
it's just like puzzling me. Murder, you don't need to know why they did it. But
you don't need to know.
This is 7 billion people we are talking about. An entire planet.
You don't need to know.
you don't need to know.
You don't need to know. Hey,
So
let me ask you this.
know why
Are you
there
ever
are
going to know?
7
Are you ever
billion
going to
people.
know? Hold on. Are you ever going to know why the serial killer chops off little kids' feet and keeps them in his freezer?
No.
You're never going to know. You know why you're never going to know? Because you're not a psychopath. Because you're not thinking like them. Because you don't have their motivations. Because maybe you don't want to rule over other people. Maybe you don't have their mindset. You're never going to know. Even if you were told, you wouldn't understand. You don't get it. That's why it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're committing crimes. It doesn't matter what their motivations are.
They're just doing it, and it's a religion. That's why it's so powerful. 7 billions of people. It is a religion. They use it to control them.
And by the way, how do we know if it's 7 billion people? You know, that's also a number we just trust.
Don't get caught in the
If we
weeds.
are-
Don't get
if
caught
we
in the
are-
weeds. Don't get caught in the weeds.
Right. That's true. So he left. So the story was not good enough.
There we go. Well, he needed to be pressed.
You were never born in a good, righteous world. Sick and broken. You work your whole life for their own sake.
Well, I hope he could have lasted a little bit longer than that. I was just starting to have some fun.
They pray for that. They pray for you to live long. Yeah.
You know, I just realized even if this guy would actually get the 100% truth from some authority that tells him, here, I give you the best story and the truthful story why we lied about all this, he would just straight away say, he would just straight away think that it's not satisfying enough, and he wouldn't accept that story, even though if it's someone from a highest authority telling him 100% the truth why they lied, he wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, he wouldn't. That's why he wanted a story.
Probably.
Because if you give somebody facts, they can't reject it. You give someone a story, they can fight it.
Right.
Yeah, don't humor guys like that. Like they'll try and take you down a garden path. But just keep them on track.
Many of them can be saved.
Don Pettit here from NASA. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Globe Earth pilot. Sorry, boys, I have to push the nose down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple hundred feet, like in a fraction of a second.
Another slow day in here.
Yeah, fish are getting caught too fast.
Been having a lot of these.
We only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No, god damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh.
Testing, testing. You guys hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Anybody see the tilt yet?
I thought I did, but I was standing on a hill and I think I was cross-eyed.
That's close enough. We can shut down the server.
All right, let everybody know.
All right, I'll tell Indio. You tell Nathan Oakley he has to shut down his channel too.
No, dude.
I'll
Don't
tell.
ever go over there. You'll have to tell them that.
Yeah, I'll tell QE and Nathan Oakley. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. See you later. I'll also, by the way, I'll tell the concavers as well.
Oh, yeah, and also let Gem Pandas know that there's going to be like 20,000 people joining.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll say congratulations to Zanuck and Jim Panda.
For winning.
Yeah, for winning.
Just on the tilt though, no curve still.
Yeah, yeah. Is globs not globes? Are you there? Oh, hello, we got a new person. Anybody find the wobble yet? Yeah, that's a no. Maybe next year.
We're talking about wobble earthers.
Yeah. You know how they think it's spinning and they think
Yeah, what's that whole
Sure.
thing about the what is that thing about the wobble? They say not only is it not only is the earth spinning, but it's wobbling. Nutating, I think, is the technical term. And nutation. And yeah, the whole wobble thing. Like, how in the world could you, if you can't detect the motion, where does this wobble come from?
I know. I just think it's funny because no one ever, like, I'm like usually the only one who ever brings it up.
I'm pretty sure, it's just based off of theory, like if the moon and the earth, are, they both have gravity, like the moon would cause like a little bit of a pull on the earth also. I think so. They basically say that, there has to be a wobble,
Yeah.
There has to be a wobble, an undetectable, but definitely a wobble. We have never seen it. We've never detected it, but it's definitely wobbling.
Well, it has to be.
Right, because it has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. It's, has to be.
Little Robert Simmons.
You could think of it as a wobble. You could think of it as a wobble, and it's not a wobble, but you can think of it as a wobble.
Okay,
But it has to be.
Because it has to be.
It's like,
I see.
It's like the Earth is not moving, but you can think of it as if the Earth is moving.
Well, if it has to be moving, then like, who am I to say?
Yeah, it just has to be.
Right.
Because, I mean, everyone's honest all the time, right, guys?
Why would they lie? What possible reason would really anyone ever have to lie about anything?
Exactly.
Why would they lie?
Yeah. Well, there we go.
I mean, once you figure out that everyone's honest, you're done. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, nobody ever lies about anything. I get but how does that? Where does that put us though? Because
they just did it. Oopsie.
It was just an oopsie.
A prank, like punked.
Oh, whoopsie Earth.
Soon the camera's gonna come out and be like, "You just got pranked," and then then all MTV is gonna be like,
"Oh, so like Ashton Kutcher is
yeah,
like Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of a thing."
Yeah, he's gonna show up when Neil deGrasse Tyson meets Kiwi and Nathan. He's probably gonna be like, "Oh, it was," and then they're just gonna zoom in on his face, and he's gonna talk about magical speeds.
That is gonna be, well, I look forward to that.
It's the best ratings of all time.
Oh man, yeah, I forgot about the wobble. That
that one and the tilt. Those are the two obscure ones.
The wobble and the tilt. The earth, like, it shudders. It kind of wobbles sometimes. I mean, we know that it wobbles, but it's undetectable. So if Michelson Morley, and I forget the name of the other researcher that with or is it Michelson?
Aries? Oh yeah, Michelson Morley. Yeah.
Yeah. Michelson. Or I have a friend named Mickle, so that's why I get that confused. But Aries, not Aries failure, because you had Michelson Morley, but then it was also Michelson somebody else who did an experiment. So, but it's not important. They couldn't detect the motion of Earth. So then, yeah, you had Aries failure, and nobody was able to detect the motion through any terrestrial experiment, according to Einstein.
It's almost like the Earth is not moving. Just almost though.
Well, don't be jumping to conclusions now.
Whoa.
Detect it.
I took a little. It's almost like, but it couldn't be, right?
Took too many liberties there. Yeah, right. Exactly. Right.
It's almost like there's no curve and it's not moving. No, it has to, but it has to be, dude.
It has to be. It's just about like this is a relatively flat, motionless, contained realm that we live in. Just about like it.
No, what can't be, man. It has to be.
It has to be.
You can think of it. Hey, wait. You can think of it as if it's not moving and there's no curve and it's contained. But it. What's I going to say? Oh yeah, it's not. Of course. Wait. You can think of it as if that's happening, but it can't be happening.
It can't.
Just
you
like
think of, so hypothetically, then, say NASA's and the FAA's, all of their documents describing our empirical interaction with the Earth suggest that it's motionless and flat, and you would interact with it that way. So it's just about like it, but then we have this other thing that says no.
Yeah, they just say nuh-uh, and that's it. I mean, all you got to do is just say.
You just give them the nuh-uh treatment.
Just shake your head and boom.
The Earth is practically used as flat, but nuh-uh.
But nuh-uh. I mean, it takes me back to being about 8 years old. That was kind of our way of having a logical argument was Well, here we go.
Yeah. All right. Since there's no Globers in here, I'm gonna pretend to be a concave Earther, and you're gonna pretend like the Earth doesn't exist, and then we're gonna have a conversation.
Oh no! All right.
Can I be Earth doesn't exist? I kind of want.
Yeah, you be Earth doesn't exist. Okay.
Well, you got the easier job with the Earth not existing. So what am I supposed to do?
Just find the I don't know. I give up. I can't.
All right,
do this.
you guys go ahead. Go ahead now. I'll moderate.
Why don't you do the real thing, a Glober against Flat Earther?
Okay, well, that'll be hard because the Earth has to be a ball. So anyway.
Yeah, true. It has to be, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, why do you think the Earth is concave?
Let me put it like this. I never. I give up. I can't do it. I give up.
Wait a minute. You can't just give up that easy. You gotta have one.
Okay. So I saw this swimming pool, right? And I put some I made a splash, and the waves went up a little bit.
Oh my God! Well, what say
That's
you?
Pretty solid. I like that. Yeah. Although, I mean, how can you prove there were actually any waves, or that?
Oh, true. Yeah, I give up. You.
Did they even exist?
True.
This is airtight logic here.
It's irrefutable proof.
Right. Exactly. Huh. Well, I don't know what
You're
to
not.
think
You're not
anymore.
supposed to agree that easy either. You're supposed to declare the globe.
Oh, I'm supposed to declare the globe. Well, we've known since at least 350 BC that the Earth is a sphere because of, Eratosthenes. And there was a guy on a bicycle who did the same thing. So what do you say to that?
Let's shut down the server.
Oh, dang.
You win.
That was easy.
I'll go tell QE, okay?
Yeah, that's right. He might have something to say about that, but we'll see.
It just has to be, man. It just has to. I'll just tell. All I got to do is walk up to QE and be like, it just has to be, and that's it.
Right. It has to be. I think that's actually the best globe proof, and it probably explains everything that we hear from globers because it has to be.
Yeah, essentially that's it for most of
But
their
it
arguments.
has to be.
Yeah, it really is. It comes from the assumptive realm and nothing else. It has to be. Therefore, insert long-winded explanation. And then, but then you want to get really mad at everybody who's asking for evidence and say that they have a flat brain or something like that. So
No, just say nobody understands. Just say that. Just say I'm not a scientist and you don't understand. That's it. That's all you got to say.
Right. You don't understand.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Yeah. Right. What do you, and then
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Michio Kaku. He's a good guy. Before I was a flat earther, I used to talk to this dude who was a big Michio fan, and I didn't understand anything that Michio was laying down, and as it turns out, I didn't need to because it's all just BS.
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
That's a lot. It's almost like what they're saying is not true.
Back when
No way, it can't be. But why? But how could it be? Go ahead.
Back when I was playing Clash of Clans, there was this woman in my clan that her husband was actually, what was he? I forget the position, but he was like one of the, like an advisor, like to like the president, basically, like for when it comes to like education or something like that. Education something like worked in Washington and shit like that, or he got promoted to there. But the college where he was a professor at before that is the same place where Jimmy Carter went, and so she like met Jimmy Carter, sat right next to him a few times there, and Michio Kaku, I guess a couple of times gave speeches there. And when she was telling me this, I was like, really? Like so she's actually like stood there and talked with Michio Kaku and Jimmy Carter. So I was like, okay, I got some questions for you.
Yeah.
But so started kind of talking like about Michio Kaku and some like obscure stuff. Asked a couple of questions about like flat Earth, and I think a couple more about like ideas about like possibilities for explaining like Mandela effect and shit like that. And she was like, I don't think he would really want to hear any of that stuff. He gets really angry. Like, I guess Michio Kaku, like you said, he's a good guy, not according to like what she was telling me. Like, he's kind of a prick. Actually. Like, he's really arrogant. Like, he hates people who we would be flat earthers. He would hate us, like absolutely hate us. But
Yeah, I believe that. Of course, I was being sarcastic, but
Yeah.
I'm not surprised to hear that. I mean, he comes off as like this when in his few videos that I've watched, he comes off like he might be a nice guy, but no, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it'd be cool if he was a nice guy, like, even though he might not agree with us, but, like, if he was the type of person that, like, if you could have a conversation with him where you would, you know, not, or he'd at least hear you out, you know, and tell you why he thinks you're wrong, you know, but instead, no, that doesn't sound like the kind of person he is. He'd just cut you off, tell you you're an idiot.
Well, if everything you said, like, in other words, he basically admits that he doesn't use the scientific method and that everything that he says is basically just, you know, BS. I mean, yeah, I think you probably would develop kind of a foul attitude if everything you're saying is you're just making up, you know.
Sorry to interrupt.
All these guys like Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, or whatever, like all of them. Flat Earthers are pretty harsh. We troll the shit out of them people, so they probably, yeah, it's hard to have like a good like oh, I'm gonna talk to these.
Yeah, for real.
We've kind of ruined any chances of that.
Right.
Who are you guys talking about? Sorry.
Just talking about trying to talk to any of these mainstream like science communicator type people.
Okay, I just joined. Yeah, I didn't catch who you were talking about, but this is kind of on topic. Does anybody have a link for to a video that QE just did with the PhD person that like dipped? Like, I went to QE's channel and I couldn't find it. Does anybody? Is that posted anywhere?
I think wasn't the whole thing like 3 minutes long? I know I missed it.
Yeah,
because I heard the dude just like he dipped out or whatever, but I still want to check it out if anybody.
Well, I
knows.
don't know if it's been posted. I listened to the whole thing, which really amounted to nothing. I mean, all it was introductions. I mean, the supposed professor from an adjunct or associate professor from Princeton introduced himself or herself, I guess, or I don't know. And then there was an initial question. I think the initial question was related to the debate topic. Okay, what evidence, or I'm sorry, what scientific, empirically validated study can you point to that proves astronomy is a science or whatever? And then it went quiet, and that was it. So you basically heard the whole debate right now.
Okay, so I'm not missing nothing. They
You
just
didn't- you
dipped once.
No, you missed literally nothing. It just was.
It went way worse than I even thought it would. Like, I thought they'd at least get a little farther, but they didn't, which doesn't surprise me. So yeah, okay, I didn't miss nothing. Cool.
You know, not a bit. There was no dialogue about the material. Not one bit of
wow
of dialogue. Nothing. I mean, and the moment that anything relevant to the topic came up, which was that initial question, simply about you know, a journal article or something, the phone went quiet and everybody was we were all just sitting there like, okay, so are they gone now?
So very telling, huh?
He just
yeah,
failed. He wasn't prepared to answer the first question. So is what you do science? Is what you do science?
I'm ahead.
Wow. I mean, I say wow, but I'm not surprised at all. But I still say wow, but yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought.
Go ahead.
I mean, I'm surprised in the sense that they wouldn't at least attempt, at least for like a little bit, and maybe then jump out, but no effort. Like, that's what I guess I'm wailing about.
Yeah, well, there was no effort. I mean, that you couldn't even lay claim that there was any. Nobody was rude. Everyone was super cordial. It was a proper setup. And when it came to just a pure question about the general content, I don't know. I mean, forgive me for even asking, is this person even a professor?
She's said to be. It was a female.
They have to be, right? They have to. It just has to be.
Oh, that's true. They have to be a professor?
Yeah, because it has to be.
Exactly. It has to be. Yeah, I don't know. There was nothing there. I mean, they sounded like, in terms of their, the alphabet soup at the end of their name and all the credentials, they seemed to know what they were, trying to say. But as far as sticking around for any kind of conversation, there was nothing.
They were like, "Whoa, flat earthers asking legit questions. I was not anticipating this. I'm out." But if she thought that, if she thought that there weren't going to be any like legitimate questions to begin with, like why did she agree to do it in the first place? You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Not denying science. They're asking about science.
Oh, science question?
What's going on?
Oh shit! I was not ready for that.
Ease up.
But here's another topic I'd like to bring up real quick, if I may. Like I wish there were more debates with people like that, or that would agree to it. Whether it be like, I know, so like QE was cool in going into that debate or whatever, but it's like people like Nate or Oakley or whatever. Like I know he doesn't go outside of his channel or whatever, and I understand his reasons for that. But it was like I almost want to start a GoFundMe just to be like, okay, Oakley, for $500, like, will you go and like debate someone else outside of your channel? Because I'm really tired. I've listened to Oakley for a very, very long time, and I'm really tired of just listening to the show and hearing them all talk among themselves. I won't call it an echo chamber, but it's just that nobody comes in there except Rumpus or the usual suspects.
Yeah.
And I get tired of that, and I just want him to debate somebody else or be on some other platform or some other where that they might not even be ready for him, which would be dope because he's got all the arguments inside and out, and I just want him to go outside of his channel. And it's like, what do I got to do? Like, okay, you're a YouTuber, I understand, but so if we give you $500, will you go outside of your channel and like be open to debating somebody somewhere else on another platform? Like, I really, really, really want to see that. So I'm glad QE's doing it, but I wish we could get a GoFundMe or whatever needs to be done for Oakley to go out.
For Nathan, yeah.
So we can hear some real debates. Like his show is Flat Earth Debates, but nobody goes on there to debate him, like except just the regular people that are on there day after day after day, Rumpus or Zanuck or Kosho, or what I'm saying, people just like that. Like I want to see him debate somebody else. And
you don't think,
I don't know.
You don't think if you get $500 raised for Nathan, you don't think QE's going to be like, well, wait a minute, where's my $500?
No, I'd pay. I would start a GoFundMe for QE too. I don't care if it's QE or Oakley. I don't care who, because they deserve it. Like, yeah, I'd start a GoFundMe for any of those guys to just go out and debate, because like I have a love-hate relationship with Mark Sargent because I like him on certain things, but then I do have issues with him, and I do appreciate him going and going on like doing interviews and kind of being the mainstream guy. But then he doesn't bring up the stuff I want him to bring up. So a lot of times I'll listen to his like interviews and I'll get frustrated and be yelling at it and just like turn it off, because he's not saying the stuff that I know, the arguments that he knows, but he won't bring, like gas pressure, but type of thing. Like he won't. And so I get frustrated and I just turn it off because I'm yelling at the TV screen or yelling at my phone or whatever, because he's not saying the stuff I want him to say. So I like him in general, but I have a problem with him in certain aspects. But I know he's like, that's why I consider Mark Sargent like the kindergarten flat earther, and then like Dave Weiss is like, and Jeranism is like the high school flat earther, and then I look at like QE and Oakley as like the MIT or college level or whatever. And I just want to see Oakley or QE or whoever on that level go outside of their normal comfort zone and go onto a platform that will reach more people and debate someone else with like somebody else besides Rumpus, like a PhD or an astrophysicist, or ideally Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I know he won't agree to, he won't do it, or just, but I'm just saying like somebody like that. Like, wouldn't you guys like to see that? Like, That's
Imagine an hour-long conversation between QE and Neil deGrasse Tyson. It would be absolutely phenomenal entertainment.
Epic.
Oh my gosh, it would be. Well, I think, and probably you guys might agree that we're not up against people who are dealing with the empirical, provable, scientific. We're dealing with a religious system. I mean, these people, they have their theories and they have their explanations. And if you're not, if you're not going to go along with mainstream science and this religious, theoretical, assumptive thing that everybody knows is true without having to provide any explanation, like they don't even want to talk to you. I mean, I would say that there's a lot of college professors and people who just kind of like assume that they're telling the truth, and then they also regard flat earthers who we're interested in the evidence. We want to hear the QE versus Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, super high level stuff, but they're just not, well, first of all, even aware of it. But man, they could not hang with, I mean, you put QE up against anybody, or I mean, like Witsit gets it. He does a great job. I mean, like a ton of people, anybody armed with the 3 points and just eviscerate anyone.
Yeah.
It would be fascinating.
Yeah, I just want to see different platforms and anybody from Data to Witsit Gets It to David Weiss to Journalism, Oakley, QE, anybody who I know that I'm confident in, that knows all the arguments pretty much and are very intelligent people, to just go on to be able to have the airtime, so to speak, to talk to somebody on a platform and see that a legit debate would be like, that's what I want. I don't know how we can make that happen, but I don't know.
Yeah, or you could or they could go to, one of them has to go to the other person, or he could go to them, basically. And
it's like the people that say they don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, how much money does it take? Like, how much money? Like, if you say we raise an incredible amount of money on GoFundMe or something, and they turned it down. It's like, you're so scared you'll turn down $10,000 or whatever. Science is, it's established, and you have the science, and have these degrees and this and that, and you won't just debate somebody for 10 racks. Like,
that's the thing, is those guys have too much to lose, man. Like,
right.
10,000, it's not worth it. Like, they make like $500,000 giving a speech at a certain college, like and that's what they'll throw you. They'll laugh at you when you say 10,000.
And you could organize something at a university where you charge $20 a head, 10, 15, 20, 30, $50 a head to listen to that debate. There'd be a ton of people that would pay that, including myself, to go watch QE or any of the people we've mentioned talk to, and like from their perspective, and we know otherwise, from their perspective, they ought to be able to wipe the floor with us. Why not do it? Like,
right.
Like, it's not that difficult. And there's everything to gain from having a truthful conversation about the nature of this place.
Because it's not free. I spoke about this the other morning, and I said, wow, these people, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of these people, do this for free. They go to lectures and they get paid to do this, or they get on Joe Rogan's podcast and they get paid to do that. And I think that we should be thinking about using our resources to either get to places to have open conversation, or bringing people in with our resources. It's nothing to pay someone $200 to come have a conversation, maybe not even a debate, but something like an interview in the interview. Maybe a conversation or something like that. But that's the thing. Like, we don't think about it in those terms. We're just like, oh, where's the traffic? Why don't people speak to us? Well, guess what? The only ones that are getting out there are getting conversation are people that have money. And we have it too. We just don't think about it. It's like, hey, I'll throw you $200, or matter of fact, even better in good faith, how about Eddie Bravo? Hey, I'll donate some mats to your dojo or something.
Right.
You know, we don't do things like that. We've probably never even thought about things like this.
Like local debates, you could organize it on a local level where you have a local college professor take on, you know, somebody from the 24/7 Discord.
Yeah, pay them for their time.
Yeah, for sure.
And at some point, people will come to us and say, "Hey, you know, look what they did for Nathan, Nathan Thompson. Hey, and now you know, granted, it was reckless Ben, and you know they did what they did, and they had their intentions, but they paid him to be there to do that.
Yeah.
What was it that you're talking about that they paid him?
Oh, that explains a lot. Okay.
What are you referring to? Sorry.
The whole reckless Ben thing where they were in duck suits and all of that whole debacle with Nathan Thompson about getting trolled by those two
Oh, okay.
college, you know, students or whatever.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Okay. Yep. When they trolled him, right? They paid him, but they were trolling. Yep. I saw that video.
Right, Nathan is he's a public figure, in a sense, right? You know, these people are public figures. Mark Sargent, he doesn't go on what is it, Good Morning America, whatever that news show is out there. They didn't say, "Hey, come on our show to express your views." They paid them.
Right. I think it's just very telling, though, the fact that, you know, lack of debaters that go on Oakley's channel, or the fact that the chick dipped out without even answering a single question on QE's thing is just super telling, you know. But we just got to keep at it. I don't know how we can get some serious
that was
debates
sketchy.
with some high level people, but
Yeah, it was sketchy. I don't even know why she agreed to it. Like, if you're a professor,
Right.
who am I debating? What is this place? What kind of information? You know, like, surely she had to have done her homework.
yeah, exactly. She did no research or whatever. Gets asked one question, doesn't say one word, and just bounces. Like what?
I mean, it's, you know, yeah, who knows? Who knows what the motivation there was? And maybe the student was Richard Dawkins, who goes by Richard Dawkins, was really persuasive to the professor. Hey, you'll handle these guys easily. It's just a little conversation on Discord. That maybe they didn't have any idea, but I would do my homework if I was going to be talking to somebody. I'd just be curious to know who it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course. It's just like I'm a big fan of battle rap. Like any battle rapper that has a battle with somebody does the research and looks into stuff so they can tear them apart and win the battle, right? They do the research. They try and find out personal information, shit about their personal life or whatever, so they can rip them apart, whatever. And so I'm a big
That's the
fan
point
of
of our surveillance. Yeah.
yeah.
We have a surveillance state for a purpose, to keep tabs and watch everybody. You know, in an age of Google, you can do, a person is just one internet search away.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. That's what happened to Owen Benjamin. He started to explore the topic, and then he had his whole meltdown, and now he's here. So
yeah,
you got to watch out for him. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah. He gets it for not being politically correct, but he spits out a lot of truth. A lot of truths that people may not want to hear in some cases or talk about.
Absolutely. We all have our point of view and everything. He's just good on flat Earth.
It's about people talking about and disagreeing civilly, which people can't really do anymore, even about the shape of the earth or politics or anything. They're just too emotional and, too stupid to have a real conversation anymore. It's kind of sad.
It's definitely an acquired skill that a lot of people don't have to be able to engage in conversation without, like you said, emotionally reacting, and just keep it civil and civil discourse with people.
Yeah, it is absolutely a skill, and it's not a skill that we're taught. Most places are just interested in memorization and regurgitation, and the whole notion of like learning how to put together a logical argument. Why that's sort of the last thing on anybody's mind. Seems like.
Yeah, there's so many things in school that we should be taught, like about relationships and business, and how to get along with the opposite sex, relationship advice and things of that nature. Like there's so much that logic, critical thinking, like none of that is taught. It's just memorize this information, tell it back to us, what we tell you, and then we'll give you good grades, and then you'll pass on. They don't teach you to think for yourself. There's no logic. You don't learn, like, I never even heard of the concept of logical fallacy until I got into flat earth. I had no concept of logical fallacies and stuff, and even science. Like, I've learned more about logical fallacies, debate, science, all these other topics just from getting into this subject than I have in my whole life.
Right. And, if you say that you're trying to do something in a discourse to try to, get to a logical answer, but really you're doing the opposite, that's a fallacy. If you're trying to get at the truth of a proposition or whatever, but you're just relying on an authority really to tell you what to think, that's an appeal to authority fallacy, that can be, possibly wrong. We should be figuring this stuff out by thinking and thinking deeply about this topic and others.
Well, and unfortunately, unless a person has an understanding of the nature of rhetoric and logic and that whole world of logical fallacies and making a proper, backing up a claim with evidence, if you don't get that stuff, how could you possibly talk about the particulars of any topic? I mean, you have to be rational in your approach before you can possibly back up any claim, which maybe is by design.
Yeah, I mean, they won't even, on the globe side, allow a straight line to be a straight line. So at that point, it becomes a fallacy because the assumption is that you measured the curvature of the Earth relative to a straight standard. How else are you going to determine curvature if you don't have a straight standard? And if you're saying that you don't have a straight standard because straight lines curve or sea level is curved or everything's on the ball, that's a fallacy. You're basically saying you don't have a straight standard to prove the curve. And so at that point, the problem is right there. You have a framework that's so messed up, you don't have a straight standard to measure the curvature against, so you can't prove anything.
For real. Absolutely. And that's the part I think that drives anybody who starts to get into the world of flat earth, which is the world of being logical and empirical. It drives you crazy trying to communicate these ideas to people who don't buy it, because you're not even on the same rhetorical ground. You're speaking above them. They can't understand what you're saying.
And I think that really sends them into an error, NPC state, because they're looking for these leaders to come up with the answers and to set the framework for the discussion. And I think all they see is you're not an expert, you're not part of the power center, you are not worth listening to.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like I just heard a guy today that they ask him a question, and he'd be like, "Well, I'm not a scientist," blah blah blah. And we're like, "You don't have to be a scientist. You just have to know the argument and understand." Like the thing we were talking about earlier is you have to like explain the whole heliocentric model and their claim to them before you can even engage in the debate. So it's like you have to spend like 2 hours explaining their side, and then they'll go into who said that, and then you have to prove that their side is a claim, and they're just
oh yeah, you get lost, and then you have to deal with all this sophistry, all these tricks, and rhetorical devices, like they'll just jump from one topic to the next. You can't actually resolve one question. I mean, try to stick with somebody on the curvature question for more than 2.5 minutes. Everybody's attention span is so short. When you're trying to provide evidence for a claim, you have to see it through from the first claim to the last and follow it logically. Otherwise, you don't even understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're arguing from power to see how much power you have to control the discussion. So they're going to try to overwhelm you and try to undermine you and see how you handle the pressure of power. So really at that point, they're not really making a logical point. They're going to try to see if they can, fluster you or overwhelm you to the point that, they can justify putting their power, their trust and power in another source.
Yep.
Yeah, appeal to consensus. They'll try and push on you and not even know what the consensus is, and then you have to teach them before you tear it apart.
Yeah, the consensus doesn't always have the right answer, especially if we've all been indoctrinated and educated in the same incorrect fashion. Then we're all a consensus of fools.
Yep.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't know which one of you said this, but the exploration of these ideas and being here in this server, has been so helpful in giving me a better understanding of making a case and building evidence, or I should say referencing evidence to substantiate your claims and all that. Really sorts you out as a person. I mean, that's a universal idea. You need that in your life to reach your potential.
In any topic, in any realm, right?
It doesn't matter. Yep.
Yeah, anything about life that you're dealing with.
Absolutely, because it takes it out of the realm of your feelings, and of course, that when we're making personal choices, obviously that factors in. But in any arena, you have to approach it in this way, and it really makes you a much stronger individual, and it raises the potential of you and your family and your friends and everything if you can sort yourself out in that way.
Yeah, it's funny to add on to that. I've learned what's funny is I've learned so much in my personal relationships and conversations with, say, just friends and family, or like my girlfriend or something like that. Like, I've learned more. Just dealing with this subject has helped me so much in my personal life and just personal conversations and stuff of learning about the stuff we're talking about and talking to my girlfriend and stuff like that, to identify fallacies and identify certain things or conversations that you're having helps so much. It just helps you in your regular life to understand these things, let alone this topic of the nature of our reality. But it crosses over and overlaps, other subjects in your life and stuff that we're dealing with. And it's helped me in other ways, and not reacting emotionally, and like I said, identifying logical fallacies, begging the question, burden of proof reversal type of thing. Like with somebody, like, it's helped me so much in just unrelated things by dealing with this subject. So it's helped me on a personal level, not just with this subject. So I'm grateful. So
yeah.
And in a way, there are a lot of people that are comfortable with certain fallacies. I come to see that people don't really want to examine certain viewpoints. They're like, it's good enough for me, and I'm just going to go about my day. And, that's okay if they want to do that. But after doing this for years with all the trolls and all of the dirty tactics and the smear and stuff, you become really good at, telling the real from the fake, the real arguments from the fluff.
Yeah, can I share this meme I shared earlier? It relates to this. So the meme I shared, it relates to a different topic. You'll probably know what I'm talking about, but you'll also understand how it relates to this. Okay, it goes like this. So here's what the meme that I shared said. It says, instead of saying, quote unquote, I trust science and experts, end quote. How about just being honest and saying, I don't have the cognitive capacity to actually think critically for myself, and so I default to believing whatever most people believe so that I never have to feel as dumb as I actually am.
Yep.
So
yeah, I mean, it's hard, but
I think
say that you've come to the knowledge of the truth first.
I think people are confused with the words stupid and ignorant. Ignorant means you've never had the information before, right? And stupid is
no, I think ignorant means like to ignore means you have the information, but you ignore, like ignorant, like because like what you're talking about is the distinction. I'm with you on what you're saying, but like I relate this to the difference between I'm sorry and I apologize. I just recently learned the difference between the two. The difference between I'm sorry and I apologize, and how they're different. And that most people use I'm sorry like universally to mean I apologize, but I apologize and I'm sorry do not mean the right thing. And I just learned the distinction between the two. And the same thing you're talking about, stupid and ignorant.
Okay, look.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I looked up the definition of ignorant, and here it is.
Okay.
Lacking knowledge or awareness in general, uneducated or unsophisticated.
Okay.
Stupid means you can't process the information because of some inability. Ignorance is a lack of willingness to process the information.
It doesn't say willingness. It doesn't say anything about willingness under the definition of ignorant. All it says is lacking of knowledge or awareness.
Because ignore has a similar root. To ignore means to purposely try not to pay attention to somebody. So ignorance would be assumed to have a similar sense or a similar rule.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Well, that's not for lack of ability, right? That's not for lack of ability, lacking of knowledge or awareness, purposely.
It's not the lack of ability. It's not the lack of ability. It's like you have this information, but I'm gonna ignore that and think what I want to think.
Process
All
it,
right,
assimilate it, or talk about its implications.
Okay, then I have a question. Then. What would you call someone who's never been exposed to other information? That doesn't make you stupid, in my opinion.
Right. That doesn't mean that they can't process the information. They're perfectly capable mentally, but they just don't have the knowledge in the most benign sense of the word.
Dude, you are roboting. I didn't hear anything you said. Maybe it's me.
No, I can't. There was roboting. I'm picking up what you're laying down, Jenny. I hear, because people don't have the full picture. So a lot of times people will make a claim that, so-and-so's stupid. I mean, that could go in any direction. You don't have the IQ necessary to understand this. Is much different than you don't understand the claim that is being made, right?
Yeah, like people not understanding. Go ahead.
To you, if it's been explained to you and then you reject that information, that would make you stupid, to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, to some degree, we're arguing about semantics. I think
I love doing that. I'm sorry, you guys. If you guys want to bring it back to your point,
I love semantics.
Yeah, it's
fine. I love semantics. It's important to define the words, and so maybe I misunderstood. Yeah, I misunderstood.
The next thing you know, people are making up their own fucking words and definitions, and then we get into trouble.
Yeah, I think there is a difference.
I think it has some value.
There is a difference between a person's ability to understand something and their refusal to understand, their refusal to acknowledge it.
Hey, can you look up the definition of stupid? What does that say?
I'll look it up.
Curious.
If you guys.
I mean, I can, but I just thought you were quick on the draw, so I'm asking you. Okay, thanks.
I've got my phone in my
So, I mean, we're
hand.
talking about semantics, so I thought it'd be cool to compare. We're trying to
Yeah.
compare.
All right, so
stupid
here we go.
Okay.
Having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense.
Mm.
What is the word for
example-
willfully ignorant?
This is the example of the sentence for the definition. I was stupid enough to think she was perfect. I don't think that's a great example.
There's got to be a word for willful ignorance because that's what we're talking about. We're trying to make a distinction between the capacity to understand and the refusal to understand.
Right. So maybe there needs to be. We need a different word, maybe. Like
Here we go.
Perfect word.
Here we go. This is what it says. According to Google, I hope you guys don't mind. I could go to, I'm pretty sure, Merriam-Webster, but the same thing. So, willful ignorance. And it says in parentheses, unaccountable, and then also in parentheses, idiomatic, and then comma law. So it says a decision in bad faith to avoid becoming informed about something so as to avoid having to make undesirable decisions that such information might prompt. So, yeah.
What were the words? What was that second word that you read?
In parentheses?
Well, you said that being willfully ignorant was, and the words that you used. Go ahead.
The words that I used. It said unaccountable, and then it said idiomatic, comma law. Yeah.
Unaccountable.
So I'll read it again. I'll read the definition.
Can you click on idiomatic and just say what that means, maybe?
Well, let me see here. Yes, I can. All right, so idiomatic.
That might be the word we're looking for. Sorry.
Pertaining or conforming to the mode of expression characteristic of language.
That doesn't
Say it
sound
again.
right. It sounds unaccountable. Unaccountable might be the word. Is there a synonym for unaccountable?
Well, I'll click on unaccountable. I'm on Wiktionary.org right now. All right, so unaccountable, a noun that cannot be used freely with numbers or the indefinite article, and which therefore usually takes no plural form. For example, the English noun information is a mass noun, and at least in its principal senses, it is unaccountable for the variety of English. I don't know if this is taking us to a definition we want. I can keep reading. It says, similarly, the main sense of butter in the unaccountable sense. No, I don't want to read on. I hope you guys don't mind.
Okay.
So backing up.
Accountable means you're not willing to respond to something that needs to be responded to. You need responsibility.
Yeah.
And respond to something is accountability. So if you're ignorant, you're not willing to respond to something intellectually in the sense that needs to be accounted for or responded to in an intellectual way.
Maybe instead of going back and forth between if someone's stupid or if they're ignorant, which both I guess maybe could apply, but I think whoever brought up, oh, what about willful ignorance? I mean, this completely applies. A decision. Let me read it again, guys. A decision in bad faith to avoid becoming informed about something so as to avoid making an undesirable decision that such information might prompt. So that's leading into, it's a state of cognitive dissonance. Yeah, we both said it.
That's the legal definition. If you can show somebody, didn't want to become accountable for their actions and tried to plead the fifth with ignorance, that's more like willful ignorance. Like, I don't want to know because I don't want to be accountable to this or have to respond to knowing
Yeah.
this thing. Like
Yeah, that was well put.
Well, because the phrase that gets thrown around, where did we start? The phrase that we're dealing with is
ignorant. No, I think use the word stupid. Somebody earlier was,
stupidity.
Stupid
I don't
and
like
ignorant.
that word.
Yeah, stupid versus ignorant. Yeah. Well, we
And
dealt
I don't
with that
like-
a long time.
I think the word retarded is really outdated.
Yeah, mentally held back.
What we deal with here is willful ignorance. We'll talk about evidence. We deal with the question in my mind is what can be shown, what can we provide evidence for, and if that's the question at hand, that's got to be our conversation. We have to start and stop there, and we can't say things that are not true
I completely agree. I think that's where the 3-point wig snatchers are really helpful because it identifies that all they have is a belief and it's scientism. Boom.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It depends on the individual how you approach it. So it's good to talk about everything.
I think most people are capable from an intellectual standpoint to deal with these issues. I think the claim, so and so is low IQ. I think that's a very, very rare person who's like incapable of dealing. Any glober who holds the set of ideas that the Earth is a spinning ball could comprehend that the Earth is not a spinning ball, and it's not an IQ question. It's more of a question of willful ignorance.
I bet there are actually people who are mentally challenged and given the right education level, explain it to someone. And I bet they could understand. They could understand flat Earth.
Most people.
What's the definition of utter moron?
Okay, so if you're using the word retard, then you're referring to someone that should be going alongside the road and picking up cans, according to QE.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, picking up trash. Yeah, no, I know the definition of retard, but what's the definition of moron? Since Rumpus, that of course was a Rumpus quote. If anybody doesn't know, I'm quoting somebody. Utter moron.
Okay, so here we got the definition of moron. A stupid person is what it says.
Okay, all right. So let's revert back to stupid. Okay.
Stupid. Let's go back to stupid. I'm with stupid.
We haven't had many globies today.
All right, back to stupid. Having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense.
Okay, we've done what is it? Stupid and ignorant. Let's look up intelligence, because that's a word that's different. That I like the difference between smart and intelligent. Just like how we said there's a difference between stupid and ignorant. What's it like? I think there's a big difference between smart and intelligent. So, can you please look up intelligent?
My brain on this one.
Please and thank you. Please and thank you, Alexa. I'm gonna call you Alexa from now on.
I'll be Alexa for right now. Okay, so let me see. Intelligence definition. Come on, man. You already know what I'm talking about, phone. All right, so here we go. Intelligence. Intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills.
That's like the difference between
is ability.
That's like the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Like wisdom is the application of the knowledge, right? So you have You have information, you have knowledge, and then there's wisdom, which could be the
Right.
application of that knowledge. Right. Okay.
So people who come in here and say that they're stupid, is that accurate? Or are they willfully ignorant? I think that's what we're up against.
Or unintelligent, meaning they have the information but aren't applying it correctly in a way that makes sense, right? Or like
Sophistry also, and the idea that nothing can be proven is also a ridiculousness. Like, if they're some of them are convinced that nothing can be proven.
How convenient. Wonder who told them that.
Hilarious, because they can't even prove that nothing can be proven, because in order to prove that you can't prove anything, you'd have to prove that statement in the beginning anyway.
I had an argument with somebody about what that was talking like that. I'm like, dude, what you talking about? It wasn't making any damn sense. Now
yeah,
I'm
like
wow.
they try and say that like disproving something isn't proving something. It's in the word disprove. So to disprove means you prove the negative, but you're still proving something. So to say you can't prove
Well, it would be okay. Hold on. So if you debunk the heliocentric model, which I believe has been done many times over, you're just proving that it's not a ball. It's not saying you're proving it flat.
Right.
That's the most hilarious thing, too, because when you point out the fact that the radius is like the central component, and then
Right. Yeah.
yeah, and then another one would be like, okay, if you refute gravity, the entire thing is like, well, what if it's still a ball, but there's no gravity? It'd be hilarious, and it'd be so funny.
No, without gravity.
I guess the reason why I came up with it's just not a ball is for those people who haven't gone out for themselves and done some sort of observation. Does that make sense? So that's like being real, extra real.
I mean, to be fair, you could just like rely on your just ask the question. Do you see curve? Yes or no, and then you go from there. Pretty much, that's what I do.
I was actually accosted once. I was actually accosted once in real life by a troll. It was really scary. I told him to go do some homework and then come back to me. Do your homework first. So yeah, he was eavesdropping on a conversation I was having with somebody, and he just like jumped right in, like he was part of the conversation originally. It's like, just saying stuff like what trolls in here say, and it's like, whoa, dude, whoa. I'm not trying to take your ball away from you, so I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. And I can't remember how the conversation went exactly, but he was just popping off, and I'm like, it was really cringy, let's say that. I mean, it would have been the best if I would have had one of those like cameras, like you can buy them at Walmart. That just go like on a vest or.
I have a feeling that he
can.
Yeah.
Epic. Anyway.
I have a feeling that when that guy jumped in, that you were in the middle of one of you were in the middle of saying something and you had to interrupt. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and the way he came at me, he was like so emotional, dude. I felt it. It was crazy. I had a biological response to him almost accosting me, really. I mean, it was really bizarre.
Physics can't believe space doesn't exist. Sorry, the vacuum of space doesn't exist. All I need is a container anyway. I mean, it's not that it's
okay. So when I was having that conversation, another girl came over, and I forgot what I said, but then she said, "But the atmosphere moves with us," and I'm like, my eyes were just rolling in my head. I'm like, oh my god. So I knew there was no help for her. So I forgot. I just probably shut it down because I didn't want everybody getting all triggered and everything at work. And then my boss strolls over and says, "Hey, Jen, what's going on?"
Could the word y'all be looking for be unaware or uninformed, maybe?
If she, see,
No, because we're talking beyond uninformed. We're talking about once you have the information, what you do with that information after the fact. So not necessarily
If you
uninformed.
reject-
We tell them the information. It's what they do with it after that is what we're talking about.
Right, they reject the information.
Well, people may reject it because it's untrue or because they don't want to respond to it being true. Perhaps the flat earth points to a creator that people aren't ready to, think about.
Oh, for sure. I've heard many testimonies about people who, I forget what his name was or the channel, but it was several years ago. And you would read emails you would get, and the person figured out that the earth was flat, and then throughout that process, they determined that it has to be a creator. It was really, really inspiring to hear testimonies of people say that. People who were atheists, and they didn't all of them didn't delve into religion or anything, like organized religion, but they had like an
I got a
epiphany.
question about what you said earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you first.
Okay. What you said earlier about when she said the atmosphere moves with, that's different from saying the atmosphere moves with the spin, right? So which one do they claim? Because I know that you can debunk the one that says the atmosphere moves with the spin. That one's easily refutable. The other one, atmosphere moves with the earth. Well, you could be like, in space, how does it stick to it?
Dude, I shouldn't even have brought it up because this conversation has been like 4 years ago, probably. So my apologies. I just remember the tidbits about the troll I was accosted by it in real life.
Okay. You don't remember if she just said with the earth, she didn't say with the spin? Because that's different. That's a different claim.
Well, people accept stuff that's true without necessarily thinking about the implications of it being true. They'll accept that, the earth spins, but not necessarily think about the implication of the atmosphere going with the spin, or they might just say, sure.
Right.
Since the earth is one package along with the atmosphere, but that doesn't make sense because air tends to move differently than denser, weightier air. So there would theoretically be a lag of some sort.
Air moves in every direction.
Hang back behind the land that would move more with more inertia.
It doesn't even move in one direction anyway. The air. The whole thing of So the question really is, all we have to do is ask them to be specific.
Yeah, like QE says, northeast, west, south winds, debunk that immediately. So that's real quick. You can stomp that out. Go ahead.
All you have to do is do the 3 points, and then they have to be intellectually honest to say that what they think they know is actually a belief.
Hey, let me bring this up. I hope it's okay. Did anybody see the interview that Simon Dan had with the BBC guy where he asked him about gas pressure without a container, and he talked for 3 minutes, not addressing anything about gas pressure without a container, but just talking about flat earthers?
Well done, Simon Dan. All right.
Yeah. Of course, you understand why he didn't actually execute the correct question, but it was very telling that he asked this dude, and he just went on a rant, just basically talking about anything but the actual plane.
Did he ever say gravity?
No.
So
he mentioned gravity because he said, okay, well, they don't believe in gravity either, so blah, 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 blah. But he didn't actually address...
Wait, he actually did say it, but then he refuted himself by saying you don't believe in it, but you never proved it to begin with. So the whole thing is just a bunch of nonsense.
Well, he was...
So...
Go ahead.
I have a question. Sorry. So what sounds to me like he was talking like a politician, big time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He deflected and did not directly answer the question at all, or address the
So rude. That is so rude.
at all. Because how he deflected is because he framed the question as, "How do you feel about this?" So then he went into his feelings and didn't. Yeah. You can go on Nathan Oakley's channel and
watch this. I don't really like Slyman Dan, but I gotta watch it. You got the link.
You can find it on Nathan Oakley, and he shares the part where Slyman Dan asked the BBC guy, and he went into his feelings.
Where I can find it.
He named it. It should be one of the newest ones. I don't remember the title of it, but it's one of the newest ones that he put out. Or
Right, I'll see if I can find it.
But it's hilarious. He goes on for 3 minutes talking, and the guy actually gives props to saying that he appreciates that these flat earthers are actually talking about science and looking into these things. Okay.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting you, but before you go on, so I'm looking at his channel. Is it Nathan Oakley 1980 or what is it?
Oh shit! I don't know if it's his. He's got two channels, so it's either one or the other.
Okay, I think it says BBC. Is that it?
Yep. Anything that says BBC that was like released, uploaded in the last couple hours.
3 hours.
Anything that says 3 minutes or not. What is like a 9-minute video? 3 minutes of it is like the dude's actual.
Yeah, it's 11 minutes and 35 seconds, and it was posted 3 hours.
Yep, that sounds right.
Right, I'll share it. Hold on.
Yep. But it's just amazing how he doesn't directly answer the thing, but he does give us props in us going into the science of things. So he gives us props in one thing, but doesn't directly address the actual argument.
You should ask him if you can have a vacuum without a container. Ask him that question.
Yeah, because that's what I said, is because Slyman Dan is not going to actually articulate our argument and say, can you have gas pressure without a container? He doesn't say that. He says the thing of second law of thermodynamics, you can't have next to a vacuum and it will escape into the thing, whatever. And then he says something about, because they don't believe in gravity, blah, 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 and then goes to talk about his feelings for the next 3 minutes.
I guess they weren't pre-approved questions. Did that seem like a something where he went off the script, the interview?
No, because it was Slyman Dan asking the questions, not a flat earther. It was Slyman Dan asking them, so he's not gonna like get our question good and like nail him down to it. He's gonna be like, he's gonna go along with it because it's Slyman Dan, right? And he's BBC, so he gives like he does a good political response to, how a politician would answer a question by not answering the question, like I said. But he did give us props and say he respected the sense that we were like going at it from a scientific viewpoint, but then doesn't address the science of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, he gives us props, but doesn't address the science of it at the same time. And goes just to talk about how because Slyman Dan was like, he was like, how do you feel about blah, 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 blah. And he just, and he doesn't talk about how.
Wait, I think we have a globe earther in here. Is Branch, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo.
Branch is not new, you guys.
Are you actually a globe earther?
Yeah, I'm pretty new to this room. First time I'm here.
You are such a liar.
Branch, what's going on, buddy? Did you make a bowel movement today?
No.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm trying to hold it in for a week just to see what happens.
That's disgusting. I'm just saying.
I tried that once.
Yeah, well, because you're gonna be real shit.
Go 2 weeks and let me know how you feel.
Yeah, because you're gonna be real shitty after this conversation.
I mean, like, I'm wondering how it gets. I'm on day 3, so I'm feeling a little backed up. But I heard after day 4 it gets a lot easier.
Drink some coffee, smoke a cigarette.
You're telling me. I wouldn't know.
I mean, you could say I'm full of shit.
Right. You're definitely full of shit.
Hey, it's too bad we're not all like sitting at a bar or something, but because I would be taking my 2 fingers, like the V symbol, peace symbol, and I'd point them at my eyes, and then I'd point them at Branch, and point them back at myself. There's no emoji for that. Sorry.
I thought you was gonna help my blockage. Your 2 fingers. I wasn't sure where you was going with that, man. But
don't be disgusting.
Namaste. The flat earther in me sees the flat earther in you.
What's up, man? What's up? I've been a flat earther for a while now.
No.
Okay, well you're no fun.
What?
Shut up, Bridge.
Right? He's trying to bamboozle everybody.
Okay, you want me to argue the globe? Want me to argue the globe with you?
Yeah.
Nah, dude, I don't do that. It's not fun.
Do the 3 points. Somebody do the 3 points on Branch.
Yeah, let's test you. Let's bet.
You're not allowed to become a flat earther because we're running out of globe earthers to argue with. Okay, so you can't jump.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
You already picked your side.
Yeah, we don't.
Let's bet you
We don't
right now.
want flip-floppers.
Give us the 3 points that the Earth is an obviously and observably and measurably flat, and stationary. Give us your 3 points.
3 points? Do I need 3? It looks flat. That's all I need, dude. When I look out the window, that shit looks flat. That's all I need.
What about when you walk down the street? How about that?
I mean, it depends. It depends on how fast I'm walking, but it usually looks flat.
All right, we gotta turn this to the 3 points. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play ball.
He doesn't want to play with us. Give us the.
The 3 points are flat earth, right?
We need to snatch his wig.
First of all, it looks flat. Second of all, it is flat. And third of all, it's fucking
flat. That's an easy way out. Give us the 3 points.
One hand clapping. That doesn't count.
Yeah, he wasn't. They weren't asking you for like your 3.
You're not even
reasons
trying
for being a flat earther. They're asking you for, well, the 3 questions are about axial rotation, curvature, and vacuum of
Give him
space.
3 points, Lou. Lou, give him 3 points.
I didn't know there were 3 real points. I thought they were like.
It's sort of it's kind of a thing that started a few months back, but anyway, so. But we usually reserve that for somebody who's trying to argue for the globe, and he's trying to say he's a flat earther now. So I don't know if this is actually fitting.
No, I don't. And he didn't say anything that made me have any idea that he's a flat earther. So we got to go.
Branch is not a flat earther at all.
Yeah, tell us why you think the Earth is flat. We're vetting you. Give us the 3 points.
I don't know, dude. I just go with it looks flat. That tends to work for me.
Well, that didn't work for 95% of the population, so we need more than that. So
that's all I need, bro. If you're a true flat earther, man, that's all you need. All the other stuff is just
not true.
Other than just saying it looks flat.
That's not true, Branch. That's bullshit again.
Other than just saying it looks flat, give us the 3 best flat Earth arguments, in your opinion. The 3 best flat Earth arguments.
I personally, okay. I think
he can't
best,
do it. I'm telling you, he can't do it.
I obviously can't, because say if I am a flat earther, right, then the only thing I need to know is it's flat to me.
No,
I don't
why? Why?
Listen, man. Don't worry about why. I know it's flat. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but we're checking you. So
yeah, well, I didn't ask to be checked.
Well, then get the fuck out of here.
Just tell him
to check.
Okay, I came here to listen. You guys called on me.
Someone needs to snatch off Branch's wig. Okay, that's what needs to happen.
Leave the guy alone. Damn.
I guess I could say that.
Does each of the 3 points of why the Earth is flat? Do they each have their own black swan, or is there only one black swan?
There's only one thing called.
What's the black swan, Branch? Tell us about it.
Yeah.
Isn't it that picture that QE posted?
Yeah, tell us about it. How does it work? Tell us about it, bro. If you're a flat earther, you should know what it means.
I'm not sure what it means, dude. I just know that a lot of people think it's like a black swan and stuff. All I know is that when I look at
so you don't know what it means. Why don't you go learn it and come back?
Why? Why do I need to learn it? I already know the Earth is
Then you don't understand the argument, and you won't understand the significance of the image and how it reinforces a particular stance.
Yeah, what's up?
You know, when you were a Glober, you didn't, argue like that for the Globe, did you?
I did.
You had other reasons that you like to use, like why it was a Globe.
But I think Jenny's been trying to ask me a question for a bit now. You guys
forgot.
Do you guys? Why you guys gotta overtalk Jenny for, man? That's not cool, guys.
All right.
Like
let Jenny destroy him. Go ahead.
Dude, I forgot what I was gonna say. Maybe I'll think of it in a
Oh,
minute when
Jenny.
you guys all start talking.
Jenny.
See, you guys made her forget, man. That's so messed up. That's so messed up.
Okay, you go.
She tried to ask like 3 times, and you guys just kept over talking her.
We're just saying you come in here saying you're a flat earther. Just explain why you're a flat earther. You're just saying it's flat and not giving us any reason why. We just want to know.
Oh, I mean, okay. Here's the thing I don't understand. Right? Is that look when you're born a flat earther.
Oh my God!
I chose to stay a flat earther. And God didn't give. When I was born, I wasn't given a reason why I thought Earth was flat. I just knew it was flat, and that's for the same. That's based on that is my reason why I'm a flat earther. I don't need a reason for it.
That's not what you were taught. We're talking kindergarten up. We see that ball spinning on the thing. So from the very beginning, we're taught it's a globe. We're taught about gravity. We're taught about all the things. So don't give us that bullshit. You say you're a flat earther. We're just asking you to, because any flat earther could easily write off the 3 arguments. It's pretty simple. Just do it.
I don't need to do it, man. I got nothing to prove.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have nothing to prove to us. Okay, you're a flat earther. Cool. Then why are you? Then okay, cool.
Cool.
Welcome to Flat Earth. We appreciate you here, brother. Supporting the truth.
Whoa. Cut this wee shit. Cut this wee shit. I'm not ready to jump on that bandwagon.
A disclaimer.
Yeah, wow.
A disclaimer. He's not going to be given a flat earther tag. So if you guys want to think of him as a flat earther, that's cool. But he's not going to be one.
Flat earther because he has to be? Is that it?
I have no idea where this is going, but I guess I'm mildly intrigued. I mean, I'm sure he can keep this going for
how that's half of the globe arguments is, well, we know it does this because, well, it has to. It just has to be. Like,
that's kind of why I'm a flat earther. I mean, it has to be flat.
That's exactly what I was saying. We don't think that way. We don't use arguments like that. That's why.
I do.
We want you to tell us. Yeah, we want you to tell us why it is, not just a belief.
Again, I haven't looked into it from that perspective, right? The way I consider it is this: look, when I stand up, the earth underneath me doesn't spin. When I look up,
oh my god!
Therefore, it must be flat and stationary.
All right.
Wow, man.
All right.
That was great. Thank you.
Earth is flat. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right.
Next.
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 All right. All right, I got to give a little applause out there to Branch. Thank you for amusing us. Appreciate you.
No problem. No problem.
Oh yeah. So Branch is a flat earther would kind of be like gravity. You know, you can think of it as a force, but it's not a force.
I don't know. Reasons did it, but and I'm pretty convinced that's legitimate. But with Branch, I'm pretty sure he's just a fucking troll.
It's
Wait,
a LARPer.
Reasons?
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Reasons said he was a flat earther. He's not anymore.
No. Reasons used to be a Glober.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah,
okay, I just want to make sure.
What I'm saying is, I believe he's true about switching to the flat Earth. You know, Branch.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not. I don't buy it with Branch.
No. I'm not going to be putting up a vote for Branch at all. Sorry, Branch.
No, it's cool. I mean, I'm not in it for the fame or the friends, right? I'm in it for myself.
Slow down there,
Yeah, but we could be such
Slow
good
down.
friends if you would just become a flat Earther.
Nah, bro, I'm like one of those loner kind of flat earthers, bro. Like a hermit flat earther.
So why are you here? Okay,
I can do it my own way.
we're here to educate people, and we're flat earthers. You're a flat earther, so what do you benefit? Why are you here?
I'm here for all the jokes and the fun and the feelings. You know, that's why I'm here. I'm not here for
He's here for feelings.
Okay.
Hey,
It's just entertainment to a lot of people, especially on the Globe side.
I got a recommendation. Just YouTube search Kill Tony and watch his podcast if you want some fucking laughs. How about that? Because
I'll do that.
This shit's not funny. Look up Kill Tony. Look up Andrew Schultz.
Who is this Kill Tony dude? Like, what's his deal?
Tony Hinchcliffe.
What's his deal though? What's he up to?
Nothing. He's got a podcast called Kill Tony where he has people come up and do 60 seconds of stand-up comedy. They